In the past 5 years, we have witnessed the birth of countless excellent teams and players in all 5 major regions. They are still remembered by us to this day. At the same time, we also remember our fans who loved us from the very beginning. On the occasion of this 5th anniversary, let's turn back the clock to the starting point of PUBG Mobile Esports, the Southeast Asia region, where all the stories began. As the first world-class event, PUBG Mobile Star Challenge gathered professional players from all over the world. With continuous development, the 2019 PUBG Mobile Club Open Global Finals is undoubtedly the most exciting event.
2019 Fall Split Global Finals, ladies and gentlemen, give yourself a round of applause!
Among the countless rising stars, one shined particularly bright. Bigatron Red Aliens, a team from Indonesia,
Bigatron Red Aliens!
just got first place in the PMCO Southeast Asia Fall Championship, earning the chance to compete in the PMCO Global Finals in Malaysia. In the subsequent prelim stage, intense competition kicked off immediately. And finally, they advanced to the Grand Finals in 2nd place. BTR demonstrated impeccable strength in the competition. By the end, BTR was leading the lobby by a significant 106 points, bringing the first ever championship title to the SEA region.
Di saat itu siapa yang nggak kenal dengan nama Bigatron gitu? Tim yang punya segudang prestasi, mereka juara dunia di PMCO Global Finals tahun 2019. Mereka banyak banget melahirkan pemain-pemain berbakat, Zuxi, Luxi, Ryzen, Microboy. Terus habis itu Zuxi, Luxi juga saat mereka menjadi juara dunia, mereka berada di masa prime-nya mereka banget.
PUBG Mobile Esports always strives to develop and grow year after year. That's why we made sure to continue the support and build the SEA region. In 2020, the improvement of the competitive schedule introduced the World League, which later became the World Invitational. We also launched the PUBG Mobile Pro League, where even more outstanding teams joined the competitive stage. In the 2020 PMWL, BTR once again clinched the championship in the East. This had given Southeast Asia the title of the strongest region in the world. They hoped to continue their legacy at the PUBG Mobile Global Championship, the pinnacle of PUBG Mobile Esports. However, BTR was not able to repeat their performance from the previous year.
Top 2 teams is going to get those this round. Winner, chicken dinner, Nova XQL.
With the rise of Team Nova, countless brilliant moments were had, but this also left many players with regret.
After BTR Red Alien won the Global Championship in Kuala Lumpur, We thought C region was the best. We thought nobody could beat C region except maybe RRQ Athena, maybe Illuminate the Murder, maybe Mega Conqueror. But C region was the best at the time. And we get to the league. We heard of a team called Nova. We thought maybe this team is not that good. On the contrary, they owned all the teams. They were very good.
Let's move forward to the year 2021. With continuous efforts, more teams and players joined the Pro League. For example, Xavier, who placed third in the 2020 PMWI East League, also secured second place in the PMGC East League. FaZe Clan also made their debut on the world stage.
Có thể nói 2021 là năm thành công nhất của Dingo Xavier trên đấu trường quốc tế, khẳng định vị thế và tên tuổi của Việt Nam vô cùng mạnh mẽ. Còn với FaZe Clan, đây là năm đầu tiên họ đặt chân đến với giải đấu cao cấp nhất của PUBG Mobile, nhưng lại khiến tất cả những đối thủ khác đều phải dè chừng và e ngại.
Undoubtedly, the year 2022 has brought the greatest changes to the SEA region. Vampire Esports emerged, dominating 2022 PMWI, winning both the main and after-party tournaments, while also setting records for most chicken dinners, most eliminations, and more. They were not only facing competitors from the SEA region, but from all over the world. Everyone was talking about VPE and wondering if they can maintain their performance at the Global Championship or if it was just a stroke of good luck. On the last day of the 2022 PMGC Grand Finals, VPE won 3 chicken dinners alone, moving from the bottom of the table to 6th place, achieving the best result for the SEA region. They pulled off another miracle, but sadly, it was not enough to win it all. In 2023, VPE continued their impressive performance. They once again won everything at the 2023 PMWI.
2023 PUBG Mobile World Invitational Champions, Vampire Esports!
ก็ย้อนกลับไปในปีที่แล้วนะครับเอาจริงก็ผมมองว่าน่าจะโอ้โหไม่มีใครที่จะมองว่าทางฝั่งตัวแวมไพร์จะซักเซสได้ถึงขนาดนั้นนะครับเพราะยุคนั้นเหมือนทุกคนจะโฟกัสไปทางฝั่งของตัวอินฟินแล้วก็เฟซแคทที่มีแบบว่าผู้เล่นดังๆนะครับแล้วก็ถ้าจำมันได้เหมือน PMGC ปีล่าสุดมากินไก่แบบเบิ้ลติดๆกันในวันสุดท้ายเหมือนเอาจริงน้องๆก็เคยบอกเลยว่าเฮ้ยเราเครียดกันไปหรือเปล่ามันเป็นตัวเองดีกว่าเล่นแบบปล่อยจอยได้แบบจอยเลยสุดท้าย3จะติดจบอันดับ6ของโลกซะอย่างนั้นนี่นะครับแวมไพร์สปอร์ตเหลือเชื่อจัด
But don't forget, Alter Ego, an Indonesian team, showed a very strong performance by winning the Super League twice. The SEA Super League was an upgrade to the previous championship, which by many is considered to be the most competitive league in PUBG Mobile. They could potentially become the next legend of the SEA region.
Untuk dibilang legend, gua rasa belum sih untuk Alter Ego. Walaupun mereka sempat ngedapetin back-to-back champion untuk di PMSL 2023, itu menurut gua hanya sekedar untuk ngasih pembuktian gitu bahwa Indonesia tidak kehabisan pemain berbakat. Ya mungkin contohnya Rosemary gitu. Datangnya dia ke Alter Ego tuh bener-bener jadi ujung tombak untuk Alter Ego. Dan gak berhenti di Rosemary. Masih ada Alpha juga yang didatangkan oleh Alter Ego untuk mengisi kekosongan atau kekurangan dari Alter Ego. Dan gue rasa PMGC 2023 ini akan menjadi ajang Global Championship pertama gitu untuk Rosemary dan juga si Alpha. Jadi wajib banget kita nantikan performnya mereka di PMGC 2023. Dan please di notes pastikan tonton Alter Ego sampai akhir.
Of course, there are many more teams we haven't mentioned, but these teams will all take part in the 2023 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. So what do you think? Who will be the ultimate winner in this year's PMGC? Will they be from SEA? Well, there's only one way to find out.
Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! The long-awaited Frost Festival is about to commence. In the new version 2.9, we'll be introducing battles filled with a frosty atmosphere. Snow Battle is coming to town. Furthermore, you'll also get to experience updates to World of Wonder and Classic Mode. So let's dive right into it. In the Frost Festival, we'll be bringing you a series of snow-themed content, including a new Snowy Village-themed area, fun interactions with snow pals, and snow-themed items for more gaming fun and excitement. When miraculous December comes, the Frosty world will undergo some magical changes. Stay tuned for updates. Don't miss out. First, let's take a look at the new themed area, Snowy Village. The village covers a wide area of 280 by 150 and has loads of supplies. It's located near Stalber in Erringel, Iceborg in Livik, and Goroka in Vikendi. In addition to the buildings on the ground, the underground area of the Lucky Ice Tower is also worth exploring. Make use of the two-story layout to experience a completely new battle experience. Sound the bell in the Lucky Ice Tower, and you can even summon rewards. Additionally, the village also has a snow rail, which can help you quickly move around and gather supplies. It allows you to navigate flexibly between different areas of the village and also swiftly relocate to advantageous positions during battles for your team to counterattack more effectively. Of course, you should always remain vigilant to avoid becoming the target of an ambush. What's more, the village also features a special two-seat vehicle, the Reindeer. It's also a great choice for transportation as it allows you to swiftly move all over the map. For intense battles, we've also prepared festive and practical battle equipment for you, the Snowball Blaster and Snowboard. The Snowball Blaster can be used in many ways and has loads of functionality. When you aim it at the ground or a building, it can create a snow pile cover for you. When used on enemies, you can temporarily transform them into lively snow pals to restrict their movement. When facing bodies of water, you can use the Snowball Blaster to freeze the surface so that you can walk on it. It's definitely a practical yet entertaining weapon. After transforming into a lively snow pal, you will be unable to use firearms to do battle. You'll only be able to rely on basic actions such as walking, running, jumping, and swimming to evade enemy pursuit. It takes some time before you can revert to your human form. Let's build a snowman together. The snowboard will also bring you a whole new experience. Apart from helping you glide and move on various surfaces, it can also be used with the Snowball Blaster. Explore the many possibilities and use these two items to have all kinds of fun. We've also designed various interactive mechanics, such as searching for snow toddlers, lucky ice, and the snow blast zone. When you encounter a lucky snowman on the map, don't be in a rush to leave. There are 4 lost little snowmen hidden near the lucky snowman. Search for the 4 hidden snow toddlers and bring them back to the large snowman. You'll then receive a token of gratitude. There are lots of lucky ice scattered across the map. Shatter the ice to get the supplies inside. Try using a melee weapon to break the ice more easily. Furthermore, you'll find that snow has engulfed some red zones on the map, and the falling snow will bring about many interesting effects. Players within a snow blast zone will be transformed into a lively snow pal if they're hit by the snow. If the snow lands on the ground, a snow pile cover will be created. In this World of Wonder update, we'll be introducing a brand new transformation skill gameplay and a catch me hide and seek gameplay for you to enjoy the transformation skills to the fullest. Of course, you can also use this skill to create more interesting creations. We've also added a Snowy Village map template to celebrate the Frost Festival with creators. Additionally, we've also made some updates and improvements to gameplay devices, game parameter settings, and the editor. For more details, please follow the official PUBG Mobile community. We'll continue introducing the latest WoW content to everyone. As for Classic Mode, we've also made some improvements to vehicles, firearms, creation mode, emotes, settings, and more. First, we've enhanced the designated marksman rifles. Some DMRs can be equipped with the full auto mod to fire in full auto. We've also improved the attributes and handling of some vehicles to enhance your driving experience. We've also added a new garage mechanic. From now on, you can choose your dream ride during matches. Meanwhile, we've also added a custom SFX adjustment feature. You can adjust the volume of some sound effects to whatever best suits you. As for creation mode, we'll be introducing some quick view features for watching the victory dance and fireworks displays and the new Frozen Kingdom themed performance in order to provide players with more possibilities for creative content. Furthermore, we've expanded the emote backpack. Now you can equip more emotes before entering the battleground. That's a wrap for the main content in this new version. In addition, new content will be added to the Popularity Battle event, Metro Royale, and Season Rewards. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Snow Battle is coming to town. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
In 2020, while the eyes of most PUBG Mobile viewers were focused on Southeast Asia as well as other regions, there was one region in particular that went under the radar, the 2020 EMEA League. Numerous teams from different regions were fighting for a spot in the 2020 PMGC. Among them, the teams from the EU region were the most dazzling. Canina Power, which had previously won 3rd place in the 2020 PMWL West League, managed to break through and eventually won 6th place in the 2020 PMGC. Class Dilge Athletics from Turkey also successfully took 8th place. For the entire EU region, this was a great start, and in the future, the EU region would grow into an even stronger region. The EU region seems to have endless potential. They always have a number of astonishingly talented newcomers. In the 2021 PMWI, in addition to the veteran team Kanina Power taking second place, the newly reorganized team in 2021, Nexria,
Xenox in the smokes, the solo by themselves,
surprisingly won third place.
The EU region seems to just have endless potential. There's always a number of astonishingly talented newcomers coming up through the ranks, developing their skills, and in 2021 at the PMWI, you had some of the veterans there for sure. Kanina Power taking second place, an incredible performance coming through from them to get that second place. But not only that, you had the reorganized team for Nexria in 2021 who won PMPL Turkey. They came first in their region and then were invited on the back of that to the PMWI West to take third place. So these new talents working as this new roster at the time, a phenomenal resurgence there, and there's so much more left in the pipeline, I'm sure, for this region. I'm really excited for what the future has, and I can't wait to see what they've got.
In the 2021 PMGC, teams from around the world gathered once again. First of all, worth mentioning is that among all the participating countries in the Grand Finals, Turkey had the most with 3. Among them, teams like S2G and Nexria finished 4th and 6th respectively. This was a massive achievement. The efforts of the EU region are constantly bearing fruit. Now they just needed an opportunity.
2021 yılında Dünya Şampiyonası istediğimiz gibi başlamıştı. Çünkü West aşamasında 3 takımımızı birden ilk 6'ya sokmayı başardık ve büyük finallere 3 takımımızı göndermiştik. S2G 4. olarak buraya katılma hakkı kazanmıştı ve kadrosunda Rip7, Timber, Kalse, Sylas gibi isimler vardı. Büyük finallerde ne yapacağını çok fazla kestiremiyorduk temsilcilerimizin, çünkü dünyadaki takımların iyi performansları söz konusuydu. Büyük finallerde temsilcimiz S2G 4. olmayı başardı, Nexria 6. olmayı başardı. Maalesef Fenerbahçe ilk 8'in dışarısında kalmıştı. Ama bu takımın ileride çok iyi şeyler vaat ettiği konusunda herkes hemfikirdi.
Next, let's go directly to the 2022 PMGC. At a time when everyone was focusing on whether Nova could win 3 consecutive championships, a team that was not originally a favorite to win was about to become the focus on the stage. S2G performed consistently in the first 2 days of competition, always maintaining a position at the top of the leaderboard. And on the final day, S2G changed its conservative tactical strategy and sought to gain more elimination points in the last few rounds. And in the last round, S2G secured the championship with 15 elimination points.
champion of 2022, it is S2G!
They finally broke through and made history for the EU region.
2022 Dünya Şampiyonası bizi büyük zaferler getirdi. Tabii ki Dünya Şampiyonası başlamadan önce bu zaferlerin geleceği konusunda çok bir fikrimiz yoktu. S2G kadrosunda bazı değişiklikler yapmıştı. Takıma yeni katılan oyuncular vardı. Özellikle Reis ile birlikte takımın form seviyesi gerçekten çok yüksekti. 2022 Dünya Şampiyonası finallerine 2 takım göndermeyi başarmıştık. Bir tanesi S2G, bir tanesi Fireflux. Maalesef 2 takımımızın kaderleri birazcık farklı oldu. İlk günden itibaren S2G sürekli olarak zirveyi kovalarken Fireflux için işler iyi gitmemişti. 3. gün geldiğinde S2G güzel maçlar geçirdi ve şampiyonluğu Türkiye'ye getirmeyi başardı. Bu Türkiye e-spor tarihindeki en unutulmaz başarıydı.
This year, the EU region has continuously produced even more strong teams. First of all, G Gladiators won first place at the 2023 PUBG Mobile Pro League Spring Regional Championships and third place in the 2023 PMWI. Veteran teams like Nexria and Kanina Power have been performing better and better this year and successfully qualified for the 2023 PMGC. Subsequently, hot recent teams like Mad Bulls, BRA Esports, Major Pride, Elise Esports, Demorte, among others from EU, have also successfully gotten a spot in PMGC. They all look forward to continuing the success of the EU region in 2023. There are many questions surrounding PMGC. Will S2G successfully defend their championship? Will another EU team lift the trophy? Could it even be a team unexpected to win it all? Let's witness it together in Turkey.
Gold Investigator. Join the Investigator team and let's protect the game's fairness together. 2023 Popularity Annual Gala event tutorial. Hey there, welcome to the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala. We've introduced a brand new competition and upgraded rewards. You will have to go through 10 rounds of 1v1 matches and compete to become the first ever PUBG Mobile Popularity Annual Gala champion. So let's get right to it. New competition, ladder competition. The Popularity Annual Gala event will be utilizing a new ladder promotion system. Players' initial ladder grade will be determined by their battle points at the end of the first round. Ladders are divided into 6 grades: Triple S, Double S, S, A, B, and C, with Triple S being the highest. Ladder promotion rules. Players are ranked based on the popularity they gain during the battle period. For rounds 1 to 9, the ladder results are settled at the end of every round's battle. Apart from ladder grade C, each ladder has 100 spots, with the top 20 promoted, the middle 60 retained, and the bottom 20 demoted. If you're trying to move up the ranks, be sure to stay within your ladder's retained threshold or higher before each round is settled. Additionally, ladder grades can only be promoted or demoted by 1 grade at a time, so your performance in the assignment round is crucial. Be sure not to miss it. Final showdown. Based on the rankings from the previous 9 rounds, round 10 will be the decisive showdown to determine the final rank and ladder grade placement, including the champion of the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala, who will emerge as the ultimate winner. New exclusive rewards. At the end of round 10, rewards will be issued based on the player's ladder grade and final rank. For outstanding players, they will receive exclusive rewards that can showcase their supreme honor both in and outside the game. In-game rewards include the honor title, honor name tag, and honor avatar frame, which are sure to make you stand out. Moreover, there are also physical trophies, interviews, custom-made popularity gifts, official social media promotion, game exposure, and other exclusive honorable rewards. Gain global renown both in and outside the game. What are you waiting for? Participate in the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala now.
And we are back for the final week here for the 2023 PUBG MOBILE Global Championship League stage. But right now we're not grouping anymore. We're down to the last chance and survival stage for this week. We are live in a PJ Battle Arena, Malaysia, with me here, Chuchu, as your stage host for the entire week. None other than Yuhai, or AKA also Superboy. Keep on changing his name, but I don't know why. How are you feeling, Superboy, AKA Yuhai?
Today I feel very good because I'm so excited for today. The last day, last week, we didn't happen to make it. But yeah, we are hunger for more.
Okay, that's going to be just the introduction. But he's super excited. I can vouch him for that. Now, back to the serious question, right? Basically, you guys were so close last week. Literally like a couple of days ago for Yellow Group to compete in the group stage. You guys had a tie with WBG. The only one that actually made a difference was the tiebreaker, the chicken itself. Now, how did the team take in the result? How are you guys feeling, and how do you take in the result and your teams as well, like yourself? Translate, sabarlah, sabar, relax lah.
Oh, okay.
Kena translate bang, okay. So, cuba dia tanya tadi, apa ni dia, sorry lah dah nak masuk Grand Final dah, sikit je lagi minggu lepas kan. Baru je beberapa hari lepas dekat Yellow Group. Yang korang boleh katakan seri dengan WBG tapi sampai ke tiebreaker lah. Jadi tim Yuhai sekarang BTR macam mana dia orang ambil keputusan tu, dan macam mana Yuhai sendiri korang prepare untuk hari ni lah, rasa macam mana?
Rasa dia time tu of course kita orang sedih, rasa macam kena fake hope, kena putus cinta. But I think this one is part of the game lah. So we like it, we enjoy it. This is what competitive is. And sekarang kita orang rasa okay je sebab kita orang still dapat chance untuk play. So, kita ada chance lagi now. We're going to prove lah. We're going to prove who's the best, and we're going to dominate on this survival stage.
I like that mindset. They literally just reset themselves. It's definitely heartbreaking, like what you mentioned just now.
Championship 2023 survival stage. And what this means is we've had each group playing out their own week over the last 3 weeks, and our now remaining 24 teams will have a chance to get through into our last chance stage, kicking off in 2 days' time, where will be 5 teams advancing through into the Grand Finals. I'm Jason Kappen, joined once again. I wanted to sing this time, but I did it over in European regionals. We got Max, man. We got Kolaris joining me here on the desk. Max, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. No, Jason, you're here. No bullying from the get-go, so we're good for now. But no, super excited, of course, it's the survival stage, and we said goodbye to some teams already in the last few weeks, and we're going to say goodbye to even more teams to be on the depressive side. But of course, there's to make a spot to PMGC Grand Finals, so there's a lot on the line here, Jason.
On the plus side, at least our groups now are awesome, right? Like,
yes.
of all the teams that have actually gone through here, not fallen down in that bottom 5, across all groups now, I'm really happy with the makeup of what we've got, even though we've said, congratulations to some great teams in these groups. We still left with some excellent teams here to be able to treat us here in the survival stage and last chance.
And some massive matchups as well. And obviously we'll get into that in a little bit of time before we can finally break down what's going to be going on these next few days. Going to give a shout out to Infinix GT10 Pro, our official smartphone here at PMGC 2023. It was born. You hear that, Max? It was born. Wow. So it's our first creation of machine and, well, it's not human. It's extreme being. Yeah. It's extreme, yeah. You guys can pick one up and dominate the lobby, and while you're using it, make sure you check out TikTok with the tag PMGC 2023 to find out everything behind the scenes. We have some interviews, and you can check out some other great content there as well. And of course, if you do post about it, make sure you use the hashtag. But gentlemen, we are about to head into our first day of play here, and honestly, Procedure, BTR, I am excited about these two teams going head to head. But honestly, I feel like every single day that goes by, we're just getting better and better competition between these teams. And Max, I mean, it's got to be a rematch, the Twins versus their old team.
Oh yeah, it was one of the biggest storylines we're going to have here. Procedure Evos versus BTR, see how things are going to work out. Though, really, if you are looking at these two teams, BTR had one of the most insane starts in their group, right, Jason? I mean, you're covering that a second place, a chicken dinner. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better start at this kind of level in PUBG Mobile Esport as a whole, dominating Group Yellow, and now coming into this one, I would say they're going to look so good. It's only been a 2-day break, Jason, so they're going to be hot on the heels of these top squads.
Yeah. I think I ended up saying during the show, Clars, I think, so it was the Twins that were the problem when Biggest Strong started to do well on day one. But obviously, they still have some work to do, coming down to just like that 1 point difference between getting them through to the Grand Final, having this whole stage, which you can see here, teams coming in through 4th and 11th, and then only 16 teams will advance down through this.
Don't worry, I think you might have said that on broadcast, and I think I said that whilst me and Max and Blank were actually watching in the back as well. But I mean,
we've been saying that for a while, to be honest.
Yeah. To be fair, though, I mean, of course, not qualifying via that tiebreaker, a bit heartbreaker as a whole. But I love the fact, love and don't like the fact that you've got like BTR, D+, who I'm a big fan of, Influence Rage, all of these teams that I thought might be able to go through in that top 3, but we get to watch extra games of them, so I'm not really complaining.
Oh, 100%. And as we move into this, obviously today's going to be a matchup of Group Green up against Group Yellow. So teams like Reject, which we get to see, as we did get to hear you, High Boy, talk about Mad Bulls as well. But for me, since I didn't get to cover their week, and I was very critical about them kicking off, if you guys checked out over on Instagram, Gladiator. Obviously, they had like an okay playthrough. They were good enough to get to this stage. But as we saw for DRS, the invited teams have been struggling here.
Look, I don't want to bring back bad memories for Gladiators compared to last year, but Inco are here, Jason. And we know what happened last year. They just barely didn't qualify. I think it was Ninibite in particular was just a pain and just destroyed the team in those last few matches on the Wrangle. So it didn't quite work out, so hopefully there's not going to be any fear going up against Inco in this one. But Gladiators, we just need to see better, right? I don't want to touch upon them too much because we need to see improvements, but they just need to be quicker on rotations. And if they do, we know these guys can frag time. They just need to be faster on the pivot.
And Clark, I actually wanted to dive into a team that we were very critical of, actually, when it came to the European regionals. Melisse, this team, you said it, we all agreed, not the best team in Turkey, even though they came out first place in their own PMPL. But they've been able to make it to this point, and I have to say, I'm pleasantly surprised for this team, considering their performance throughout the year and their improvements throughout the year.
I mean, hopefully they're able to pull the socks up and do even more, because honestly, so far, Turkey in as a whole has not really been that impressive at PMGC just yet. I mean, yes, we've got S2G in the final and stuff, but Melisse, 123 points, just 2 Gladiator. I do think as a whole, our region, in terms of the teams as well as the European teams gained steam throughout the group stage. Like Mad Bulls and even Gladiators to an extent as well got better results the later we got into their group stages as a whole, and then we all know how Major Pride did, right? So I'm actually pleasantly surprised kind of with how our region has done so far, because there was a place where they could have just fallen completely flat and continued those day one, those day two jitters.
I was so happy to see Major Pride take first place. You would have told me that Major Pride were going to top any of these groups. I would have said no. They could make in survival stage, right into the finals. I would be really, really surprised if that happened. But Nomi in particular, being MVP of his group, just popping off, normally being the off-angle player, but he's like, I mean, I see them. How about I also shoot at them? And he just got a ton of eliminations off the back of that. So hell yeah, why the hell not? I'm loving seeing it. But more importantly, for that group, Suk qualified, Jason, which I'm happy to see Suk. He's going to be back at LAN event in Turkey, so I'm hyped to see that happen.
I think it was like just over 1,000 days since Suk has been in PMGC from the initial year that we had happen, and nice to see them get through though. It was very, very close coming down to that 1 point difference. And also, really quickly on Nomi, I remember I said during the show as well that Matic can learn a thing or two from him, from G Gladiators. I'm hoping to maybe see the battle between them and see who's going to be more successful. But can we quickly go back to D+ actually, because I think they're a very interesting team. Day one, they were hot garbage, and I'm not really afraid to say that. They did not look good, but the passive play that they started off the event with, it slowly transitioned to more and more and more aggression. And they eventually became successful, getting a lot of the eliminations, and we saw third overall here from the groups. But what I worry about is, this is only a 2-day event for these teams, right? They only have those 2 days of play, as many points as possible, and you can't start slow like they potentially might try to do. Yeah, it's a fair assessment, Jason. I have, even in my predictions, I have gone out to say that they're a slow starting team, but they're a defensive play style that, allows other teams to come to them and then kind of take opportunities on them when they actually approach them. And you're right, I think that they did start out not great. They slowly learned from the lobby. They did finish well, obviously getting themselves 5th place in Group Yellow. But you're right, with only 2 days, they do have to accelerate that pace at which they're going to be able to assimilate information from this lobby. Now, of course, they have, 8 of the teams from their lobby to try and kind of, retain some of that information from the prior stage as a whole. But they're going to have used their prep time very smart against like Group Green as well as Group Red, be able to assimilate that information without being on the battleground alongside them, and then put that into motion. So it's a tough time here for just 2 days. You're right. Exactly, and that's what worries me. It took them 2 days to learn out the 16-team lobby. At least they get to carry half of the teams through, like you're mentioning. But we're going to see here our order. We're, of course, going to be starting things off on Sandhawk, going back to our back-to-back Erangels, and rounding things out with Miramar. And I know we talked about this at PMWI, Max, but big fan. I'm a big fan of this format, and I actually hope to see it kind of continue along forward. Yeah, the only thing, of course, is you only have one Sandhawk, so if you're Alter Ego or Gladiators, you might have a little bit of a tougher time there trying to go for that hot drop on near Camp Alpha. But yeah, it's good. You can make some very quick adjustments, and as you already said, Kalaris, right, you're going to have a very short amount of time for these teams to adapt. So the fact you can have 3 Erangels in a row, 2 Miramars in a row, if the first one of that map doesn't quite go your way, you can quickly adapt, maybe change your drop a little bit or your rotation, because you only have 2 days of play, right? That's such a small amount of time to qualify into the last chance to then try and qualify to the grand finals. It's down to the wire. It's going to be a lot of pressure on these guys, I believe. But as we know, Jason, pressure makes diamonds, so anything can happen.
That's
you know what?
Jason
that was
said.
Last year, okay? Calm down, calm down.
And actually, to that point, Jason, what Max is talking about here, for Gladiators, especially on Sandhawk, we thought about in Group Green, if you look back at that, Alter Ego was beating them pretty consistently, right? Not only that, but Rosemary is the top damage dealer across these groups. So if I'm Gladiators starting off this group stage, understanding that it's a bit of a severe situation now with only 2 days worth of games to try and get to last chance, I think you do not contest them on Sandhawk. I think you try and kind of pivot around them a little bit, still be Northwest Island, but yeah, I think it's a death sentence if you go up against Alter Ego up there.
Yeah, as we were looking at the stats also, I want to bring up one last topic here, which is actually of some underdog teams that I think were really impressive, is Africa as a whole, right? Sure, Falcons didn't qualify, but in Group Yellow, Rook and Brute Force, normally when you look at Africa for these big international events like PMWI or PMGC more specifically, don't really expect too much of them. The fact that they both qualified against massive behemoths of PUBG Mobile esports like Vampire, like De Muerte, like DRS, really impressed. So if they can keep going here, maybe, who knows, maybe make into the last chance, I think that would be one of the biggest international kind of results for an African team. So keep it up, boys.
Well, doesn't the world supply of diamonds come from Africa? So the pressure is making diamonds out of these teams.
Oh, here we go again.
Got it.
Yeah. You said it was last year. Go away.
If you're talking about MEA, I mean, one region we really have to talk about is South Korea, because this region in general, thinking back to prior PMGCs, we would have one good team. We had, I think it was Archer, and then that eventually evolved into D+ as they are now. But to see Nongshim Red Force as well qualify from their group in first place, to see Duxan as well be this high up, I think they finished 5th in their group in group red. I think South Korea has probably come out to be one of the strongest regions we've seen so far in this PMGC.
I think as time goes on, I think they're going to get even stronger. If you think about Group Red as well, we were watching it whilst you guys were covering it. Day one, I thought both South Korean teams were going to be able to make top 3. Duxan looked fantastic in day number 1 as well, and I've already talked ad nauseum about how I like D+. And the cool thing about South Korea is they do have slightly differing play styles. D+ does not play the same as NSR and things like that, so they've got a wealth of play styles to be able to bring to the battlegrounds, and it's exciting to watch.
Okay, well, it's time to kick off our very first match here of our survival stage. It's Group Green up against Group Yellow. Your commentators are going to be Jackie and Blake.
Thanks, Jason. Honestly, mate, can't wait to kick this one off. I think we are in for a treat of a day, Blank, and an absolute spectacle of a week, mate. The culmination of everything we've been waiting for, the remaining teams that weren't eliminated and, of course, haven't qualified yet. We get to set those stories, Blank, and see who's going to be left of the cream of the crop at the end of all this.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, there's some really good teams out of both these groups coming through. Obviously, they weren't the best, though, right? They didn't make it directly in from those groups themselves. They weren't in the top 3, but there's some teams that were very, very close to making it. I mean, Bigatron Red Villains, they were very, very close, right? It was right down to the wire. Silby, I think he needed I think it was 1 or 2 extra points on a survival on the last game of Group Yellow. For Group Green, Reject was so close to making it in, but Alpha just had such a ridiculous amount of points just accruing throughout the entirety of Group Green. It was very difficult to catch up, and I think the guys touched upon this already, which is a case of Reject starting a little bit slow, which can't be the case here. I think it's even more difficult for Reject in Group Green since they've had so much time off as well, Jackie.
Oh, absolutely, mate. You know, the downtime they've had since they started now, are they going to be warm? Are they going to come into it with that same confidence, that same sort of, I don't know, quirky charisma we were seeing on the cameras as well, Blank? Because that's what really won my heart for Reject Tokyo, was the fact that even outside of the lobby, they just looked like they were giving it and having a great time. So I hope that comes back, and we'll see as we get to ease into it. Our first Sandhawk always starts with a banger, so let's see what we're in store for.
Yeah, tons of hot drops on this map. We saw it throughout the entirety of all the groups. Most teams are always struggling. Specifically, though, in Group Green. That was where we had the most voracious amount of actions as teams were hungry to pick up their spots early on in the game. Looks like Gladiators do confirm their position up towards the top side of Northwest Island, which is great news for them. A lot of times they were contested by Alter Ego. Team Queso off towards their western side and Quest up towards the northern edge. I think these teams in particular, Team Queso were looking fairly good towards the start and end of their group itself, but already got ourselves a little bit of action. It's DK versus DXavier. The double D action. Love it.
Yeah. Thrown straight into the thick of it, mate. And this is what we were expecting as well, right? We kind of even set up this angle with the interview we had on stage, where you could see players realize today, Sam Hawk isn't going to be a walk in the park to start it off. This one is going to be about coming in and setting the pace, because that sort of message we were putting across about how important it is to not only cultivate points early, but cultivate them consistently throughout the play day, throughout the week. That's now maximized so much more here, because your room for error, the amount of games you're playing, and how important it is to get those points early is now increased tenfold, right? So the pressure's already mounting on you, Blank. So that's why coming into it, the difference of a normal hot drop versus kind of a hot drop here, win or lose, might already be kind of that one domino that's tipping the balance of, if you're going to make it out or not. So definitely keep your eyes peeled for some of the fights we'll be seeing today.
Yeah, it's killer, right? You know, with these games, the way they're going, with each and every match like being a big chunk of your points, you can see exactly why DK decided that, look, it's not worth it to continue with this hot drop, because potentially we get away with this one with 4 eliminations. But if we risk the biscuit, potentially the biscuit gets all eaten up by the guys on DX Xavier. We leave with nothing. We don't get a single point on Sandhawk. You want to try and make it so Sandhawk has the least amount of variance for yourself on these maps. And the way to do that is just try and not take fights early. Try and get 4 members towards that end game. Play off the back of that. It's smart. I like that from D plus Kia. This is a slow starting team anyway. They understand that likely they're not warm enough right now to be taking a fight in Paradise Resort just this moment. Plus, with the way they dropped in, they weren't on the north side, they were on the south. There's some really good rotational paths from that southern edge. You can also gatekeep quite easily. And with the circle being on that south edge anyway, this is a smart choice, I'd say, for the guys on D plus gear. The reject lads, you were talking about them. Yeah, they're unusual off and on the stage, right? You know, in interviews, they're quite fun to watch. They're fun to listen to. In game, they make some interesting plays. I think my most favorite thing about them at the moment is Lufa in his endgame tactics, where he does sort of bait the rest of his teammates, but it's always for a good cause.
Oh man, it works though. That's the thing that I like, right? Is at least it is kind of a calculated system where it must be commed across. Someone must be telling him like, look, bait me in this situation, because he knows how to play around it really well. And I think that's actually one of the things I remember as complimenting as well, is how impressed we were with the instant you would see comms being laid out, the way teams were willing to basically dedicate, 1 or 2 players to hold really important angles, watch towards compounds, and have faith in basically a solo in the team throughout a lot of the squads we had in Group Green. We were setting that kind of idea, Blank, that Group Green really was like the group of death with all of our talent in it. It was an overbooked party. We had no room with the amount of stars we had. But that trickle down means that we've still got some huge names that will be into these games. At the minute, though, we can start it off, as there is a bit of commotion on screens. Now, Gladiators, they've been roaming around thinking they were the big dogs. They strike on what appeared to be a solo and do get the initial knock. But here's the response. Spread out, you've got a 3-pronged attack with multiple points of damage now coming into them. And this is 2 knocks onto the Gladiators. A situation that's getting worse for wear. And with the potential to close the distance with the DBS, Blank, this could be a nightmare start for Gladiators in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, nade's going to be huge as well here. Luckily, they have a little bit of cover, but Big Milo on the backside, he's still coming in strong. Raze will be looking for a nade over that top side. It looked quite fairly on target towards Tixie. Doesn't quite do enough damage. So it looks like here we will have Gladiators getting back up to a full 4, but no Big Milo striking from the side.
Milo, what moves has he got for us? Meanwhile, the medic maneuvers are being played out inside of the compound. So Matic's back on his last legs. And they really are shaky legs at this point, Blank. They're all so low on HP. Every second here is going to be pivotal if they want to try and top themselves back up, depending on if they even really have much to work with. Utility is going to be a bit of a low right now. Trying to play the angles. It's a smart position from Kitsune. Tries to let them get ahead of him before he strikes, but he's been seen and instantly spanked. The shotguns are dealing with them. And one by one, that's the way they go down. Instantly, Gladiators taking out a commission here on Sandhawk.
I mean, it's pretty typical as well for Gladiators to go down early here on Sandhawk, but I didn't think it would happen the way it did just there. And you know what? All things considered, that was a pretty perfect setup coming through from Team K, so you could tell that they've really put their research in to this first initial map, how they wanted to play that one off, because they had Big Milo up front, providing the information back as soon as they were coming across. They had a player hidden in the grass. It was, in fact, super fortunate that Gladiator was able to spot that player in the grass and be able to take them down early on. But with the setup that Team Queso had, I think it was pretty difficult to come back from that situation for the Gladiators. So they just get read into so easily by Team Queso. Beautiful setup. And they'll go on with 3 players. With 4 eliminations, losing 1, I'd say that's a decent trade for Team Queso.
Oh, absolutely, mate. And it kind of was, a needed trade as well, in the sense that the reason it worked so well is they sort of sprung an attack onto Gladiators, right? Where you sort of use one solo as a chess piece, sort of play him off for it. Works out nicely. Big Milo, though, not ready for the peak from Zerich. And this brings Mad Balls into focus. Just lurking on a bridge side, using the high ground to their advantage. Had the lay of the land for quite some time. And Zerich never misses blank. Well, sometimes he misses. But his misses are far less frequent than his hits. They are pretty consistent. And that's why he's so explosive. So fun to watch, right? I'm kind of glad, actually, we will get a lot of time to see how Mad Balls are going to find their way through this lobby as well. Because I think they are a squad that needs to come out swinging and prove that they can go that extra 15% from what we were seeing from them in the regular group stage.
Yeah, I mean, for Zerich, he hits, 100% of the time, 60% of the time. He's a really fantastic player at the end of the day. And I think for Mad Balls, we knew they could do more, and they kind of bumped up their performance towards the end of their group stage, right, which was what we found quite surprising. Because I think at the start, most of us on the broadcast, we thought it was done for Mad Balls. We assumed that for Gladiators, Mad Balls, the EU representation just wasn't there. But Mad Balls really brought things back. I think they ended up with a 6th place, which was actually fairly decent in terms of a climb for them. So I'd like to see more coming out from the Mad Balls team. And you can see them doing their scouting, doing their due diligence early on in that game where they went up towards Camp Alpha. They spotted them out. Then they took shots over towards Team Queso. Really nice stuff. I think you can't fault Team Queso for the plays they made there. It was just a good read into another good read from another team. It's quite difficult to watch for. Malise Esports, actually a really decent team playing on the edge. I do like watching this team overall. They have lost CEO later, though, who I would say is probably their heaviest hitter on the squad, which is really not good news here on Sandhawk, where you do want some of your biggest hitters to be in the game towards the late game when you need those DBSs in play, when you need to have that close quarters god up front and personal.
You need every tool in your toolbox at this point. So already suffering a little bit into this one. Definitely will come back to haunt them, at least slowing down the potential from Elise early. But I'm right there with you, man. I was really impressed. The more we saw from Release, the better they seemed to be playing over the course of that group. It felt like as soon as they had sussed out the way that the other squads were playing, they gelled into it and showed us some great stuff in terms of their aim skill, especially towards the end of that week. So good to have them back on our screens. We'll see how they perform now. And I think that is really the scary part, Blank, is at the minute, my brain cells are kind of telling me a good majority of the squads that we should see being able to farm up a lot of points early into this week would come from originally being inside a group green. It just felt like the talent was so much more stacked pound for pound. But I guess the proof's going to be in the pudding, right? Because it's still a contrast of how quickly can they adapt to the new lobbies they're playing in. And contrary to that, how quickly can they bounce back from having an extended break?
Yeah, man, I mean, look, you have custard with most puddings at the end of the day, and custard's yellow. So group yellow might be onto something here. That's what we're thinking. That's what we're talking about. But realistically, you are right. I think a lot of the firepower over in group green is rather large. And I think just in terms of the point scoring that we did see from that squad, from that group in total, like, you can say that most of the teams that made it in towards that top 11 that went through to this survival stage are incredibly stacked. But there were some great teams that came out from Group Yellow as well. IHC, one of the teams that's got really good history on them. Ziol being in the mix for such a long time in PUBG Mobile, making it to multiple PMGCs. We'll see what IHC can do here, because it's a team that I did want to make in towards the PMGC, but they just really didn't perform the way I wanted them to in Group Yellow. One of the worst performing teams to make it into the survival stage from that group. So again, this is really do or die moment for IHC. I don't expect too much out of them, but I'd like to see them turn things around.
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, I've been so massively impressed by a lot of just the sheer talent we've seen from the Mongolian region. So if there's still more Mongolian madness to come out, Blank, I would be living for it, be it IHC or whoever it is that will be picking up the points. Right now, though, IHC not really being getting much from this, other than a bit of buckshot into the back as the DBS cleaves its way through most of the roster. So it'll have to be a little bit later if they want to start popping off, leaving them down solo, so we'll see what he can get done with it. Still potential to try and sliver your way through the rest of the game, maybe steal away a couple of points on the old placements, but dream scenario not going to work well for them. The fight's continuing a little here as well, and finally we get a cameo from Quest back on our screens. Haven't had time to touch on them just yet, but this is a side that I was very impressed with in terms of resilience. Did a great job to fight for their spot, to be here today, and showed that they deserved it, really. Al Haji had some huge moments as well, but at the minute they are trapped, playing down in a gulch, effectively separated with 2 players back over towards the compound, but you are eating a bullet sandwich and it is not very tasty.
Not at all. I mean, Influence Rage is going off on them at the moment. This is painful for Quest, absolutely. BTR down towards this southwest side right now, around Camp Charlie. They've still got a little bit of a ways to go. Alter Ego in front of them, so Indonesian on Indonesian action at the moment. Alter Ego making their way in from Group Green, tried to shunt out the guys from Gladiators, so some of them were a little bit easier to play from, but didn't happen to be the case here. So Alter Egos had to switch up their things just a little bit. They've had a lot of prep, but will not save them from the guys on BTR. Superboy went down early, but doesn't really matter. La Paz, Tatar, as well as still bringing rain here from BTR.
The drop off straight into it as Rosemary gets smacked down with the elbow drop, and that's Alter Ego going out. Okay, man, that's a rough start for Alter Ego Blank. You know, I know it was a little bit shaky, kind of felt like choppy waters for them as they were sailing their way through Group Green, right? But they still impressed, and individually we were seeing some great moments. Rosemary as well was kind of like soaking it all in, living the high life of being at PMGC and proving that, you know, he can really do an awful lot as an individual as well. We saw a couple of times on the interviews on stage, he was looking a bit more confident the longer the tournament was going on. So that's unlucky. Kind of a bit of a reality check, I suppose, for Alter Ego straight away here then.
Yeah, tough stuff. I mean, they get stuck out in the water as well. Not a good place to be. But I think with the amount of time you've had to really think about what's going to happen during these stages, you might have been able to predict BTR's rotate here and think about maybe potentially playing underneath the cliffside instead of getting bogged down in the water too early on. Circle on the northern edge, though. This will take us further up towards those little ridge sides around where we've got Influence Rage playing. I think that Influence Rage definitely a team that I didn't expect to see here over in the survival stage. I thought they could do so much more as the Brazilian squad, one of the biggest risers from this year in terms of teams from the American region. So I do want to see a little bit more out from Influence Rage. Already you can see their firepower is still here on display, but it's crazy to see because this is so much more of a balanced lobby this time around with the amount of eliminations going through to multiple teams. It's going to be an interesting finish, that's to be sure. And we don't end up round cave on this south side, which I'm happy about because that is always a really awkward finish, and usually it's 1 or 2 teams that benefit from the back of that.
It's funny, man, just as you're saying it, even, you know, being here right now, it feels worlds apart from those games that we had back in Group Green, you know, in just the way that it's being played out. The fact that we're getting fights, it feels a bit more consistent. It feels like there's always something going on with those fights. And it was so calculated down to a point where you could see everyone really was playing to win from the get-go. It was very different. And also, I think the level of aggression here vastly changing in the sense that you've just allowed Federal to spot out 2 men running up the hill and absolutely annihilate him. That is a massive play. Influence Rage now going to want to continue this as well. You found 2 free pickups, basically fragmented Reject Tokyo and got them in the palm of your hand. Bullet after bullet breaking their way through their defenses now. Trade back onto 1 player, but you have shut them down massively. It should be a relatively easy cleanup from this position, and that is rough for Reject Tokyo. The Japanese side just evaporated and basically all by the hands of Federal. That's madness.
Yeah, in the bin there. And I think for Reject, it's one of the cases where you just have to get the timing on that rotate right, where I think they got so far up and they were pretty quick about it. Then they started to stall. Federal takes a really good opportunity, right, to just have a quick peek over the top side, understanding there might be a team coming up from behind. And it was perfect timing from him. Got the double spray down, which is not easy to do. And again, they were a little bit surprised by that, but I thought that they might be able to get that refrag, which potentially might have saved them in that situation. situation. Little Boy still holding out towards that eastern side, looking towards the hilltops, over towards Mad Bulls, who made a really smart rotate over towards that northeastern edge to just manage to make it way in whilst not having to fight against Influence Rage too much. Circle down towards that south side, and Pasija Evos, they get a nice spot in the circle off the back of this one with their position on the map. Getting this control of this compound is really big news for them. They just need to hold out BTR now. Another team that did really, really well in their group. We'll see what Pasija Evos can do here. Zuxi's in, Luxi's out. We got Link's Misery as well as Redface. They showed off some pretty slick moves over in their group. Fell off towards the end though. And I think for them it was sort of unfortunate because they really could have gone all the way, because towards those very, very last games, there was certainly a step up in performance, but by that point, it was too late. Alpha 7 had already ascended.
Alpha 7, man, were really like one of the 3 big point vacuums that were in that group, always
one of the
absorbing them all, right? It's mad. That's why it's so hard to kind of like deliver like the true depiction of the way those games went. If you didn't see them, it was just madness. Even looking back at, the overall sort of point differential that we have from the top to bottom in like top 3 for all 3 of the groups, still just wild how Group Green was so much further ahead in terms of the overall points, right? A lot more elimination. A lot more aggression, but late games with close scoring between a lot of them. So that's why it was so impactful. We were talking about Reject Tokyo, barely missing out by like 10 points or whatever it was. And now they've kind of instantly, again, you've come in here, you're like, all right, let's see what we can get going into this week. Not much in the first game. Sandhawk not going to go their way. I'm surprised by how many teams we've actually already seen getting dented here as well, Blank. We're starting to rip our way through a vast majority of our lobby. I was expecting this to be a bit of a slower game, kind of, touch and go, test the approach, see how people are playing coming into Sandhawk. Instead, everyone's playing to their strengths, which is actually really nice to see. It's not playing not to lose at the minute. These are some confidence plays, and we're having a bit of a compound clash going down as well. Rook on the defense, Molly through the window to try and hold your own. Oh, this isn't looking good.
Flashbang to the face as well. I mean, right now, Pusher is getting pushed in by the rest of the team from DK. Just not letting up whatsoever right now. This is painful. But again, this is DK who gave up on that Paris Resort push. They need to get further into this game because they don't even get 4 eliminations. What was the point of leaving in the first place? And right now, they are suffering. Top 8 does not get you a lot of points. Now just Fabian left alive. 3 eliminations. It's decent, but is it enough, though, at this point in time? Fabian will just try and live this one out for a little bit longer, but you can imagine at some point Rook is going to try and remove the rest of these squads. Fabian dashing one way and the next.
Oh no. He was trying to get away, but at that point you kind of know in the back of your mind there's not really anything beneficial that's going to come out of this one. So Rook with the pretty clean defense. I mean, Pusher basically did just shove everyone back outside. They tried to come walking in through the window. He said, no, Blank, this is a window, not a door. You are not allowed safe passage through this bad boy.
You see a handle?
Exactly. How'd you trying to get this one open? That's madness, mate. Nice defense. Good cleanup on the DBS. A little bit room for more DBS spotlight action here as well, actually. Straight back in. Fragmented down from what was a pretty solid 4 that had farmed up the points from the clash they had versus Reject Tokyo. Now you're down to just the duo. Ooh, nice wide shot. Good swing through the window. As that one's actually going to instantly decimate the defense and leave Quest in a bad position. All on easy, but it's going to be a hard shot to hit. And the jump shot will finish him off in seconds. They're still farming up those points, Blank.
Yeah, Influence Rage just have some serious fragging power on the team. I think they were tactically outclassed there by the Mad Bulls on the north side, but that by no means doesn't mean they're going to keep going forward and pumping out those points. Now, Pasija Evos looking to finish off the rest of Rook as Mad Bulls put a big dent in towards that team early on and explode on the vehicle. But Pasija Evos, 3 eliminations, but a high placing off the back of their compound on this south side is fantastic. But look at this. Mad Bulls have not had an easy rotate into this circle. cycle. They've not had an easy run, but they keep making the right decisions of when to take fights, when to leave them. They even leave one of their players behind to keep tabs over towards Influence Rage to get the rest of their boys into action. This was so well done from the Mad Bulls. They're not lacking too much on utility. Smokes, though, is going to be a big deal. Luckily, they already have the circle and masses of damage going through to Pasija Evos right now. Fleek just trying to get forward here. 7 eliminations on your boy Zerich.
Oh, Zerich, mate, he always lets it rip like a Beyblade when he's in a good position. And right now, he's playing an advanced angle, far further ahead. He's the one with 2 nades in the back pocket as well. So the offensive utility in close range to deal damage. Meanwhile, Tulika from the sideline, bullet after bullet, trying to keep the attention on him. Fleek closing the gap. He's got 2 nades to work with as well. Tulika connects onto Misery Blank, and this will be an absolute misery of a defense for Pasija Evos at this point. There's not much to play with. Geometry's out the window. They're right in your face.
Hello?
The super jump going up. They still go for the peak round. Hit Fleek with a first, but the trade back is at least enough to hold it for now. But this is where the third party comes in, Blank.
Kayovski on the side gets a good amount of damage, able to steal away at least a couple of those eliminations. Now Mad Bulls, it's Tulika and Zerich. Tulika just standing up in the back there taking shots, and 2 heavy hitters at the end game here. A 2v2, let's see if the Influence Rage. Mad Bulls, who's going to come out on top? EU versus Americas here.
A clash between both of our groups. Who wants it more? First chicken dinner of the survival stage. The points taken from this will mean so much. You don't want to leave it up to another team to decide your fate. But hot hands, Blank. Influence Rage set ablaze as they go running through the Molotov. Tulika, he's just got to peek. He's just got to hit the shot. He's not enough. He's scared for the face. Eventually hits one, and it's all going southward. Mad Bulls with like 10 HP between the both of them have to put the foot down. And Zerich does it, securing the chicken dinner for the Bulls.
Mate, Zerich with the flash step out the side, the DVS to the face. Federal barely saw his life flash before his eyes before he went down. What a chicken dinner from the boys. You can see how happy they are with that one. It has been a long time coming. We wanted to see a win like this from the Mad Bulls. You got to give credit to Influence Rage, though. Some really nice rotates of their own. And I think you look at both those teams, there's kind of lightning bolts going between the eyes because they made very similar plays towards that end game. Mad Bulls puts themselves in direct line of path with Pasija Evos, though, and wins the fight. Even with the Mario super jump, like you said, Jackie, coming through from Pasija Evos, it wasn't enough to Goomba stomp the Bulls.
No, it couldn't be done, man. They must have had a power-up star, Blank, because they were looking like the stars of the lobby on that one. It got dicey, though, I must admit. I was really impressed by the individual gun skill we were seeing that was coming out into that one. So that final fight, when you're looking at 2 players so low, if you don't peek off each other's contact, you know, there's a timeline where that goes wrong. Interesting final fight. I think that's a great way to start it off, Blank. That kind of got us into the groove of things. And this has already set a little bit of the lay of the land in terms of some of the teams we need to shift our focus onto now with the survival stage with these 2 groups going head to head. That was a really interesting one. We can have a quick look at the stats as well for our winning side here. Mad Bulls already with a chicken dinner under the belt.
Yeah, I mean, 14 elims and a chicken dinner, 24 points is nothing to scoff at here at the start of the day. Similarly for Influence Rage, I think it was around about 12 eliminations they got at the end off the back of that one. So they got 18 points off the back of this game. But you can see that there, even just with the amount of distance they traveled, almost 30,000 kilometers, that is huge for the boys over on Mad Bulls.
Oh, it really was. It's huge for us as well. Strap in for what will be a fabulous day of games here. For now, though, we'll start to break it down and move on back over to the analyst desk with Jason and Co.
Does that mean I'm the analyst, or I'm not? I don't know how I feel about that. But yeah, obviously, welcome back, guys. We had a corker of a match here, starting things off with Mad Bulls taking a phenomenal victory, and obviously Maximan Clars. This victory had to have a start somewhere, and Clars, there was a particular play that they pulled off that really like set the tone for this match, and set the tone of what Mad Bulls are bringing to the survival stage.
Oh, it was a barn burner, mate. This was them I feel like they were controlling so many scenarios, right? Firstly, you go up, you third party, well, not really third party, but you clean up the remnants, the scraps of what was the Team Queso Gladiators play, which was insane. We can probably talk about that later on. And then the big wide rotate through Painan in the blue. He had to try and dip into the north side of the circle, realizing that there probably won't be that many barrier teams up there. I think not enough teams are actually utilizing wider wraps on Sandhawk sometimes when the circle goes against you. And Mad Bulls understood that extremely. 24 points on a Sandhawk. That's a huge start here for the boys.
Yeah, I think that it was just Zerich looking at Effect dominate his group yellow. He's like, I want to do the same thing. So it started popping off. Yeah, playing the western side of Quarry, eliminating Dig Xavier, pushing up onto Influence. And normally, I think, Kalash, you're looking at Influence saying, okay, they have the advantage. They should win that fight. But they started taking some casualties in the middle of that. And they just like, okay, we have to give up that position to Mad Bulls because they're just on fire. Let's just go down and fight Quest and play hopefully for the win, which at the end, because there were rocks still available, Mad Bulls are just able to linger further and further in the match. And one fight that was very interesting, that we're a bit kind of unsure if it was like played perfectly, if there were maybe a few mistakes, is sending that fight over the road onto Pasija Evos, but by clearing that angle, you can then play the rocks. So sure, you lose Flique.
Precisely.
I think it was a necessary sacrifice to make sure you can play that angle against the two remaining players of Influence.
Yeah, it's a constricting play, right? Like, you want to be able to pigeonhole your opponents into a certain scenario so that you can exploit that on the opposite side, because across that road, from those little shacks that they're in, maybe some of the little rocks and trees that Pasija has, actually that's a really open line of fire onto where Mad Bulls wants to be against Influence Rage. So I love their kind of step-by-step play here on Sandhawk. I think it was really well thought out, and you could see how excited they were by that victory at the end of it. They were buzzing.
Yeah.
I mean, they also played out the last little fight as well against Federal perfectly, right? Both peak at the same time from different angles to make sure you can't get that 1v1, considering how low HP Mad Bulls were. But as we're talking about highs for some of these teams, you have to keep in mind, you only play 2 days. You only play out 12 matches, and then you just have to not be in the bottom 6 teams or the bottom 8 teams to get through into the next stage. So it's going to be a good sign here for Mad Bulls. However, on the other side of this coin, we got to talk about Queso and Gladiators, Northwest Island, and we got to dive into it because a 0 or 1 point match for you is not going to be enough.
I don't want to. I don't want to talk about
Do it, Max. Do it.
Look, okay, a 4-man car rotation into Team Queso. I don't know how you... What do you want me to say about that? It was not good. Don't do that. You will die. No, I don't quite get it. Sure, you are sharing a similar position. Maybe they want to facilitate a further rotation by just clearing the northern western island, which, no, makes sense. Okay. I think there's better ways than to just send it as a 4-man rotation in one singular car, because Team Queso normally like to split drop around Cap Alpha, so you're going to be vulnerable from multiple angles. And Mad Bulls hear the fight, right? I mean, talked about it, Kalaris. They hear the fight. Like, what the hell is this madness happening there? Let's just capitalize on that and get free early game eliminations. Fair enough, but Gladiators, yeah, I've just lost hope when it comes to Sandhawk. So I'm looking more towards Erangel and Miramar to see what's going to happen. But Sandhawk is just, it's like they've given up.
I mean, the bizarre thing is Alter Ego has bailed. Alter Ego has given up that early fight. We saw them dropping down towards, I think it was Camp Charlie, Taiban, by even. And given that they have moved away from that and given Gladiators room to breathe on Sandhawk, Gladiators then said, we don't want to breathe. We want to go. Like, where you going?
We don't want to breathe.
Go somewhere else. Like, there were opportunities. I mean, as Max was saying when we were watching the game, Rejects leaves early. You could take that potential path through to a circle that actually would benefit from that kind of rotational path. So where are we going here? What do we do? Especially in one car. Don't get me started on one car. Yeah, we need better from Gladiators. We need better from Gladiators.
Okay, well, looking down the list, obviously we had D+ as well, get up against a fight against D Xavier in Paradise. Again, like with so little time to play, I mean, you're only going to do the Sandhawk once against the group you're playing against currently before it rotates, right? So your positions might be a little bit unsafe now, might be safe for the next time, or maybe the other way around. But obviously, we're going to have to find out. It's still 2 days to come here. But it's time to head into our second match of the day. So let's send it back on over to Blank and Jackie to kick off our spree of Erangels.
Oh, it's always a nice part of the day when we get the back-to-back Erangels, Blank. Those nice greeny pastures that are always enjoyable to be in. Who knows? Maybe we'll see 2 vehicles from Gladiators this time around, Blank.
Yeah, 3 or 4 might be nice. That'd be good news for me. I mean, the one vehicle you raz down, it just wasn't. It wasn't the one. Let's put it that way.
No, it was. It was just one.
It was just one, but it wasn't the one. All right, I didn't like it. It wasn't great, but we will see what happens over in these angles. Obviously, Sandhawk really low amount of reliability on that map to make things happen. But I think at the same time, when I think about this, for Mad Bulls, they really did show that that map is controllable if you make the right moves and you make the right sacrifices as well. Remember, they lost players going into that final circle. A lot of times you see the winning team on Sandhawk be a 4-man squad, right? And that's kind of by design, is that if you get a compound in that position, you can remain there for a very, very long time. You push out towards the end when the circle moves away from you in just a minute fashion. But for Mad Bulls, like I said, they made sacrifices. They left players behind to guard their backs. They went down to the blue. They pushed forward. They took fights, and they just claimed the circle as their own in the end. And I think for Mad Bulls, that's a really admirable quality, and one that is going to be really, really important when it comes to a wrangle where sometimes you do have to fight for these compounds. And I think that we have seen before in a lot of groups, there was a lot of fear to try and push on compounds, or a lot of fear to try and go for these crashes.
Man, there really was so much more, I suppose, kind of conflict to, control what otherwise would be a more guaranteed drop spot, just with sort of the overlap we have of different regions, different teams that were coming up against each other, especially back in Group Green, where it felt like, Erangel, there would be at least a few guaranteed hot drops that we'd sort of be looking at towards the opener. We'll see how it looks here. We'll see what your real scrap in terms of rotation is going to be, any similarities that we'll have once we get that overlap established, because this is the meat and potatoes. This is that consistent portion that will always be there to rely on, right? The back-to-back-to-back Erangels. This is where we separate really a good majority of our points. Some mistakes here are going to be costly, namely for some of the squads as well that weren't able to get anything on the standings off the back of the opener on Sandhawk. That's where you get an extra little bit of pressure. You can feel the coach breathing down the back of your neck, Blank, going, if it's not going to be a win, it's at least got to be a point earner, right?
Yeah, I mean, it does get away from you quite quickly as well. If you keep earning 0 points on the day, that kind of thing can add up quite quickly, because you understand that tomorrow you might not be playing. You might not be in this one. 7-9 already starting things off strong there. Alter Ego loses Rosemary off the bat. That is really, really bad for Alter Ego. So far, they are suffering in a big way. And it certainly does feel like their Alter Ego coming into the survival stage, because they look pretty decent over in Group Green, which we have touted before as probably the most difficult group to play in. So for Alter Ego, something's very, very wrong. Either that or they didn't take the time to research enough. I'm not sure. I know that team does put a lot of effort behind the scenes, so it's just odd to me that they are losing players here and there. It might be nerves, might be something else, but right now something has to change, and quite drastically, because this is looking like another survival game for them. Losing a player in the first couple of seconds of the match, you're looking at maybe 2 or 3 eliminations, potentially 3 placement points if you're lucky, and even that feels like scraps.
It's rough, man. It's like a wall, Blank, that needs to be sanded. It's looking rough. That's not the sort of start that you want at all, man. Coming into it with the first game with Sandhawk, it's at least one of those where you can kind of, take it as a bit of a slap on the wrist and then try and bounce back. But for Alter Ego, now losing Rosemary again, who did feel like he was a bit of a key player, kind of sort of a more young gun that was reliable if you wanted someone to initiate fights, be a bit of a closer as well. Now 2 games where he's not only not in the southern, not helping you get points, it's also individually. He's not warming up as quick, right? If his thumbs aren't ready coming into the day, Blank, now these are 2 games where instead of playing, warming up, getting his gun skill to where it should be, he's instead forced to watch, sat with the team rather than participating. So you're not feeding that hot hand. You're not getting his confidence back up. It's icing him out more. So that really is worrying, having that happen now 2 games back to back. I didn't expect Alter Ego to come in and kind of like roundhouse kick their way through the survival stage, but it was one of those sides where I'm thinking, they have definitely the potential and the talent. It's just about the timing.
Exactly. And I mean, as we know, Rosemary, world-renowned sandpaperer, now only 3 guys who aren't even that good at it to try and sand that wall
And
down.
it's a big wall, you know.
It's a big wall. That's a 4-man wall. All right, okay. It's looking a little bit painful for them. And you're right, honestly. And I think it's something we talked about before in the case of Rosemary being that young gun. A lot of times when you do get your confidence knocked like that, it's even worse when you're a player like that who's up on the rise, because that can be something that can really dim your confidence to make these plays. And it's not something that's easily dissuaded, right? It's not something where the coach can clap you on the back. You've got years of experience to deal with this sort of thing. It's a case of like, you can get down the dumps pretty quickly. And this is a day where you have to perform. So you just can't let that happen. So I think for Alter Ego, big reset required on that next game if they can't get something done here. And I think for Rosemary, it's almost important that the rest of the team is able to get something done on this map in particular, on match 2, to make him feel like, you know, it's not all over. It's not all over at this point.
I imagine even mentally as well, you know, it helps you not stress about it too much if at least off the back of the game, you know, the rest of the guys are able to make enough points that you can kind of be like, all right, like, you know, it was the first game on Aaron Gow, it's fine. Like, yeah, it didn't matter. Whereas more so if you see them go down, sort of getting absolutely trounced after you're the first of 4. Exactly, right? And you're blaming yourself. He's there in the hotel room blank. He's never going to be the same man throughout the survival stage. So hopefully they can at least bring that confidence back up a bit.
Just pulling out tweezers, just picking his hair out one by one. It's just painful. It's just horrible.
Where have your eyebrows gone? Stressed, don't ask.
Stressed.
Very stressed.
Oh, yeah, bad time. So if you see tomorrow, Rosemary, he's only got one eyebrow, you know what happened.
You know why.
You know what happened.
Yeah, if you know, you know.
For the rest of the teams at the moment, let's have a look at it sitting over towards that top side. It has only been one game, but BTR, Persija EVOS, 2 of our Indonesian squads, doing pretty well. So we've still got that representation on that side. I think is a region that's really stepped up, honestly, recently. And I think that it went through a barrage of changes once we saw Zuxi and Luxi get jumped off from BTR, right? You know, they were no longer playing on it, moved over towards Persija EVOS. BTR had a bit of a reform of their own. And I think a lot of the big talents kind of split up between squads, and we found some new big talent coming through. And I think for Indonesia as a whole, it's been a very, very important change, moving away from the fact that the Zuxi and Luxi is the be-all, end-all. And obviously, even Persija EVOS doesn't think that anymore, because Luxi and Zuxi get swapped out all the time for the right situation, for the right time. And I think that is a really, really admirable quality to have for Persija EVOS, because I think that they could just earn fan points by having Zuxi and Luxi in every single match, but they're going for the win. They want the points, they want the money, they want to be in PMGC, and this is the right way to go about it.
Absolutely. I know we were even speculating about it, where it felt like sometimes it was like there was some sort of consistency to the inconsistency in the way that they would rotate out based around using their subs, because it wasn't always the same battleground, so it's not map related. It felt like, you know, at times it was even just energy. If it was more of a staggered day, right, where you've got sort of 6 games, they would rotate to try and keep the energy of the team, I guess, at like the highest maximum output, and that kind of did work for them. Honestly, there was a few games where you'd see sort of like someone coming in fresh, and it's like, oh, okay, yeah, you subbed out Luxi, but it is working in a way where they were all sort of happy to pass the baton. And I like that element, right? Like, if you're going to have subs on the roster, if you're fielding them as well, Blank, it means that everyone's on the same page. It's not like you're bringing them in last minute because of an issue and then they can't deliver. You kind of, you know, gambling on a super sub. It was the fact that, you know, it feels like you've got more of a sort of 5-6 man roster here with EVOS, and all of them can play very comfortably around one another.
Yeah, I'm confused, but it's working, guys. Great job. That's basically what we're saying. I mean, it's good, though. You're right. I think that although I do sound confused, yeah, it does work. Energy-wise, it's certainly picking up that way. Kitsune drops out the vehicle here early, looks to take down Quest. Mactic attempts to run him down. A little bit cruel. Only one player here from Quest at the moment. The rest of them are quite split off, and I don't know what he thought he was doing by taking that engagement. Might have just wanted to hide away. Gladiators, though, do at least find themselves one singular point off the rip. That's decent for them. They're on the south side. They dropped on the southern edge of Sosnovka. Team Queso also dropped in a similar location. I thought we were going to have another case where Team Queso just takes down Gladiators. This is like a rival match once again. But no, they both make it through, and they're on the right side of the map as well. So potentially a game here for Gladiators. They desperately need it. I think that Sandhawk, they understand, is not their best map at all in terms of anything. So I think that if they can get a strong map here on Erangel, it's a case of you just forget about Sandhawk.
it would be like a social media meme for Max that is just shaking hands emoji, gladiators, Sandhawk starts, you know?
Yeah,
That's
pretty
kinda,
much.
yeah.
It's the same thing every time, right? So yeah, it's not changing anytime soon.
I don't think so. You know, I mean, as funny as it is to say, they survived slightly longer on that one than some of the rough drops they had on Sandbox.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
So swings and roundabouts, really, Blank, right? Like it's either kind of better for them or way worse. I guess we'll see how they can translate that going into this game. The first deal-in they got was a weird one. I think we were both a little bit puzzled by it. You know, Quest relatively fragmented from the get-go, just one man trapped on his own, really.
Yeah.
So he was kind of the fish food for them, and they've nibbled down on that. For now, just taking a bit of time, get themselves situated, suited, booted, and looted inside of the compound. There is a set of watching eyes in the distance. That's going to be DK trying to get a lay of the land. IHC on screens here as well. It's the Mongolian massive backup for action. Meanwhile, over at the barn, it seems that Alter Ego is still struggling into the lobby today as Quest have taken contact towards them, and it's the Bison that seems to be delivering 64 bullets of pain straight to the face.
Yeah, Alter Ego now down to 2 players. Ooh, it's not looking good for this team whatsoever. Potato Fnatic have to continue onwards. Rook currently rotating in from a very, very far away position on that northern side. But yeah, it's all starting to pop off now around that central arena in Gatka. A lot of fielded area in this position. Not easy to play with. A lot of times it's kind of just setting yourselves up for the right rotates in the late game where you have clean fields to just try and pump your way through. Vehicles, absolutely huge in this situation. You want to have as many as possible. I'm looking at you, Gladiators. But again, there's some big names here. Mad Bulls, Influence Rage, we saw from that last game. Malice Esports, although it did go down early in that last map on Sandhawk, I felt like it looked like they'd done some really good homework between things to try and find out where these teams are going to be playing and really take control of that edge.
Potential for a lot of commotion in terms of the lay of the land. You can see the rotations that are coming in. A few smokes barely dividing the contact here, but bullets still connecting on target towards Alter Ego. Yeah, effectively trapped in a bit of a gulch between 2 squads, so likelihood for them surviving is getting worse and worse the longer this goes on. It's Gladiators that are still down towards the compound. They found themselves a safe spot and have been at least gifted more safety in terms of the longevity of this position, with the zone favoring them relatively center so far. Mad Bulls already in a good spot as well off the back of this shift. IHC, meanwhile, keeping their ears about them. They've been waiting for this rotate off. And Alter Ego, they were trapped for a while, but they've been able to shake loose and actually have a fairly clear path ahead of them as well. So if they can keep their noses clean, late game points could still be accrued for them. Meanwhile, though, it seems like there's a bit of a clash going down here. A back door, perhaps, as you've got contact into the rear of Malice. They're scarpering somewhat, but they're inside of the vehicles and a little bit fragmented as well, with Mad Bulls down towards the wayside in a position where they will be hearing all this.
Yeah, we know from that last game as well in Sandhawk, Mad Bulls quite easily picked their way through over towards this western side, spotted out some of these players, and then took the fight afterwards over towards Team Case. And already, Mad Bulls, they are engaging. They took some shots over towards Malice Esports. They've crumpled some of these teams. They want to try and take as much control over this edge as possible. I love this from Mad Bulls today. They're looking very, very proactive in their gameplay. Instead of just kind of waiting these games out, trying to take a central position and going off the back of that. So this is really, really, really well done. Over towards that eastern side, you got Quest, who have lost, I think, just the 1 player so far. So it's not the end of the world for Quest at the moment, but holding down Sakatka as 3 players is not easy. You generally need those 4 points of contact on each corner to play out the game the way you want it to happen. Otherwise, you let something open here. And I think for Mad Bulls, if they made a wild guess, went over towards that north-left side, you know, there's a chance that they're able to take complete control over Gatka quite easily. But again, you'd have to know that that was open.
Hindsight always going to be 20/20 in a situation like that. The unknown of those sort of decisions. Bit of high ground control for Zuxi as well. Precision Evos just getting themselves set up in a position to at least have a rough understanding of the lay of the land before they go for their rotation forward. Contact spotted from BTR peeking outside of the window. You've been able to at least establish roughly where they are. And it seems like they might want to make a bit of a spread on this as well. Quite a wide berth between them. So spacing is there. Melise just playing towards the edge of the zone as well. You've got nice high ground for Kishu in a vehicle for to rotate, so they'll be able to make their adjustments relatively safely once forced out of position. Madballs just set up waiting after cleaning up with the contact they did find. And this is Madballs looking a little bit more like what we expected to see, really. Carrying on from that form they had towards the end of Group Green, where it feels like they roam pretty confidently. They're looking to take fights, but they've got the overall end goal of taking chicken dinners in mind. They've already got one under the belt today, picking up Sandhawk. What more can Madballs get done? Siege Evos lying in wait for so long. They finally spot what they wanted, Blank, but have they bitten off more than they can chew?
It's a fast push coming in from BTR right over towards Precision Evos' position, and Misery's just not ready for the instant approach there. Superboy does get taken down in the process, but looks like he's going back and forth here. Right now, BTR do definitely have the upper hand. Satar charging a nade here, Redface trying to get a little bit more done, but already down 2 down now in Zuxi and Misery, just links to try and keep it alive.
This is going to be a hard-fought fight. Ooh, tried to turn the corner, tuck in, see if he could barely get away, but the scythe is swung, and BTR cut their way through them. It felt like Evos were at least set up for this. They had a good understanding of where the push was coming from, but when it comes down to the crunch, they were not enough. Buckle under the pressure, and have now caused this knock-on effect. And they basically turned this compound into a fighting ground. The best of the best will have to scrap to survive, as Alter Ego are fully taken out of the lobby now, with the last man going down, and we remain with 2 squads on top of one another. BTR versus DX. Nades thrown over the top, trying to force them back, put the fear into them. Chow's round the corner with barely a line of smokes blocking him off. Paragin and Co all in position too, but they might want to squirrel away on this one, starting to step back further and further and at least play with the space created.
Yeah, you got to admit, though, that was a nice push from BTR. Really, really well done. Well held on those angles. You know, it's not always easy to get into these buildings without being completely taken out by the shotguns up close and personal. But I think Precision Evos just sort of expected a slower push onto the buildings, right? In which case they were all pulling out the nades, but by that time, BTR just swung in with the M4s, not opting to go for the DBS angle there, just quickly clearing out the building. And I think that speed of approach from BTR, it is a really nice thing to see from this team. Superboy in particular managed to stay alive as well. It's big, but not getting any eliminations, but being that frontliner for the team is so important for the rest of the squad to be able to get in behind him and pick up the eliminations afterwards. DX Avian now stuck in a bit of an awkward situation where it's quite difficult to get away from this spot without being taking sightlines from this team, with it being right on the edge of the circle as well. You know, at some point they will have to leave. You can see in the background there on the right side, you do have Satar off in the distance trying to hold these off angles. Superboy will find himself a nade over the top though, and the rest of the team realizes it's time to dip.
Felt like they should have really pieced out on this one a while ago, though. They had space, they had timing to work with when BTR was still low in terms of the HP. Now they are fully tanked up and confident, and they're just taking these fights with absolute ease. Pinpooled, and you're just going to be able to hold that. Teammate gets the knock, throw that into the face of Lamborghini. Instant swing onto Parajin as well. That's a banger. Detonates DX. Considering Blank that they were able to not only go for the dive onto the compound, crash in with confidence, clean up, then it looked like things had gone southward. They get the reset off in between the fights, push for the wipe on DX, and now put themselves in a great spot in the lobby in terms of the points already, with 4 players alive, by the way. BTR looking pretty scary right now. We'll come back to that, though, because we have another third-party clash going on. 3 squads, all breathing down each other's necks. You've got constant damage coming across. The entire building is basically ablaze, and it's only really Fleek that's trying to stand strong and see what he can do. Rez's going on towards the other side. Reject Tokyo, meanwhile, were thrown into a fight as well. They're trying to save their bacon here. Vehicle going for the drive-by nade, barely misses on the 3-pointer. Now IHC have pulled up to the party.
looking to run down Raze, but don't find it. And Demo gets in, but Alex is already down here. This is looking a little bit disastrous. Tries to swing out the way of the vehicle, but Team Queso very quick on the pull here. Big Milo swings round, looks back towards the guys on IHC, but only one left alive for them. A really pitiful push there coming through from IHC as well. And Team Queso just sort of handle it. They realize that Reject is down on their knees. They can quickly turn around, deal with this fight whilst they recuperate. They will have to reset that fight with them and Reject, but more important to take control of this position. And what a fight there from Team Queso. Really showing up today. Yes, last game they went down early, but I think the setups that they've gone for have been very promising.
Oh, yeah. And you can see the way that things are changing now as well. If we thought, the aggression was going to peter off, was going to slow down, you've got another thing coming. As right now, it is non-stop aggression. Control of these compounds being so critical to teams late game that they are just fighting for them non-stop. Numbers thinning out again here. Rook, they've had some clean fights. They've shown that individually today, they're at least looking quite warm. And still being able to put up a solid defense here has left them somewhat rattled. A lot of our numbers dwindling across a good majority of our squads as well. If you flick towards the right-hand side of your screens here with the skyscraper, you can see that we really are sort of burning through our numbers quite quickly, actually, into our opening Aaron goal. And none of these fights are fully finished off either, with just one player really in the thick of it towards Gladiators. He's fighting from the trees, Blank. He's wide swinging on it, but he's eating nades, and that's not what you want for a balanced breakfast.
Yeah, I mean, as a frontliner here for Team Queso, trying to hold off against the entire team of Gladiators, he wasn't doing too bad of a job there, was Arthur. Now, Papi Potro off in the distance will get sprayed down. Gladiators, again, we said that they wanted to bring things back here on Erangel. Sandhawk, they just cannot handle the heat on that map anyway, so it's sort of fair they go down there. Not fair, but, it's understandable that it happens. We know they're not great at that map. But here on Erangel, not doing too badly. A nice initial rotate as well. They skipped and leapfrogged a lot of distance. I think that's something that we've kind of complained about this team before about, which is a case of too many pit stops, right, along the way to the end goal. And I think sometimes you just have to trust in the fact that you can make a decent rotation. You know where some of these teams are, and you know that you're close to an opening within the circle. So pretty decently done here from Gladiators. Question is, can they keep this up? Because I think their gun skill has been a little bit lacking recently, in particular their team fighting. And I think this is where they start to scare us a little bit. Influence Rage as well off in the distance. A very terrifying team to come up against early on in the game.
And you can see they're just full of confidence here in the way that they're playing smart in terms of map control already, and having the reliance on playing the body system with two duos supporting one another, basically completely fragmenting this entire side of the circle as well, because you've got your backs towards the blue, you've got compound control kind of on either side, at least a little bit of map geometry with the trees to work with on the other line, and they're just willing to play these angles and defend. Previously as well, we've seen that when they're on the roam, very quick with the gun skill, very quick for the instigation of fights. They're looking drilled today, and here it will again be the nade that blows away Tixi. Smart peek off the back of it, dashes it in. Tixi's down on the ground, and this is going to bait a bit of the contact back in from the rest of the Gladiators as well. It keeps their crosshairs honed in on this angle, firing bullets down range, whilst they're also taking some from other angles. Completely exposes them. They've got to think quick on their feet here. They grab the vehicle, at least try park it inside of the smoke to have a little bit of cover to work with. Influence Rage as well, Blank. They're still just swinging into this one. They really want to make sure they can clean up and finish these lower HP players on Gladiators that are now getting picked from the back. This is DK, the other team that was increasing the pressure on them. I don't know how you get out of this one effectively now for Gladiators. It feels like they're kind of getting cooked here.
Yeah, got themselves trapped between a rock and a hard place here. Influence Rage just performing really well there. You talked about the buddy system, and again, you got to congratulate Influence Rage on the way they're playing this game. I think from consistency from Sandhawk to this one, it has been looking pretty decent so far. 7-9 though do make a push over towards DK. You see what they can get done with the nades here. T plus Kia, Korean teams, well known for holding on to compounds towards the central regions of the map. And again, I don't think this is anything different over on Erangel here.
Oh, hello. Nades rolling in. DK. They were ready for the gunfights, but it doesn't seem like the utility protection was there for them. Sem9 trying to hold on to the close quarters engagements on this one. DX at least clapping back and finding some footing to keep themselves stable. Shaky though. At least for now, they will weather the storm somewhat and defend control of the compound that they have laid claim to. Everyone else starting to scuttle further forward and look to find a position to play off of. We get the Gladiator cam once again. Similar sort of story. Meku and Matic trapped. Basically worlds apart, just taking bullets if they peek blank. So again, even moving into a better angle for them isn't really a possibility. And they're only further running down the numbers of nades they have remaining in the backpack.
Yeah, there's a few other teams here are really low on members, including Brute Force as well as Quest. So for Gladiators right now, 4 eliminations, sort of want a 5th place right off the back of this. But with Gladiators going down, with Matic out, down to one of the players coming through from BTR, that is stressful. Most likely will die off the back of that. And yeah, he is out. I think Brute Force went down first, so 6th place. It's okay, it's not amazing, but that's definitely not what's going to take you straight through towards that last chance. And I think this is last year where Gladiators once again fell short in that survival stage where they were so close to making it in. Bear in mind though, last year it looked way better than this. So again, for Gladiators, not a lot of hope at the moment for a lot of squads, and I think they've got a lot to prove to their fans. BTR flying in from that northeast side, trying to make their way through the lobby. Right now, Brute Force has got YDO towards that center side, still hanging on for the team. But it's Influence Rage, which I think a lot of eyes are on at the moment. Really strong team so far, great fragging power. And in a lobby like this, and a map like this, with a circle that's over towards that fielded region, where realistically you need to have very accurate shots. This is where a team like this can shine, but they need to wait for Rook to push out. They need to wait to where they can get in towards the circle, because right now BTR has so much control.
Oh, mate. Control of the recoil, though, is the difference maker here for Rook, playing on the roof and giving a real rude awakening into the side of Influence Rage. Definitely causing a bit of rage to bubble up and boil on that one. Good distance on the connection, focusing on their surroundings as well, trying to keep their wits about them as they realize that BTR are far closer, relatively pushed up. A little bit of geometry to work with as well, with the hay bales blocking some of the contact. Low HP on Influence Rage now, and with the zone starting to nip away at their heels, it feels a bit rough for them. This is a side as well that plays so confidently throughout the regulation. You see in the way they take these fights, the way that they play off the back of countering other teams' rotations. Final circles, how good are they going to be looking when it comes to these fights, where you're looking at the 4-pronged attacks? How well can they play it out? A few bullets just being exchanged from either side, but with no real gap in the middle, no real room to fight from. It's just if they can actually land their pot shots. The first one's a nice connection, and this could instigate BTR to now swoop in, which seems like to be the play. Shutting down Rook relatively cleanly, actually, as one by one, they are being torn down.
Now DK getting stuck in as well, and I think for Rook it was always a matter of time here. Playing from that side of the compound, they get a lot done from that high ground that they owned, but once they started to get pushed out again, they didn't really have too much hope there. I think the push had to come a lot sooner. They got very greedy with the eliminations, trying to take control of that high ground. I think they opted to try and push out earlier. Instead, decided we want more eliminations from that top side. Satar once again pushing out.
Oh, he's hit some pretty crispy shots. How much more is in store for us? DK seeming to just be playing the defense rather than offense right here. You've got the 3-prong setup. Little bit of cover for all of them with a supply crate, at least blocking off some of the angles, some of the line of sight for DK. Maybe not enough though. BTR, they've been looking better and better the longer this one's gone on. High HP, utility to boot, nades in the back pocket. First one goes flying out as it's flung towards Forest. See if it will connect on target. Ooh, barely over the top on that, yeah.
It looked way closer than that, actually, to be honest with you. Nobu, though, looking for one more towards Tatar, who's got a really nice off angle for the rest of the team. It is Lepar continuing to put the pain over towards Influence Rage, and that rage is finally quelled. And the boil is put to a stop, brought down to a simmer as we get towards the end game here. Whilst both these teams slowly but surely will meet towards the center. BTR currently have a very, very good outlook on this one. We'll see what DK can do in this last and final moment. But it's looking painful with the amount of ground that's currently controlled by BTR.
Yeah, this is going to be a hard-fought fight for DK, man. You're going up against the Bigatron red villains. The villainy is always terrible to play against, and it's the utility that is doing the work for them. Nade after nade. BTR blow away the competition. That was under 30 seconds. Blank, pull out the stopwatch on that one as Bigatron pull up with a huge final fight there. And the nades do all the talking to secure the chicken dinner.
And I thought 14 eliminations would be a big count from that first game on Sandhawk, but BTR just blows out of the water immediately. What a great game from them. Really strong holds, really strong crashes as well over towards that northeastern side. An instant holdout versus DX Xavier. Really, really well done. Quick drink of water as well. Got to stay refreshed here because, I mean, he put in the work this game. Very, very good stuff from Satar. Some really good off angles held from this lad on the squad. Yeah, really, really well played, and I think the amount of control they took in that end game was monumental. They got a little bit lucky with the circle shifting up their way towards the northeast so hard, but all things considered, I do think it was a strong game coming through from BTR overall.
And that's two pretty clean games from them back to back, really. You know, even on the first outing on Sandhawk, you could see the talent was there in some of the decision making and what they were getting themselves into. The longer this one went on, though, the more comfortable they looked. It was really nice to see. I think it's the way that they sort of took control of that final circle. When you're looking at the fight that they instigated, you know, it did look a lot better from them. So there you go, Blank. Another chicken dinner in the back pocket. A nice one to start things off there for BTR. I think maybe that's the first of more to come today.
It might be the first of more to come today, and I hope that it continues for some of these teams, but we'll find out later on as we head back to the desk for the meanwhile.
Hey, we're back. What's going on? Obviously, Bigatron pulled off a fantastic game for them. Picking up, I think we came to the conclusion of 16 eliminations max. They just completely steamrolled this lobby, but not only them, but it's D+ and Influence Rage as well, putting in some serious work.
Yeah, if you're looking at some of the teams that I would expect to be on the podium, Jason, I'm looking at these three teams actually. It's going to be D+ here, we're looking at Influence Rage, looking, of course, at BTR too. And we talked about the big storyline. Is it BTR? Is it Procedure Evos? Well, it wasn't even a fight apparently in that early game. They just completely dunked on them in that compound without losing a singular player to Colaris. It's so important that it allows them to get such a massive spread in those fields. And most importantly, you want to hold on to that utility, right? And that is why in those finishing moments, it's so important. You cannot play those hay bales because one nade and you're just gone.
Yeah, real urgency for the majority of this lobby in terms of getting a priority spot early in a player like this, in a game like this, right? When between these compounds and chopsticks, the land is so open. I will say a huge kudos to BTR for the crazier 2-2 split that they were holding on to across chopsticks as well as northwest of the chopsticks, where there's really not that much cover. You're still kind of playing fields, but with a little bit of a lip in front of you to give you some cover against some of those teams that are south of you. But that 2-2 was instrumental in them being able to transition strongly into the next circles to have that kind of linchpin. And you can see here towards the end, they were dunking on teams. They played this so well, did BTR. It was a great game from them.
I think they had 8 eliminations before this, and all of those on northern teams, which means that you are not going to be backstabbed in those situations. So you can play the hay bales, play the low off terrain advantage, and they're looking so happy, of course, as they secure themselves that win. Looking fantastic. 26 points right here for BTR. Looking good, and they want to make sure they don't lose a tiebreaker again, Jason. At least they got the win. If another tiebreaker happens, they should win it normally. It should be fine.
I mean, obviously, it's just try to be out of the bottom 8 here, and one victory like this could be exactly what you need to be a little bit more safe. And while we're doing Group Yellow, I did remember mentioning to Seven and Cameron that this BTR, it's like the old BTR with the play they're able to do in Day 1 in Group Yellow, and what we're seeing here in Day 1 as well. It's fantastic to see BTR be this strong team yet again.
They're so control based in terms of their positioning. Actually, so is Procedure normally now. Like these two, the rosters kind of split off from one another, right? And they've really focused on their control and how they're kind of being able to lock down certain locations. Fun fact though about this game, Jason, you've got BTR, D+, and Influence Rage 1, 2, 3 in this game, they were 4th, 5th, and 6th at the end of Yellow. They were the teams that were on the cusp of trying to get through into that Grand Finals straight. So Yellow is coming out to play here against Green, and I'm not surprised because watching Yellow when you guys were covering it last week was an absolute treat. These 3 teams, big high hopes for these 3 teams, and they're showing it here on the Battlegrounds.
I mean, it's called the Group of Death for a reason, and we're seeing exactly why with the strength that they're bringing into the survival stage. But one thing we also need to mention is not obviously just these 3 teams, and you two were very, very vocal about this, is that when these zones changed in such of the terrains that we had, so many teams were ready to go or were already ready to start moving, knowing that they had to make that transition, and seeing teams be quickly on the move like that it's a reflection of the caliber of the lobby that we have.
Yeah, I mean, teams are clearly understanding how to play this kind of terrain. And during that game, you mentioned it, Kalaris, that you don't have many strong positions to play from. You've got a few compounds. Outside of that, it's just flat terrain. It's fields. So you don't really want to play for the duration of this match. So you just want to blast for those positions really early and try and take control, which is what we saw from teams like D+ Kia, from Gladiators, from also Quest and BTR taking a fight versus Procedure Evo. So they all understood how important it was to go for it. And one team, especially for me, and Kalaris, you're going to be happy talking about D+ Kia, their position straight in the center, looking good overall, but they knew we're not going to win this game from this location. So what do? Just get as many eliminations while we are still alive in this match. And look at that, they got double digits just by trying to get those points before going out in the match. So I love the mentality overall of all this lobby, but D+ Kia more specifically this match.
Yeah, they showed that their compound defense and control is strong. Again, kind of one of the hallmarks of D+ that I really enjoy watching is their ability to be able to hold down these locations, and they do it really well. And just to wrap that up succinctly, what you were talking about, Jason, and what Max was talking about with the movements, you want to be in your cars moving before a circle pops. We see too many teams be slow, not in their cars, not ready to go. But at least if you're in your car heading in a direction, it could be the wrong direction, but at least you've got momentum to start moving to wherever it goes as it does pop. So we see this lobby, I want to say maybe 13 teams were ready to go on circle 2 and 3. As you say, Jason, the caliber of this lobby is awesome. I'm happy to be here in the survival stage.
And as a last little note, we talked about Rosemary being the highest damage dealer out of all of the groups. Well, Alter Ego are currently sitting in 15th place with 2 points. Then right behind them is Reject on 1, which was our 4th place team coming out of Group Green. But again, it's only 2 matches. Not too laser focused on them just yet, but they have to turn some tides around because they're running out of matches to make things happen. You guys at home, though, while you're watching, keep in mind, while we're not on air, and whenever that does happen, we do have the Frost Festival currently live within PUBG Mobile. You can step into the enchanting snowy village where you can revel in the exhilaration of gliding down slopes on a snowboard and potentially turning people into snowmen. So make sure you guys get into PUBG Mobile to play that out right now. And Max, don't worry, I'm not going to mention anything about you. But also, the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala is going to be currently going on as well. It's a brand new competition exclusive for honorable rewards that you guys can get for yourselves from November 15th through December 15th. You guys can compete to be the first ever PUBG Mobile Popularity Annual Gala champion. And for outstanding players, of course, you get some sweet rewards that you can kind of show off to your friends or enemies. Depends on how you want to do that. And not to mention, you also have the Pagani collaboration currently live in PUBG Mobile as well. You can pick up the Pagani Imola or the Zonda R, and you can run over your enemies as much as you possibly can. For me, it's Max, man. Next time we get that rematch, Max, you know what I'm coming at you with. And then also, we do have PMGC on TikTok. We also do have a special dance going on as well. You guys can pick up the RP-A4 dance where you guys can show off your victories. Not to mention there's even a PMGC 2023 statue that you can use to show off to your friends. But for now, we got to head to a short little break where we get things ready to go for our second airing of the day, which will be our 3rd match overall. So see you guys in just a few. Well, we're just moments away from kicking off our third match of the day, and things are starting to heat up. And I always say that all the time, but considering your tournament career of the year could be over within these next 2 days is very daunting for a lot of the teams out there. But not if you're Bigatron, not if you're D+, not if you're Influence, Rage, Mad Bulls, all sitting there very pretty at the top of the table. But also, we have to keep in mind, it's about being out of the bottom 8 teams. You don't have to do that well. You just have to do not that terribly. Let's head over to our casters as Jackie and Blank are ready to take you into our third match.
Just doing not that terribly is what me and Blank do better than anyone else. Blank, we couldn't be in a better position for this.
Yeah, we could be. Look, we know what it takes. We know what it takes to be a 16th place type of guy at the end of the day.
That's the experience that we bring. See, when I say I know what it feels like to get no points there, is because I know what it feels like to get no points.
No points. Yeah, I've been in that scenario. I can't tell you what it's like to have the most points in the lobby, but I can tell you how it feels to suck. Down towards the bottom of the lobby, at least. It's looking a little bit scary for some teams. I think we have come away with a couple of squads getting pretty much 0 points across the board so far, which has been pretty horrid, to say the least. Let's put it that way. I think right now we're looking at Reject with 1 point only, and we really thought Reject would kind of take it home during the survival stage. Right now, not looking too good at all. Alter Ego also losing Rosemary 2 times has made them suffer, which also begs the question of how important is Rosemary to that squad, because it feels like if they don't have him on side, they're just not able to make those same kind of pushes, same kind of plays in towards that end game. Xavier currently in 12th place, sorry, with 4 points. So also, not a great start. There is some teams that are really getting cracking towards that top side of the lobby at the moment. That is BTR and Influence Rage. At the end, kind of discount Mad Bulls from that one, considering they got the 24 points and the 1 point last game. So for Influence Rage and BTR, it's been 2 strong games back to back. And I think right now that sees them pretty safe at the moment.
It's a pretty good spot to be in. How far will our standing shift over the course of the day? Who's going to be on the top, the cream of the crop by the end of it? Because already I'm feeling like there is a lot of room for some big shifts still. I still don't feel like we've seen a true taste of some of the squads in this lobby just yet, but the signs of life that we are seeing from some of them is really impressive. You know, like you were saying, BTR coming out swinging into both of our games, 1 chicken dinner under the belt already, and it's just how quick they are at clearing compounds. It blows my mind, Blank, that you can see them coming in so confidently on compound crashes and just making it look like a walk in the park.
Yeah, for sure. And I think for, you know, we've not seen the true taste of some of these other teams, but we certainly got the little teaspoon out for BTR. You know what? To me, that's a 10. And I think that I've been quite excited to see them perform the way they have. Right now, Reject decides that, you know what, they're not very happy with the way they've currently played, just sending it over the teams at the moment. Team Queso, they're more of a scrappy team right now, 9 points, but they're certainly hunting squads. Right now, Big Milo chasing with an Uzi in hand, and IHC taking a little fight here with a couple of teams on side, where most teams are assuming this is going to be a Sosnovka finish. This is cruel.
Oh, mate, this is a battle on the bridge, and not one you really want to be a part of. That's rough for Quest, man. Oh, Blank. It just gives me flashbacks of remembering, you know, kind of Al Hadji with his sad story where he was like, look, it feels like, you know, kind of maybe we've let it slip.
We're depressed.
Maybe we're not going to make it to survival stage. Basically saying like, yeah, we're all pretty sad. We've been giving it our all, but it's just not been working. They make it to survival stage. And again, they're kind of just getting hit with that unlucky stick, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just waiting for the Al Hadji interview again, where we just get another. We're pretty sad. We feel like we're not going to make it the last chance. But we know Quest, you know, they always make it through in that last moments where Hidan as well as Al Hadji start to bring the fire to the table. We'll see what happens, though. You know, it could be a case that Quest just do absolutely horribly the entirety of the survival stage. It'd be sad to see. They did knock out Tiamba, though. A cruel 1-pointer over the top of them to make that one happen. Procedure Evos on our screens, 9 points for them as well. And I think, honestly, though, for Procedure Evos, I think they've been making the right calls, some of the right moves around the map. This time we've got Luxie and Zuxi in the mix, trying to make things happen. Gladiators off that back at that last game, I think they made an initial good rotate and then kind of got a little bit caught. They were making some swings from side to side, trying to find some positions to play in, but they kept getting caught out on either side. Couldn't quite make a decision in that end game, which came back to bite them. Here, though, most teams have made a pretty quick call, which is to immediately send down towards Sosnovka, get in position for that one. There's still a chance that this moves hard towards that northwest side. We play around Ferry Pier, which would be pretty awkward, honestly, for a lot of these teams.
Positionally as well, giving props where due, I'd say that Rook have actually been relatively on point today, Blank, with some of their rotations in terms of setting up inside the zone early. They've looked pretty damn good with it. They've been able to give themselves nice compound control when it's come to some of those more important fights. And as we've seen, it's basically a 75% chance they are going to be able to hold on to those compounds at the minute. They're hitting their shots. They're looking very good on the defense. So already being in a good spot in terms of military base setup already. We'll see how that works out for them the longer the game goes on. Of course, that is sort of the main mindset for a lot of our squads at the minute. Complete the mass migration with how harsh of a circle shift is going to be down towards this side. You're going to lose a ton of land mass where most of the circle is water. Reject Tokyo were one of those squads that started their grand journey a while ago and have now started to touch land and arrive where they want to be. So but a moving, shaking, and grooving going on. The early combat seems to have calmed itself down. One of the other squads we saw getting absolutely rocked, by the way, was Melise. They were basically trapped on the bridge in some very unfortunate positions, just getting mauled by an LMG. That was what we saw from them when we caught a couple of glimpses. So Melise are down to just one player already. So that's a bit of a rough start from them. I know they were actually looking more and more impressive, obviously, the longevity we got out of them with the original group stage and regulation back with Group Green. I was hoping that they would be able to, come out and really give a good display of themselves into the survival stage. But at the minute, looking like they're getting a little bit outclassed by a few of our squads, targeted in a few of these opening moments at least.
Yeah, we wanted to see them Melise the Beast, but unfortunately we don't really see that here with them, sadly. And I think that for the rest of the team, it's just some of these plays that they're making. They're not terribly thought out, Jackie, honestly. I think some of the movements they're making where they want to hold out teams, they are just sort of getting outclassed a lot of times by some of these squads, which is unfortunate, right, at the end of the day. Procedure Evo's coming against Influence Rage. I am worried about this team overall, and not the fact that they're doing badly, but I'm worried that Influence Rage is going to start really taking some big points away from a lot of the teams in this lobby. Like Kale was saying, you don't have to do extremely well in survival stage, right? You just, like we said before, you just don't have to do horribly. And I think right now at Influence Rage, it looks like they're just taking so many points off away from around the map so far. Hitting teams very hard in the early game, which really just squeeze those points out. So for anyone in the group playing with yellow, does make your life a lot harder, especially if you have to play with them every single time. Dear me. See you later down to some nice nades from Reject Tokyo, who have come out swinging in this match, which is nice to see.
CEO of Grenades there. Unfortunately, his stocks went up with a boom. Reject Tokyo, man. It's nice to see. They, again, were one of the sides that I remember as really complimented in terms of how clean they were with their comms for sort of double, triple nade setups. They were pretty quick with it. Them and Stour, I remember impressing an awful lot throughout Group Green. So if that's a trend that continues, it always helps. Good to have that extra element with the utility there stuck up your sleeve. I like what you were saying, though, with Influence Rage as well. I think it's an interesting tidbit because the way they're playing it, we even sort of noticed it back towards the final circle in a previous map. They're very confident over the course of the first few stages of the game. They prefer roaming. They prefer fighting. It's that, more sort of classic meta that we were seeing with some of our Brazilian teams, right? Where like Loops were playing like it, where they would just build so many points. Alpha 7 were playing like it, where they would build so many points off of roaming, picking apart weaker squads, kind of finding targeted squads that they're willing to kind of track down game in, game out as well, and put the pressure on because it frustrates them and it accumulates points for you, making your job kind of a bit easier. And they are skyrocketing further up the standings as well. And keep in mind as well, when you look at sort of where they are in the standings with a guaranteed second place, out of the top 3, they're the only team that doesn't have a chicken dinner under the belt as well right now. So these are just basically elim and placement points, and that bodes well. Even if they're just playing for elims like this, Blank, and guaranteeing a good few per game throughout the course of this first play day, that's the sort of stuff you want in a survival stage format like this, right? Where you're sort of just doing the handiwork for yourselves. Even if you're not guaranteeing you're playing for that guaranteed chicken dinner, you're still getting the points you need to have a safe placement. And safe placements are kind of worth their weight in gold right now.
Yeah, I mean, for the guys on Influence Rage, they do sort of have that Brazilian confidence buff, right? And I think that does come a long way, especially when you get to a survival stage. I think we've certainly seen some teams in this lobby, like for instance, Reject or DXavier, Alter Ego, severely suffer from the fact that they are in the survival stage. But teams like Influence Rage, Mad Bulls, BTR, who just decide, you know what, look, we're in the survival stage right now, but it's a case of we could either like kind of drown in our sorrows here, or we can just put the boots on and get to work, honestly, and just kind of secure our position to the last chance, make it as easy as possible from day one like this, and then go from there. And I think that is a really, really good mindset to have. Coming out swinging in the first 2 games is so important for the mental game, especially in survival stage. You mentioned it really early on, Jackie, and it's a great point to make, which is a case of you don't have much chance for error here. And with Alter Ego going out again with 0 points, I think that they might have made too many mistakes already.
Man, with how it's going right now, I want to kind of agree with you, because I think really the realism of where we are with this, Blank, is it's just going to be so harsh to instantly start bouncing back. You know, it's kind of like a metal bar. You're already way too far bent out of shape, right? Considering the fact that not only you have to fix the damage you've done, but then you've got to get more. It's just like kind of sad. It is kind of sad. We've got the Maxman update coming in as well. So that was literally them just raw on the rotate. So the timing of it all not taken into account in terms of the rotations, going out to the blue just off the back of swimming. So you are cold in water and now eliminated by the blue. Oof. 3rd game in a row, Blank, where you've basically got nothing on the scoreboard. If that's not going to tilt you mentally as well, alongside just, the actual tangible things we can take into effect to say, like, look, it's not been a good day for them, plus the mental side now coming into effect, I don't know what we're going to be seeing from AE at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you identified it really early. Like, look, it's a case of Rosemary going out a couple of times, confidence gets knocked, there starts to be a little bit of sadness draped over the team. And then from there, you just don't make the right plays. And a lot of times, this is what PUBG Mobile boils down to, is if you're having a good day or having a bad day, you have to be able to make those calls in those moments, because if you're not feeling confident, you're not feeling great, that's a day where you don't decide, look, boys, we're just going to crash over in Millie base, or we're just going to go crash the ridge side and the western side of this circle. We don't care if there's a team there at the end of the day. We're still going to make it happen. But if you're not feeling great about it, that's a position where you're like, we'll just, hang around on the edge of the circle, maybe drink some tea, and then hopefully we get in later. And that doesn't cut it. That doesn't cut it here in the survival stage. Right now, we've got a couple of teams that are looking fairly decent right now, and one of the teams on that Western Ridge is Rook. And you talked about earlier on, this team, it does look like a squad that is really, really confident at taking Central. Right, they're not the hugest points in the lobby right now with 14, but it's good enough. In the meantime, we got Brute Force here going up against Influence Rage, who are still trying to hit some big money shots at the moment, try and get some big amount of eliminations on board. Prepod coming in, one of the best names in the world, in my opinion, over to try and remove some of the rest of the players here from Influence Rage. We will run down Federal. Now it's just one player remaining in Kayovsky, and that will be the end of it. Nice one from Prepod, moving in there, understanding that he can probably finish off the fight for the rest of the team, and Brute Force will move on forward. But again, 4 eliminations on the game for Influence Rage. Could have had more, but on a map like this, on a circle like this, where you're quite far away from the circle anyway on the eastern side, I think you'd be pleased with 4 eliminations.
I think so. Especially with the points you've already gathered. This is one where at least you can go, okay, kind of halfway point of the day. You know, we can accept that and then get a little bit more out of our next games. Just think about it as, all right, we didn't get nothing. We still got a few elim points on top of the buffer we had already built. As long as sort of, you know, no one outside of the top 3 kind of has like a mad game and starts to mess up where you are in the standings.
Yeah.
Then you're kind of coasting, and right now it looks pretty good for that to be the case, with Madball still having 3 alives, and BTR with the full squad alive and kicking as well. And both of those have actually looked really dominant in the lobbies today, so there is always a chance where, you know, maybe you see a second BTR pickup on the chicken dinner, then kind of your efforts aren't really that bad. You still got 4 elims, and you're in a good spot off the back of it. But speculation, for now, we'll stick to the facts and see what the present is going to give us, and just how much of a present this new zone is going to be. For some of the squads, it's pretty damn good. You look at the central locations again. Rook roll the dice. It comes up nat 20 for them, so they're going to be happy. But here's what changes that. Madball's reading the situation. Now, Madballs, how good are they going to be about controlling the game here? Down to just a trio and already taking damage. It seems like if they wanted to crash for this compound, it might be harder than they thought it was going to be. Initially losing a few lives, but Fleek trades back with the DBS, takes down most members of DK and puts them in a real punishing position here, smoking out the building to give them additional cover to work with, detonating the garage though, and it's all going a bit wrong. DK most likely can clean up on this. I mean, it's only 2licker that's inside of the compound now.
Yeah, it was a really good initial start there coming through from Madballs, honestly, on quite an intense push as well. 2licker gets face-to-face with a nade, has to pull out some big plays here versus the guys from DK. It's not enough. They do take down 2 players, and Madballs won't find much more off the back of that one. Sam9 here, the fighting though, will rock up themselves. These are the guys on the western edge of Airstrip, and they decide that, look, this compound looks pretty tasty, looks kind of juicy. We want part of this one. With DK losing a couple of players, this might be a good time to go for it. Mamparang coming in with the boomerang, tries to hit a couple of the shots here, but won't quite find it just yet. M4 up close and personal, lots of smokes. We'll see what they can get done. Trying to move through this fog of war.
It seems like they're trying to play it off the back of the timing from the nade, right? If Deb hits that one, you get the audio cue. You know, you found contact with the initial chip damage. Then Senpan can go for the push in and see if he can actually connect some of the shots inside of the building. A lot of utility being used on this, though. So smokes are constantly up. Your line of sight is pretty skewered. So hard committing onto this engagement to swoop down on DK is still going to be a bit rough for them. Man, still just buying his time with at least the pin pull. Bit of a connect there onto the backhand side. So Osal taking that one. If you could arc this in through the top floor window, could be pretty tasty for them. Of course, positionally, they don't have the information that we have to play off here. So, hit or miss. There's finally the tag they were looking for. Wants to bait them into the DBS, though. Could be a bit of a game changer. If you funnel yourself through the choke points, that's where the DBS, it's going to bite down on you. The jaws will come out. Timing's good for the wide swing. Hits the first, puts the pressure on. Sem9 now being forced to defend rather than aggress on this one. Noble as well. He's got the nade. Good timing on that. Dashes it out through the window. A bit of chip damage onto them. And they're starting to lose a good chunk of HP here, Blank. This could come back to bite them on the bottom now.
It was lucky that Nobu goes down there. I mean, if he doesn't go down, I think it's a very, very different story. Sem9 certainly take control of it, but it was not as easy as I hoped it to be. Now in the top 3, you've only got BTR remaining currently on our screens, going head-to-head versus Reject, who did find themselves down towards the south side of Airstrip, currently playing around those 2 compounds available. Got some nice positions where you can take control of the high ground. Fortunately for them, the majority of the circle's already off towards that western side, which is just high ground all around. So we'll see what Reject can get done on this game, but right now we are all looking at BTR. This Indonesian squad has done so fantastically well here. They were just a few points shy of making it through directly to the Grand Finals itself, so it's not too much surprise they're doing very, very strongly here in the survival stage, but it's also not like we didn't have other really strong teams that were just shy of making it in towards that direct invite either. So a very, very nice performance here from BTR in Group Yellow. One that I don't think a lot of teams expected.
It's just been so impressive, man, to see the way they're playing really confidently and really calculated as well. So BTR, I mean, if they keep this up, it feels like they really could be commanding a lot of respect, because these are big point scoring games. You've already got a chicken dinner as well. You're going to get more and more eyeballs on you in the lobby, and that can go one of two ways. People might not want to play as confidently against you, or they might want to start targeting you, stopping you from absorbing all of the points. Bit of a clash on screen here as well. It's Gladiators that are trying to fight for control. After what seemed to be a rough start, the clash back does fall in their favor. Nice damage done to at least start to force them out of the preferred positions they're playing inside of the compound. Big Milo with a pin pulled, looking to try and peek round the corner and dash the nade for the close engagement, but Kitsune, he's too quick. He's been able to close the distance between them both, diving through the window, looking to bait out the play, goes for the second jump. That one will land on the peak, so Big Milo is busted, sees his teammate inside of the compound as well, and Kitsune is just toying with them, using all of the information to his advantage, but it won't matter, as when it comes down to Brawn, the DBS of Pappy will work far better. Quick res as well, goes for the medic maneuver on his teammate, and it seems like he's got timing on this, so Big Milo should be back in action.
Yeah, Painful is the only player to make it through. There's a lot of shots coming from that top side. I think maybe from DXavier as well as Rook, perhaps even IHC in that situation, looking down towards the rest of the squad with Matic going down as well as Meku. So Kitsune, the only one to make it up to the actual building, did some extremely good work on his side. There might have been a chance for him, just got a little bit lost in the sauce at the end there. But for Gladiators, looks better, does look better, but still, is this enough? Is this enough right now? 8 points after 3 games. It's not ideal. There's going to have to be some strong matches later on if Gladiators want to hit towards that top 16. Big Milo drops out the vehicle. Papi Potro left behind. But again, Rook, like you said, rolled the dice. It comes up 6s. It looks nice here over towards the northern side for them. They will have to deal with DXavier eventually, but that's playing downhill, and this is just one of the most difficult positions to assault in the game. BTR similarly moved up, but Reject, they've been having a good game of it. I've been pretty happy with the way they regrouped here as well. They were playing on the 2-2 split. They get the info. They decide it's better off to hold on this compound here in the mansion almost towards airstrip. This is a very difficult position for BTR to remove themselves from now.
The thing is with Reject as well, you know they're having a good game if it's got towards this sort of portion of the battleground, and finally now we're starting to talk about them, right? Because that means they're playing their kind of style. They're being allowed to take their time in terms of rotation and keep all four alive. A curse that we might have just laid on them, though, as you're going up against BTR, which is never an easy feat, plus the fact the first contact is from the nades, and they're just eating them now. It's an all-you-can-eat buffet, but there is just grenades in the box is blank. Everyone's going down, man. It's literally just one man left at the minute. Dives out the window with the timing. That's just Lufa. But what can you really do? It really feels like you're in a bit of a already finished position. Only knock-on effect is that BTR have exposed themselves to 7-9 and taken a ton of damage on getting the job done. It felt like it was relatively clean, but in reality, you still got to lick your wounds from this one. And yeah, you get the compound, but you've basically bought yourself a sort of, you know, souped out shed to play off of.
Yeah, I think for Reject, there definitely had to be nades way, way earlier before the cross even started to come through. If you allow them to line up those nades and get them in the window on the left-hand side, pretty much game over. I was kind of taken aback by the just random shot into the smoke, assuming that he was using the prop up on the back of the buggy there to try and get an angle over the top. Great move, great play overall from BTR, though. They understand the game, they understand how its little niches are played against them, and they get 3 across, which is pretty big news for them. IHC decided to take the time to move in from the south side, whilst Rook is still dealing with DXavier over towards the northwest. Yet to push in, and they will have to do eventually. Eugene just cycling right now, trying to get any info he can.
7-9 on the move. Clearing around the back of the ridge, the engines burning, noise at least going across, so audio cues for either side, visual contact now as well. So many teams budged up on one another, but making the first move, making the instigation is not something that anyone wants to do. You don't want to give away the first mistake for free, but finally bullets are starting to fly, realizing that they can probably take the engagement on this. So IHC start to put bullets down range. Ooh, looking for the bonnets as well, and we'll actually be able to claim one. So putting the pedal to the metal, strikes onto the first man. The DBS is pulled out to at least finish his joyride. And you can get the res back off as well. So IHC will reset from that one confidently from now. But this is going to be an explosive engagement. You look at just the grouping we've got here, Blank. They're all on top of one another. And DX, they were setting up with the nades. It seemed like they wanted to try and arc that one over the top. But from the side, DX have been spotted, and Levi's has dropped.
Yeah, Levi's going down here, not ideal. Another one falls as well. That's Chow. Rook just pushing through him. Another knockdown with a vehicle. There will be a frag back, though, onto Rook. As IHC's Yo just taking some heavy hits. I think Rook just spent way too much time trying to deal with DX Xavier, and IHC sees the opportunity of a lifetime on that south side where they were not in a good spot and picks up a nice little position towards the central arena. You gotta love this from IHC. You can tell this team is very experienced, veterans of the game in multitudes of tournaments to get towards a position like this so quickly. 8 eliminations will see them very happy at the end of this game no matter what.
Default. At least playing Medic right now, seeing if he can save his teammates. You've still got something to fight with, some sort of additional benefit going into this. As the longer this one goes on, the more the pressure mounts, knowing you're getting closer and closer towards a potential chicken dinner. The spread here looking interesting as well in terms of the positions that have been taken. Yeah, you've got high ground for Rook, but that also means you don't really have a quick rotation to do too much in terms of pushing your way downhill. They want to defend, but with the numbers so far dwindled, even going for the res on default could be the difference of you still being in it. So Eugene probably weighing this one up, realizing it's not too worth it. Basically got to play as just a solo, and that's not going to aid him that much as they're starting to clear their way in from different angles, keeping his crosshair moving and attention on him. As soon as he peaks, Godless spams back and does the damage onto him. Meanwhile, the other squads are just playing their cards close to their chest, don't want to instigate the fight onto them until we've started to rip our way through some of these numbers. So placement points are in a better spot. Kenny gets pushed upon. Default actually does clear him, gets behind the rock as well, tries to swing into it, but Kenny closes us out with the DBS.
Yeah, shut down there. Good stuff from them. BTR takes opportunity here to get up towards this little ridge side. It's the thing keeping them alive in this situation. Mamparang down, not ideal. 90ep will move away from this one in the meantime. BTR just swinging around. I love this play from BTR. They realize that this is the play they need to go for right now to try and secure a second place. They deny the sightlines from IHC. Look to finish off 7-9, but Alex is having none of it here with the AWM, looking to absolutely destroy some of these players. Man's got MG3 and AWM. This guy is kitted.
Yeah, man is stacked right now. The Arctic Warfare Magnum dealing damage bullet after bullet. And this bad boy just laying a spray of lead to consistently keep them stuck in position, taking peeks towards the opposite side of the hill. Alex, my man is quick-scoping now. Get their camera as he's doing 360s blank and keeping the pressure on all of the squads. So the high ground paying off massively for IHC. The Mongolian side getting closer and closer towards getting their hands on a chicken dinner, but they've still got to find their way through BTR. BTR that are down on their last legs, so far away towards the blue, playing medic as they're getting everyone back up, and 7-9 has kept the attention of IHC, fragmenting them as well. So BTR actually have time to try and reset a little bit and have something more to fight with coming into this. Luckily for the timing, Alex spots them, has contact, quick switch as well onto the sniper, still leave them laid out. He's dealing all the damage blank.
This guy's like the final boss of the dog now. Just all the loot crates coming his way. He is killing it. Alex now, the arm looking to finish it off with big bang. Wow. Boy Lobby, he tags it. Gemfoss is down. One more to go in Superboy, and finally, Ray Boss is out.
Superboy is clapped back. They're going for the res though. They want Alex to finish this one. Not playing the terror the man's been on. They're going to get him on his feet once again. get attached for max precision. Let's see if he can finish it off on the Superboy. His BR will go up in a puff of smoke, and it'll be IHC that claim victory here today. Great finish for him as well, Blank. Show real on that one.
Damn, guy had the John Wick pistol in the back pocket as well. It's crazy. He was loving it. IHC, though, pretty calm victory from them. Not
Matt literally just drops a peace sign, and that's it. God
that's all you get. I'm in the survival stage, man. I didn't get the direct invite. I don't feel good about this one, but I don't feel too bad about it either. A little bit of smiles all around here for this team, but, you know, I'm happy for them. I do think that IHC should have done a lot better over in their group. I don't know whether they should have been the one to get towards the direct invite, but I don't think they should have been so far down the lobby. But big props to Alex here. He's had some big opportunities and some massive standouts in previous tournaments of the past. And well played, honestly. 904 damage total for him. Ziol picking up 986. He was really on a swivel towards that center side of the lobby. Overall, just great rotations in that endgame, and I think that's what clinches it.
Definitely, man. They looked really good in terms of understanding when to get involved with fights as well. You know, not overconfidence, but confidence was definitely there for them. And that's sort of what we were touching on with this sort of stage of PMGC as well. You need to believe in yourself to make some of these sort of plays. And IHC proving that there. They did it all very confidently. The swagger going into fights and the way they're playing it as well, right? You know, Alex sort of, as much as he is picking up some sort of show reel level plays towards the end, that's going to get more eyes on him, Blank. It's going to get more eyes on IHC. So maybe some of the other squads now not going to have that same level of confidence going up against them. So, you know, play with more respect, which is never a good position to be forced into.
Not at all. But with that, we grab ourselves a chicken dinner for IHC, and they'll be eating pretty. But in the meantime, we'll send you back over the desk with some more pretty lads.
Pretty lads? I'll take that. Thank you so much, Jackie and Blake. That's the first time Max has ever been told he's pretty. As we did have IHC close this game out, and the funny thing is for IHC, they were a team looking like they wouldn't have even made it into the survival stage, coming in at 15th place in the final day of Group Yellow. But with the work they put in, they were able to get themselves up to 10th place and make it here today. And for me, it's about carrying that momentum over from Group Yellow to the survival stage, and Max, they've been able to do just that.
Yeah, it's Kalaris' favorite word, momentum. He loves talking about
it. Oh, yeah.
But no, it just goes to show that they built more confidence at the end of the group stage. They're like, okay, the more aggressive playstyle has been working great. And when you have a position like this, where a lot of the teams from the West, like Gladiators, Team Kesso, take care of each other, cancel out one another, you can play that Ridge. You have an Orm and an MG3 in the hands of Alex, by the way. I mean, what are you going to do at that point? It's like the perfect loadout to clear this game off, Kalaris. So, yeah. 24 matches. We've had big games back to back for the winning team, which is very impressive.
And the perfect position to play with those big guns from, right? Like, they had very few rivals down in the south. BTR was down in the south, but they moved towards that east side to get that compound, which eventually was so open towards the kind of IHC lines of sight. And then even Queso and Gladiators kind of eliminated each other as time went on, so IHC had so much room to play with. But you're right, Jason. Up until that last day in the group stage, IHC was kind of dog water, and now they're very much less dog water, which I'm very happy to see.
That's what you said. Dog water, actually.
No, that's exactly what you said.
You did say that, Jason. You did.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, Max. Okay. All right. Okay. You're playing dirty now. But, I mean, the fact is, on the last day, they had 3 matches with 10 eliminations in each. Like, 43 limbs on the final day was what helped get them through into the stage. And to see them be able to show that, yeah, we're still strong. I know during the whole group, they looked like a really underwhelming team. But Mongolia has put out so many strong teams now that it's crazy to see IHC now in 3rd place. They're looking not safe just yet. Obviously, still have a lot more matches to come today with 3 more to go, but to see Bigatron 43 points just continuing their momentum. BTR are looking like they want revenge. They want to avenge themselves from failing to qualify by that 1 point in the group stage.
Yeah, I think they just heard the Orm in the hands of Alex, like, oh, okay, we're going to go for 2nd place.
Someone called the ambulance.
Well, we'll try. Not for me, but yes, it was for them at the end. But good fight onto Reject at the end. They understood, okay, that position of Aichi is a little bit too strong currently. How about we just breach onto Reject, try and just survive if we can into a top 3 podium finish location, which they ended up doing really well. So I'm stoked with BTR. That I want to bring the conversation to another team, and we mentioned a lot about these guys in particular. This match is Sem9, right, Kalaris? That, man, sometimes you just don't have time to do the scouting. You just are pushing into the circle with minimal information. They see the smokes, they hear the gunfight happening between Mad Bulls and D plus Kia. Third party that fight, just go for it, and it ends up working out great where they can get the top 3 podium finish here. Man, Sem9, that was the best play they could have done in that scenario, and it worked out amazingly until the end.
I mean, admittedly, the start of their campaign looked fraught with danger, considering they were on the East Bridge. They were kind of stuck in a bit of a rut alongside all these other teams. Yeah, you get some eliminations here and there, but then you've got to transition all the way to these circles, which are constantly shifting west away from you. So when that happens, you really don't have much time to make that scouting happen, like you're mentioning, Max. So just to be able to find the right spot at the right time and then transition towards some of the later stages of the game, I'm impressed because, honestly, again, in Group Yellow, I wasn't that impressed, but they squeaked by just 2 points ahead of Vampire, I think it was, after Vampire in the last game made that crazy send. But anyway, let's not talk about that. So by all intents and purposes, they are only just barely here, and they're doing all right with it so far.
Also, we have to give a shout out to, I guess, the quick decision making in the lobby, in particular Brute Force, right? We were talking about how we had them get in a fight up against Influence Rage towards the East Bridge, and then I believe you two are commenting, it's like, okay, they realize the zones are just going to be too far away from them. Go back, get those eliminations, and just try to scrap some points into this. And they come out with 5. So, I mean, 5, it could be the decider between, qualifying and not qualifying.
Yeah, I have to just fully agree with what Blank was also mentioning during that game, which is Prepod. It's a really cool name. Outside of that, it was just a good to clear the eliminations because you just know you're not going to be able to linger in this match any longer. To be honest, Prepod did survive for way too long than I initially expected, just gunning into the circle with that with the buggy. Got actually an elimination on IHG, I believe. But
we got a knock, right? We ran him over.
Yeah. Exactly. We on the Eastern Bridge where he pre-potted himself. Okay, well, just end it there. End of point. There you go.
I'm so glad the points you're bringing up, Max. They have such great insight and analysis into the but obviously, we have to talk about Team Queso a little bit. I think for me, they were a very kind of lackluster team again, kind of similar to D+ in the group. But Team Queso have been performing. They've been stepping up, and I'm curious to see if they can maintain this throughout. Obviously, their next day of play, the course of 3 matches to come, which are going to be on the other side of this break. So we're going to head to a short little break here. We'll get things ready to go for our final Aaron Guild of the day, and we'll see you all in a few moments.
These were the few moments. We're here now. That's right. We're back. You ready, Blank? You excited for this, mate?
I've got my chill face on before that one. I was ready for the break, just ready. Just waiting.
That's fair.
But
we were just having a pre-pod, never D-pod,
Yeah, never D-pod, only pre-pod. Don't pre-pod yourself. We're all good to go. Anyway, for this game in particular, last angle of the day before we hit some Miramars in particular, I'm ready for it. I'm excited for it. Obviously, some teams have been differentiating themselves from others. BTR have been on an absolute tear today, honestly. And I thought Influence Rage and Mad Bulls would be able to keep it up, but it is BTR all the way at the moment. Happy to see it, love to see it, and hope it continues. And it's not just Superboy who's doing all the work. You know what? That guy needs to stop changing his name, though, right? U-High Boy, Superboy, U-High Man. God, come on, just pick one, stick with it. I'll be happy with it.
But BTR, good, man. Maybe it's like a Dragon Ball Z character or something.
He's just evolving.
That's what I mean. He's going through his different forms. It
was a boy, then he was a man. Now he's got superpowers.
Yeah. Hang on a minute.
It's crazy. It's a weird evolution. I hope that's how I go as well. Got a couple more years on me before I'm a Superman myself. But I think for that squad in particular, it is nice to see that it's not just him doing all the work for the squad. I think Satar and Lapar in particular have been really, really good for the team. GemForce once again playing a very strong supporting role for that squad. And I think that's what was required from BTR overall. And I think that it's also something that was required for Superboy, because I think every single team he's been thrown into for a long, long time, he's sort of been that savior for the squad, where he's brought in and kind of expected to do so much. It's nice to see him on a squad now where genuinely looks like he's really enjoying himself, because the pressure's not all on him anymore.
Yeah, you don't have to, kind of be the sole survivor of plays. You know that you can rely on your teammates, have a little bit more to bounce off of, and it's a lot better. Sort of having the four fingers on one hand in this instance definitely makes it a bit easier. They're working in unison and looking pretty damn good. I've been impressed with quite a good few of our squads coming into the games we've had so far, and we still have a good portion left. I think that's the most exciting point, right? This is only kind of the official halfway mark of day one of the survival stage here. So you've still got another 3 games in store, being the last of the Erangel specials that will be here. And then we get into Miramar, so we have a bit of change of pace as well. This is rough already. Okay, we're setting up the timeline where Alter Ego literally have, seconds of survival time throughout the whole damn day here. Sem9 have dropped onto their spot, feeling kind of targeted on this one. It's Kenny that's in position, but Kenny, man's only got a pistol, and they are armed to the teeth, already finding some weapons to play with. Kenny does get one though, picking up the UMP to Soleil back, and Fnatic will be saved by Potato. So maybe gunning for Alter Ego here has come back to haunt them.
Yeah, someone's not right. Someone's not right now, and I think for Alter Ego, they're split at the moment. Tam here has got himself a DBS, which can be quite lethal. At the end of the day, Rosemary comes flying in up close, and the DBS can do quite a bit of damage here. Goes for a spin. He's got DBS of his own, but a nice jump shot will shut him down. Rosemary's out again. It's over. It is so over.
That's painful, but it's painful. It hurts more as well because it felt like they had kind of, starved off their demons this time and have been able to gain control of the compound, win out on that fight versus Kenny, kind of, reset things. Whereas here, it just feels like you're watching yourself, on some sort of roller coaster you can never get off blank. It's still going to be a couple minutes at least before the torch is over. As Potato's just trapped. Really about to be farmed in a more aggressive manner than Potato that's in the ground. Just the Bison in the hands trying to evade and avoid the contact. His teammate at least arrives on the scene, so a bit more of a fair fight here. Can Alter Ego actually stay alive on this one? Contact close on the wall. It looked good at the start, but the DBS just too powerful as the workhorse of Sem9 here will find the frags.
Oh, just a Potato left remaining. Waiting to be peeled and chopped. I'm putting the old pound. I think for Alter Ego, today has been a very sad day. It's allowed some more teams to really shoot themselves towards the top of the tables, and I think for Group Yellow in particular, potentially even Group Green, fairly unhappy with this one, considering that, a lot of those juicy points, which they would rather be more evenly distributed, have just been sent towards a very, very select few at the top there. Potato tries to get some of Dome, will find one elimination, one knock at least, but that will be it. Alter Ego out. 3 points total on the game. It's really, really not looking good for this team.
It's a shame, man. It really is a shame. It's almost in a bit of a jokey way here. Blank feels like we're seeing a bit of an Alter Ego of themselves. It doesn't look like the same team. It really doesn't look like the same team. And it's a shame. It is a shame. It felt like we were going to see them potentially come out and really, sort of hammer home more of what we were seeing during the regular group stage, where it felt like there was a bit more to display from them. And especially I was thinking with it being survival stage and the extra pressure on the line, some teams take to that. Some teams do really, play that sort of 10-15% better sort of with that championship mindset. Here for Alter Ego, it feels like it was one rough roll after another to the point where now, if even last game we were saying, kind of been a while, do need to get points sooner than that. Now I don't know how much more we can prove with it. It kind of feels like one of those where likelihood of them really getting a reset from this or any real points on the day, especially, it's not really going to happen, is it?
Yeah, next game, guys. Next game. Promise. Come on, please. I think you can only say that for so long. I mean, 2 matches left on the day to play. It's really looking rather awkward for this squad. I think for some of these other teams, Malice Esports, there's still hope despite being in 16th place at the moment. Quest, we know they can sort of bring it back, but even so, you look at a Reject Quest and Malice Esports, 5-4, 2 and 3 points apiece. Right now, that is pretty bad scoreline, although Reject showed us a little bit more in the last match, right? You know, they got further into it. I feel like they took a good position, and I think they're getting themselves ready to go. But again, this is what we talk about with D plus Kia as well as Reject. There's two very, very slow teams to get off the block right. That's fine on a league format, but when you come to the survival stage, this is where teams and their mental game just gets absolutely broken, because you do get so few days to make that run, to make that branch out, that sometimes it feels like luck whether you can make it happen or not. For some of these teams, they're certainly taking the game into their own hands. We're looking at Influence Rage, BTR. Sem9, you could even say, are doing something similar with some of their really scrappy endings on these maps. But for other teams, sometimes it just takes a case of getting the circle, getting a position on the map, and playing off the back of it. And I mean, that's something that we've seen Rook do so far. But for other teams, it's just not been the case. And I think going out in the first couple of seconds of each and every match, where you get total playtime for Alter Ego today of about 3 minutes, yeah, it's not a good place to be in.
It's not at all. It's also, looking at this now, Blank, if you ever look at our skyscraper here, bar Mad Bulls, every single team on the bottom is from Group Green. You can see the divide between two groups here, which, looking at it like this, is pretty ridiculous to say that, you know, no one is breaching. What's the threshold here? 10 points. 10 points being a threshold for Evis and DX that are tied. Outside of that, we see no one else from Group Green other than Mad Bulls in 5th place, which it kind of hammers home how things are shaping up in terms of the lay of the land. And kind of, you know what? Actually, this goes back to the point that we were making on the desk ages ago as well, where analysts were talking about the fact, you know, it's been a day or two since, you know, some of these teams were playing, whereas it's been sort of 2 weeks for some of our other teams. You take that into consideration, you're thinking, yeah, the benefit is, right, you can watch the other games, you can watch PMGC play out, have that benchmark come in ready. But how much does the benchmark give you versus days of play in the group stage recently? You know, your hands are warm, you're used to the booths again, you feel confident in that official. Because there certainly is a difference on the server right now, Blank, and it feels like some of these sides are just playing a bit more aggressive, playing a bit more sort of, you know, snappy when it comes to decision making. Yeah. And other than Mad Bulls, we're not seeing much else to offset that, which is, it's interesting. It's really not what I expected at all. You know, I was kind of thinking, all right, Group Green dominated, hardest group, should be pretty good in survival stage. First 4 games haven't told us that.
Mate, it's probably the most horrible way to set up the groups as well, because it's just very cruel in the sense that you talk about there, and you're right, 100%. Group Green, they've had 2 weeks off. You've also had a case of, you know, Group Yellow, they've had a couple of days off and they're back into it. But not only that, the main benefit of being in Group Green and going to the survival stage first is you get time to look at these other squads and you get time to research them. With Group Yellow versus Group Green's had 2 days to look at what these groups do. 2 days to see what these teams can pull out, and 2 teams to research their own processes. It's extremely cruel to Group Green with the amount of time they've had to prep, the amount of time that they've been away from the game as well and not playing versus some of these heavy squads in the world. And I think Group Yellow just sort of have that inherent advantage because they've had 2 weeks to study Group Green since then, just in case they go to the survival stage, because they weren't playing for a while. So overall, sort of to be expected that Group Yellow would be doing better here. I don't want to go as far as to say it's unfair on Group Green, but it's definitely not easy.
Yeah, it's just one of those, right? I know obviously you've got to roll with the punches because sometimes the shoe can be on the other foot. You know, we could have just as well been sat here saying, oh, look, with the prep they've had, it's been able to help counter the hot drops, help counter the rotations. The other side of that is you could just come in and play a completely different sort of game plan, really play more aggressive, play more confidently, versus sometimes what can happen if you've got too long anti-stratting, too long focusing on the books, when you get back into the practice and the actual game, when things change, they go against what the anti-strat's telling you, when the rotations are changing, frustrates you because you feel like, oh, we've done all this prep work, just none of it's working. Whereas you can notice teams like BTR, Influence Rage, right, even IHC to a degree with the way they're playing it, it's very much themselves. They're kind of just playing off the skin of their own back. They're the ones taking fights. They're the ones looking to play for points rather than play a smart, slow game game. We'll come back to this, though. Good topic of conversation for the overall lay of the land. But right now, in terms of the game we've got going on here on our last Erangel of the day, there's been a few fights going on. Some of the squads have started to go toe-to-toe, and we're seeing those numbers dwindle a little bit. Only one squad has left fully. That was the wipe we had on Alter Ego way back when this game started. At the minute, though, you're seeing Reject Tokyo, IHC, Influence Rage, everyone scrapping against one another. And that's because of this. Trying to get down to Sosnovka again. The zone has betrayed absolutely everyone. You have 2 bridges blank. That's basically it. So everyone is stuck on these roadblocks. They're in choke points, and they've got to fight for survival.
Yeah, for Influence Rage, Brute Force, again, another really struggle bus of a circle for them where they rotate on that eastern side. Honestly, I think I've seen more Sosnovkas in the entirety of PMGC League than the entirety of the year. It's really quite silly. Quest goes down. IHC will survive 4 eliminations for them. Again, pushing themselves further towards that top side of the lobby. Sem9 suffering right now to the hands of Procedure Evos as well as Influence Rage. Procedure Evos in the back there. Sem9 still struggling against them. But some good plays at the moment from Influence Rage. Federal, the front man, will go down. It'll be a little bit of a difficult crawl to get back to the rest of the team. But I think for Influence Rage, they've realized that right now the sacrifice to be made is to get those elimination points on board, try and pump up as many as possible, because again, it's not the easiest of circles to rotate to. With it moving a little bit further towards that eastern side, life does get easier for Influence Rage, but likely you'll have to leave Federal behind now.
Cut your losses and still try and look towards the end goal, being more points, more placements for Influence Rage. Already 32 in the total buffer, so it's not that bad for them. IHC as well, being able to pad those stats somewhat and eke closer and closer to potentially trying to overtake Influence Rage. This is a fight that's been going back and forth for quite some time. The last surviving member of Melise here, looking to at least get a bit of bang out of this one. Well, it's not ideal. Gen 4s as well has got the roof to work with for BTR. So best case scenario, if they can ice out BTR here, take down the last man, at least that kind of stops their point acclamation for a few moments here into the 3rd game of the day. 4th game, rather. You've got the move up from Reject Tokyo as well, trying to close the gap. Don't want to get caught with their pants around their ankles as the zone comes in. But the lay of the land just looks so favoured to Madballs. They've got good angles to keep their eyes peeled across. And there's a few fragments of Gladiators thrown into the mix of it as well, with Meku down on the deck. Finally, we see BTR being able to survive the fight outside of the zone as well. So it seems like they'll stay alive for now. Frozen strikes onto Lufa and wipes away the Reject man. So Madballs holding strong on the bridge defense.
Yeah, I think for Madballs, they've played this out pretty nicely. It's a pretty typical position for Madballs as well, to try and take control of Lighthouse here for themselves. Meku gets ahead. I think for Meku, it's very, very important right now that he stays alive, because he needs to be that landing post for the rest of Gladiators who are still trying to make their way in at stage 3, heading into stage 4. This is where the circle really does start to hit quite hard. DK do get themselves towards that position they played earlier on the map, down towards that western side, where we saw Madballs crash into them from the last game, I believe it was. Team Queso also on this western side. I think Team Queso has been doing some good work, honestly, in these games. Not pumping up the amount of numbers we see from some of the teams at that top side. I think Gemforce wins that fight down towards the southeast edge, and if he did, that is kind of disgusting. Up to 4 eliminations, so I think, yeah, he does win that engagement. Really quite ridiculous versus Melise there.
Oh, it's wild, bro. The fact he was able to stay alive through it and just get away, it's kind of crazy. It felt like, this was the one game where BTR were basically just sort of going to come in, get spanked, get nothing. Instead, you're still finding 4 elims and still, kind of coasting through this one, at least sitting pretty in terms of the points you've already given yourself. Yeah, like you've made it, man.
It really is stupid. The Xavier over on this north side, holding on that compound, just taking shots at everyone on the bridge here who's trying to make their way through. I think Tixie almost certainly goes down here. Matic remains behind, trying to take down the players coming through from IHC, still making it in. Little boy just rocks up towards brute force, makes it look very easy, bringing some brute force of his own here, and will just strike him out with the DBS. Law goes down, easily picked up here. Will be 3 players alive. I don't know actually if they can get him up. They might have to just drag him into the circle itself. Tixie out. And again, this is looking very much like a DK or DX Xavier game.
Good optics for them. The future bodes well in the way that they've been playing it. Still a bit of me that for some reason as well is kind of like thinking Mad Balls have an opportunity to still project themselves far further into this game. We'll see. We'll see how it looks for Mad Balls. Obviously in 4th place at the minute, tied 26 piece with IHC. Difference of eliminations though, 2 being the overall difference, as they're stat padding somewhat in terms of their control of the bridge that we've got to work with. Still have a good understanding of their location though, and of course they're a little bit safer zone-wise and having the cover to play with the geometry. The roof going to make it far easier for the elevated peaks.
Yeah, I think for Mad Balls in particular, like, we've got to remember that they only got, what was it, 24 points on that first game. So from there, we're looking at a points gain of 2 over the other couple of matches and then 3 on this match in particular. So I think for Mad Balls, this game's very important in terms of getting some big points on board now, because realistically, Mad Balls don't want to fall too far behind. They understand, again, as we pointed out earlier on in the day, that every single game here in the survival stage so incredibly important, right? If you don't pick yourself up some big wins, some big points, your life becomes very, very difficult into the future. Again, you're just trying to stay out of that bottom 8 at the end of the day. And for Mad Balls, if you ended the day around about 40, 50 points, it really does give you a very, very happy medium going into your next day of play to remain towards that top side. Because for Group Green, if I remember correctly, actually, I'm not going to go off the top of my head because it's bad, but on the next day of play, it's a lot easier to really look at where the top 16 bubble is. And then if you have more points, it's much easier to push up towards that top side again, because you've got a clear goal ahead of you instead of just constantly chasing these other teams.
At the minute though, with the way the lay of the land is, you kind of just want to, leave nothing up to fate effectively. If you can take it into your own hands, it's definitely the better way to go. It always feels so rough. The difference of qualification being off the back of sitting, watching and waiting whilst another team decides whether or not you make it. So points do mean so much, especially here, especially over these next few days, when in reality, every day the stream's going to feel a little bit different. The competition's going to feel a bit different when we're rotating those lobbies, when we're getting closer and closer to knowing who actually makes it the whole damn way through. Because really, Blank, it's not going to get any easier. This is only going to get far more competitive. And we're seeing with how these lobbies are going, at least now, with the overlap we've got between these 2 original groups, how things are kind of shaping up. If anything, it makes me think that the days are going to get more competitive throughout the longevity of the event.
Yeah, and I mean, to be honest with you, survival stage, the last chance, probably the most exciting part of the league stage, quite frankly. And I think this is my favorite part of the league stage as well at the moment. So I think for some of these teams, it is just going to get more and more difficult. For some of the teams, it's going to feel more and more secure. I mean, Influence Rage, currently 6 points on the game so far. They're very much taking fate into their own hands at the moment. Again, you even see off the back of that last circle, they already learned their lesson from that last time, right? They got here so early to try and take out both Brute Force as well as Procedure Evos as they attempted to make their way in. They come out of it not unscathed, right? But they only take 1 knock and 1 flush, but they get themselves 6 eliminations, which all in all is a good result for yourself. BTR's down. There's a chance to get ahead of them on this game if you really have a strong strikeout. And with maintaining control over the majority of the eastern side of the map, because most of the teams went down on that eastern side. You took them down yourself. That you're going to have a lot of space to play with into the future. I think Mad Balls right now feel like a rat in a cage, though, struggling to get out from this position.
Are attempting to find a cheese, Blank. It's Gorgonzola, and it's very fresh. But the issue is it's a little bit too far out of reach. So let's see if they can catch whiff of the scent and start going towards victory, as right now it's looking vicious from the other teams, at least. A lot of damage done back on the Mad Balls. Roaming as well for DX. They've found themselves a bit of an opportunity to potentially squirrel away not only a bit of a better position in terms of the high ground you're going to have for you here, but actually fight back a bit and push Influence Rage off of the angle they've found for themselves. Now, this is Influence Rage that do have 3 players alive as well. A bit of a spread on them in the way that they've set up for this. 1 player further advanced with the other 2 playing off each other's contact. Parajin puts a few bullets towards them at least. That'll be the buddy system being run from DX now after taking the map control off of Influence Rage. Downside as well, you've got DK, kind of close here in terms of the grouping we're looking at. Everyone right on top of one another, just the road dividing them with compounds on either side. And then Rook, that have been pretty good at playing center the whole tournament so far, at least throughout the day, now starting to make their move further up as well. Just Evos ahead of them. Zone's going to move in, and we'll set this one up for how it's going to go down here.
It's a good move from DK as well on that south side, because a lot of times you kind of want to control both the west and eastern compounds in that position. When you get circled like our last one, DK realizes they're on the edge. Let's push over towards the eastern side because it's way harder to assault this position from the western edge, and we can just hold on to it because eventually Team K is going to have to come to us. But this is a very successful push, initially at least from Team Queso, without any clapback, but good DBS play there coming through from Nobu. Artut does get towards that bottom floor. They lose a player and a flush, but Fabian down now too. So it's a 2v2 on the side of Team Queso versus DK. But I think with those 2 players on the other side, there might be time to get Fabian back upon his feet.
If there's room for it, see if they can swoop on in, reset, and in the battle of attrition, give themselves a level playing field, because it can be worth its weight in gold actually having that extra digit alive and kicking. Fabian right now, though, time is ticking. HP getting lower and lower. Noble with a peek back out onto the window, gets a good connection across and really has done more than enough damage to isolate and leave them not really in a position to actually force this issue anymore. So they're stuck. Big Milo's going to have to double back.
Don't let Raze get across the road. Come on, thank you. I thought he was going to make the full cross on the crawl there. Big Milo, like you said, does come in. Tries to get something done here. Sprays the pellets up the stairs, but nothing found. Fabian walks into not the greatest of bars right now. There is definitely a fight going on. Papi Potro in the back there. No meds available. No boot upstairs. Fabian gets flushed out. I don't think that was necessary. Could have stayed on the outside, protected by Osal. Now 2v2, one elimination for DK on what realistically should have been an easy to hold off push. If anything, DK now gets saved by the bell as Mad Bulls come through, picks up Big Milo for them. Papi Potro goes down to Osal. And now we're back over with Rook, who took their opportunity, heard the fight in between Team Queso as well as DK, opted not to try and hold it out, but instead take control of this northern edge. And Influence Rage, they're suffering.
Influence Rage aren't going to be able to do anything too outrageous here because you're trapped. You're stuck behind a tree. Oh, so many lines of sight onto you, and these frags are getting the way of DX relatively easily. Rook as well were the ones that opened it up. They got the first bonnet knock onto Influence Rage and then continued it with the firearm. So Influence Rage gone. So our top 3 out of the running this time. No last attempt for a chicken dinner here on the final Erangel before we move into the back-to-back Miramars for the top 3 in BTR, Influence Rage, and IHC. Meaning Mad Bulls and now potentially Rook as well have a bit of room to start leapfrogging some of these teams, especially if Rook can actually make a big game out of this. Blank. Individually, they've been looking better. Some of the compound dives we've seen from them today have been great, but you are stuck a bit, exposed from the back line, and that's where Evos have an angle to peek onto you. Luxley could take pot shots if he wants to, but knows he'll expose himself to the high ground and doesn't want to commit to the fight versus DX. Lamborghini, though, is starting to flank his way around. If he can get himself an angle, this could be the difference maker.
Yeah, really lacking on meds here is Lamborghini. I don't know how the rest of DX is doing, but they got 4 players up and running, the most in the lobby right now with a strong high ground position on the season side. Next circle's really going to decide a lot here. It does move up towards the north, sort of favors them a little bit here, but Mad Bulls can still move across. Osal goes down, Frozen will find him. Right now, Mad Bulls very concerned about getting rid of this threat down towards their south side before moving out. 5 eliminations for them, but again, better news for Luxy right now, who currently is surviving, can push his team Seizure Evos even further upwards. 4 eliminations found, and currently in a top 5 position. 4th place, 3rd place, perhaps, maybe, could happen.
All in their hands at the minute. Very fine line between some of these squads. Ooh, no line between Fleek, though, as he will fling that nade and decimate anyone that dares to step in front of him. Rook might also be suffering the same fate as downhill. The nades are rolling towards them, and DX are looking for a strike on this one. Default basically on his last legs. Ooh, if they'll be there for very long, as he's taking bullets to the toes. Lamborghini looking for the wide swing. Spam back, though. Default at least tags. He's still got a bit of cover to work with as well. The carcass of the vehicle providing some cover for him here, so the bullets can't quite connect. He's basically trapped in a 1 versus 4 and just looking to survive. He's still got nades to work with as well, so he's dashing them out. That's on the money, though. Parajin with a blinder of a nade.
Yeah, DX had to use so much util to make that happen. 0 nades, 0 molotovs, and 0 flashbangs here. A lot of smokes to work around with here. MG3 in the hands of Frozen could be huge. A 3v3 now for the Mad Bulls. DX swings 1 player wide here. It is Zerich, Fleek, Frozen to try and finish this game out. With 10 eliminations at the end of this, if they're able to do it, another 20 points added to their score count, which would be so good for them. This is a very important game here for Mad Bulls. Considering some of the other games haven't been so amazing, this really would make up for all.
This would separate the chance of it being left up to fate, being left up to later games versus Mad Bulls kind of sealing their future and solidifying some points in a far more consistent manner here. If they can get a chicken dinner on this one, it would do wonders for them. Slow and steady wins the race right now, though. No one wants to make the first mistake and give the opening up. Utility headcount on this one. Mad Bulls have nothing to work with in terms of defensive util. No smokes. You do have a single flashbang and 5 molotovs to try and force people out of angles, but that's about it for DX. They've got 8 smokes, but no offensive utility. So kind of the tale of 2 sides here. It is a 3 versus 3, though. Oh, well, there you go, Blank. They've got all the nades.
It lied. It tells us what's going on, though. 2 nades. 1 nade now. I think 1 was just thrown. It's not bad. Again, molotovs can be quite important, especially when you're in a zone here where there's a lot of trees available for Mad Bulls. You're able to clear players out the back from these areas. Very useful. I think the difficulty for Mad Bulls right now is that DX have held this high ground for so long, so you're forced to play around the edges at the moment. And with this little off angle on the side, the northern edge from Chow, that could be the real big difference maker. I like this from Mad Bulls, though. Zerich and Fleek both have crawled around the backside, and now they're going to make a run for it. Whilst the 2 players on the other edge, it's going to be a full 2v2 here.
Open it with the molotovs. Fire flying through the air, trying to divide the angles and make it harder for the peak to come out from DX, restricting their movement here. A spam of bullets from Zerich as well keeps the attention on him. Meanwhile, Frozen closes the gap towards the left-hand side. Fleek strikes first, hits the head of Levi's and leaves him laid out on the ground. Mad Bulls clamoring closer and closer towards a chicken dinner, and the big guns let it rip as Mad Bulls grab themselves the win and pick up the last of the Erangels.
Really nice stuff there from the Mad Bulls. And again, 2 chicken dinners on the day is massive news, especially with some lackluster games in between. Picking this one up, like you said, that's going to separate them from feeling like it's no longer in their hands when that final day comes around, to them at least having that big old buffer to play around with. There's still 2 more games to play for this team where they can pick up some more points, but with Major Pride coming through, with a first place getting direct invite towards the Grand Finals, it'd be gorgeous to see another EU team be able to make it through to last chance and getting towards that top 5 as well. So they've got to join their brethren, join the other half of the old team of Mad Bulls over in those finals, or it could feel just a little bit bad for these lads. But overall, really well done from the Mad Bulls. DX Haven, not bad at all either. I think, again, that name Rook keeps springing up though, Jackie, honestly. Some good movements, some good plays, constantly getting some consistent points on board, which although we're praising Mad Balls, they've had 2 chicken dinners and then some pretty lackluster games in between. Rook's just taken a different approach, right? Just having consistent game after consistent game. So been pretty happy with them so far.
No, yeah, I'm genuinely right there with you. You know, I think Rook have been looking really, really good. The way that they've been playing it, the confidence we've seen, it really as well, just like you're saying, the fact that even if you're not taking wins on games, you're at least being able to play it to a manner where you're consistently playing for the circle, consistently playing to really build those points, and they've been accumulating a good fruit. One side that hasn't, though, unfortunately today has been Alter Ego. I'm sure we'll hear about that and a whole lot more when we get back over to the desk. So let's send it back on over and break down the games that we've seen so far.
See, I told you we'd be back in a bit. We do have Mad Bulls securing their second chicken dinner on the day and potentially putting themselves in first place over Bigatron. A fantastic result here out of Mad Bulls and a fantastic closer as well as Colaris and Maxman were breaking it down while watching. Talk to us, Colaris, about the finish there for Mad Bulls.
Yeah, just brilliant stuff from them. It almost felt like they were corralling Xavier against their will, against their plays, their wishes. I mean, Chow actually went for a really decent off angle, but it wasn't going to be impactful if Mad Bulls were kind of slow rolling that corralling process against them. And I mean, overall, they played this game pretty standard Mad Bulls style, right? They go to that lighthouse location, which is a checkpoint, as they came to that kind of West Bridge conflict quite late in the game, but they know exactly what they want to do from that lighthouse and then transition along a bridge, which could be kind of tenuous at best against so many teams that were there. So for Mad Bulls, this is textbook play from them.
And if you look even further down the line of that match, when there was that fight Team Kesso and D plus Kia on the roadside, they don't really get that fight, they just waited it out, and the moment they eliminate D plus Kia, then they stand okay from this position. We have free reign to apply as much pressure on the remaining teams, which at that point I think is just Luxy, which was as a solo for the side of Procedure Evos, and then the rest of the Xavier. So that was just a tasty game, just as tasty as a good pile of marshmallows. Colaris, it was so good. Oh yeah, man.
You guys are really overvaluing the deliciousness of a marshmallow, to be honest.
You're wrong.
That's pretty good.
It's just There's not much to it. But as looking down the list, though, Alter Ego, another failed match here on Aaron Go. I think you guys mentioned that was 7-9. They went down to near Shelter. We did, of course, see Procedure as well getting some decent points. I feel like every match we're seeing them get some consistent points here or there, though they're only in 9th place at the moment with 18. But Mad Bulls have got themselves to 2nd place. But the thing is, they have not gotten a single placement point out of their victories so far, out of 4 matches.
Yeah, it was a 12th position with 1 elimination and another 12th position with 1 elimination actually for Mad Bulls. There's a trend going on the matches they don't tend to win, but otherwise I'm happy with the top 3 we currently have. Influence Rage, Mad Bulls, BTR, all teams that have shown some moments of greatness really in the league stage. But as we get ready to go to Miramar, Procedure Evos were also one of the top performers on that one, so this could be a bit of a redemption for these guys to start to hopefully aim for the top, because I mean, it'd be fine at the end of the day. You want to be top 16, so there's a lot of room for these teams to make it in, but I'm looking to the next stage, for the survival stage, for the last chance stage, sorry, should I say, that might sometimes not be enough, so you have to be careful.
For Mad Bulls, though, if you think about how they've been playing out their wins, at least, Zerich is enabled. Like, he is on right now in a similar vein to how we see him on in our region. He got himself 12 elims across the 2 wins that they've been able to take here today. So definitely feeling on fire for Zerich. And when you think about Alter Ego on the opposite side of these leaderboards here, Jason, are they a 16th place team? Personally, no. I don't feel like they are a 16th place team, but they're looking dire right now with some of their decision making that they're going for. They really need to tighten up some of these balls, because the swim that we saw in the previous game was terrible. The unfortunate drop scenario that they have here near Shelter, it's terrible. They're a better team than this.
Okay, so Max, do you agree?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Is they just need to speed up the rotation overall. It's just very similar to Gladiators in a way, if you want to compare. Like, there's good entry points, but it's just, unfortunately, all dying to the blue zone on the second wrangle, which is, I think that's the worst way to go out, is dying not even just to blue, it's phase 2 blue zone, which that's the worst way to go in any of these matches, and then just a hot drop. So, and the thing is, now a wrangle is done, there's no way for them to make those changes if they want it to do so. So you're going to have only one more day. Yeah, you're only going to have one more day to make that change, and then pretty much they just going to leave it up to chance to know if they make in top 16. So Alter Ego, as you said, Kalash, I don't think they are a 16th place team. I would like to see them in the last chance, but from what now, it's going to be tough to make a comeback happen.
Yeah, especially brutal since it's only 2 days. Sorry, Jason. And it's like West circles, and it's also this half and half Sosnovka Island and mainland. It really puts a lot of doubt in how you want to rotate. So for a team on Lipovka's side, I'm going to give them the one caveat that is a difficult decision to constantly have to make. But yeah, the way they made the decisions, nothing panned out.
Well, it's not going to get easier for them either, because the next time they're going on to Erangel, they're going to have 8 different teams to contend with as well. But looking forward to what's coming up next. You still have 2 Miramar matches to come, but not before I remind you guys about the Infinix GT10 Pro board for professional esports players. You guys can pick one up and try to dominate the lobby. And I mean, you're just going to dominate the lobby if you get one of those bad boys. And also, the PUBG Mobile Frost Festival is currently going on. Max, if I'm not mistaken, you've already played quite a bit of it.
Oh yeah, I love the snow cannon. I don't know if that's your real name, but I love it. It's great. I'm always rotating in the fields because I can't rotate. I can't save my car, so I can just make a big pile of snow and hide behind it. It's great. I just don't die, and then I die to Blue Zone like Alter Ego. But I like it.
I like how you didn't mention the snowmen either. But I think we did enough of that with 7 on Group Yellow. Also, we do have the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala going on as well from November 15th to December 10th. You guys can, or December 15th, you can play in the first ever PUBG Mobile Popularity Annual Gala Champion. And for outstanding players, get some special rewards that you can show off to everyone. So make sure you guys participate and get globally renowned both in and outside the game. Not to mention, while you're doing that, make sure you pick up the Pagani, because the collaboration is now live with PUBG Mobile. You get ready to rev the engine with the iconic Pagani Imola and Zonda R models. I know Kalaris is a big fan of what he's been able to see. Have you been able to get one yet, Kalaris?
No, I have not, but I would also like one in real life. You know, 740 brake horsepower, V12, 710 Newton meters of torque. I love it. Don't get me started on cars, Jason.
Newton meters of torque? What?
You don't know what that is,
No.
do you? No.
No.
I don't think Max
I have an
drives.
electric scooter.
Well, if you guys are digging, oh my gosh, if you guys are digging PMGC, not to mention we also have the RPA for Victor Dance, which is available now, and you guys can show off your PUBG Mobile PMGC vibe with the great statue you get as well in this one. You can do a Victor Dance and cheer for your favorite PMGC team, and maybe cheer for them on Miramar, because we are getting into our 5th penultimate match here of the day. Make sure you guys come back in just a few moments to see what's all going to happen with 2 matches left to go.
And we are back, strapped in position for what should be another explosive game. 2 games left to go today, both of them now being on Miramar Blank. So a bit of a change of pace here.
Yeah, big change of pace for a lot of these teams. Obviously, going over towards Miramar is a big change for a lot of these teams. Much larger map, a bit more room to rotate, I would say. I think some of these teams were getting caught on some of their drop spots as well. I think this might be a time for Alter Ego to be able to potentially actually drop into the match and not get immediately taken out as per usual. So we'll see what happens for this team in particular. I'm excited to see what they can get done here. Mad Balls off the back of that chicken dinner looking a lot more safe on that side. GenForce, the in quotation marks support player, taking on an entire team for BTR themselves as well, getting them a little bit further into the match and a bit more elimination points. They'll be pleased with that one. But penultimate match of the day coming forward, match number 5 of our survival stages is Group Green versus Group Yellow, and let's see who can pump up some more points, because we really do have some teams lacking towards the bottom of the lobby.
You got to pump them now. If you don't get any additional points on these last 2 games, you're basically leaving yourself with nothing really to keep you afloat, Blank. It's like if we were dropping our players into a really big Olympic-sized swimming pool and their points accumulated equaled what sort of flotation device they would get. If you're under 10 points, you're not even getting the armbands, Blank.
Yeah, we're dropping you in. We're not. We're dropping you in
Cinder
raw.
block. Straight down.
Damn, that hurts. Yeah, that's bad. I think.
But you know, if you get like 30 points, Blank, we give you a little rubber ducky that you can sit in.
Yeah, and if you get 50 points, life jacket. Totally overkill, right? You're floating on the surface, your face is all puffed up, but at least you get a little bell and whistle as well, just in case you want to get out.
And you can
that
use
last
those
chance.
to alert other teams of your presence, you know?
Yeah.
Blowing the whistle. Mate,
Not that big of a pool, but I'm here.
That's just influence rage. Whenever they load into the zone, they're just like, right, 2 on the safety whistles, boys. You know, they just go running in.
I mean, to be fair, they alert teams to their presence quite quickly. There's just not much these other teams can do about it. And you were saying something quite interesting earlier today, which is about like they've identified the weak teams, which is quite predatory of them. And I think already dropping in Al Azhar, just the north side of Alter Ego, I smell danger.
Yeah, this is, I feel like Ralph Wiggum, you know? I'm scared.
I'm in danger.
I am in danger. Like,
it's
man. Because look, right, you know, Alter Ego, they haven't had the best day of it. You know, I think that's fair to say, especially if they get farmed now and you're opening Miramar by Influence Rage, who, by the way, like another 4 elims could go a long way for them, already having 40 points under the belt. That would be a gross way to start things off. For Melise here as well, it's kind of a similar sort of affair, right? Like, you do not want to get absolutely banged out by Sem9 going into things straight away.
Yeah, I mean, for Malise Esports, they're not a bad team. They're not a bad team. Neither is Reject. So what is happening with these two squads right now? Because Malise Esports from the Turkish region did extremely well. They didn't do too badly at all in the championships either. And again, they just came into the PMGC League stage and something wasn't clicking for this squad. So I would like to see a little bit more from this squad overall. But you're right, getting taken down by Sem9 early in the game over towards Hacienda, where there's a lot of potential for teams to come knocking on your door early on, that will spell real bad times ahead of you. Because we complain about Alter Ego, we got to complain about Malise Esports. Guys, you've put up double their points, 3 points more. It's not good enough.
It's really not right now. I mean, how can things even start to go better for them? We'll take it one step at a time, at least. You've got to overcome what you've been thrown into here in terms of the hot drop. You're kind of both gambling on this one really being you finding a couple of points and staying alive. Because, of course, remember, right, you know, Sem9 and Melise at this point, even if you do win this opening hot drop and win control of the compound, you get the extra scraps from it, but you better do it with all 4 alive. And then you're actually getting something from the W. Yeah. Otherwise, you're kind of walking away / limping away with your numbers already dwindled from the opening moments, right? You know, spelling, you're not going to have a long game out of it. So that's why it's always such a coin flip. Always feels so risky when we see these hot drops, especially this late into the day as well. When we get to Miramar, you know, the hot drops really do feel like they, I don't know, they've got a bit of an off taste in your mouth, Blank.
Oh, yeah. A bit too much soul. I get you.
Yeah, you've over-seasoned it.
Disgusting. Why would you do this? But again, look, the thing is about this engagement here is that both teams are waiting for the other team to make a mistake, right? So they can capitalize off the back of it. At this level, people don't make that many mistakes, especially in compound warfare like this one. Honestly, you can tell this is the team that has 6 points. The amount of time this fight is taking to pop off is kind of egregious at this point in time, right? For Malise Esports, CEO layer on the rooftops here, it's a good spot. It's a good place to try and see if you can find a peek off, try and take some shots towards the enemy team. But the longer you're here, the more opportunity there is for a team like Gladiators to rock up behind you on the western side, take really, really simple shots towards you. You're not really going in anywhere from this spot, and then you're out. So, you know, the amount of time this fight takes is just stupid. There should have been a lot quicker of an approach to this one. Otherwise, likely something like this is going to happen. 90 EP, instant shots, takes down CEO later. Now they're going to clear the rest of the building. Really easy. And Malise Esports, once again, are going to go out with little to no points.
Feels that way with how it's going. It should unfold relatively similarly to that. It would have to be a huge step up from what remains of Melise. And then again, you run into that issue where if you can't save CEO later by the end of it all, what was the point? It was all for naught. We will see right now, though, bit by bit, confidence building up for 7-9, starting to pushing a little bit. Kisyu is going for the gamble of playing for the res on his teammate. Ooh, timing going to be everything on this. Doesn't quite catch contact of the player running by the front of the compound. CEO later has been firsted upon as well, as he's now put down for good. Kisyu will spot one and at least trade it back with the shotty. Close range engagement on the stairs. Wasn't ready for it. 9 Depp was holding the angle, so as he comes around the corner, takes a punch straight to the face. Melise are quite quickly slipping down. But there is a caveat, right? This is what we were talking about. 7-9, you've lost Mamparang. So at the very least, even if you get out of this with 3 of the 4 players alive, it's still not that great. It's still a rough start.
Yeah, it's not great for either team. And again, we can take this all the way back to the very first game of the day, right? On Sandhawk, where we saw the D plus Kia, right? They decided, you know what, this fight is just not worth it versus DXavian and Paris Resort. We leave. We play for the end game. Here, these teams are really putting the entirety of the tournament lives in the hands of Gunskill at the end of the day. Luckily, they take at least 7-9 out, which is decent, right?
Yeah.
It'll do. 4 eliminations, though, takes up to 10 points, I believe, here off the back of that one. You've got 1 player down, you pick them up, you got 2 players up. On Miramar, 2 players isn't going to last very long whatsoever, at least on a rotate now, this late in the game. I genuinely think that this was not the play for Melise. I think playing for the end game, trying to get 4 players towards there might have been better for them. 4 points, it might see you safe for a little while, but that is that really what you want to go for? I just think it's an oversight in terms of how do you want to play this game out, right? How do you want to play this tournament out? And I think with the amount of games that you get given in the survival stage, giving away a game on the chance of getting 4 eliminations, maybe losing a couple of players, is just never worth it, in my opinion.
No, exactly. It's one of those where it just feels a bit short-sighted, considering the position we're currently in, right? You know, with where we are. If this was, say, you know, the first Miramar of Group Green even, it would still be acceptable. It'd still be one of those where you can kind of think, oh, all right, it is what it is. But like you're saying, it's the limited quantity of games you're physically going to have. You know, this is the least amount of games really you're probably going to be playing, with the differences of chopping and changing the groups and it getting harder and harder over the course of the next couple of days. So a mistake like that could be pivotal and very costly for them. We'll see what they can do with it, of course. You still basically got to find your way into the zone as well. And look who they've run into. Gladiators defending the edge here, knowing that they can basically just kind of pull them apart. So Melise, really, you've just got Lewis left. Yeah, trounced, really blank. Don't even get the the blessing of kind of walking away with 4 elims and 2 players, thinking maybe we can still push this a bit further. Dream's gone for that one.
Yeah, and we saw that coming from a mile off, right? I don't know, man. It's just like you said, it's short-sighted. It's something that you cannot do in this tournament in particular. I'm not happy about it. I'm not happy about it at all. Procedure Evas, on the other hand, look to make their way in. Got to give big props to Luxie on that last game for getting the amount of points that they did. They do lose a player off the back at the start of this game, though, sadly, but they will continue onwards. And again, for any team that might be watching back, if you even care at this point in time, but yeah, you have to take the chance right at the end of the day for the most amount of points every single time. Because if you were looking like the fat man with the wine glass in hand, in the big armchair, with the 46 points, with the 47 points like BTR and Mad Bulls, you can happily take a hot drop, get 4 eliminations, and laugh and drink your wine and sit by the fire. This is not the case with some of the teams on the bottom side, and you have to take that variance in terms of we can go 4 eliminations now, or look, we try and play this game out and go for 20 points. Because for Reject, for Quest, for Alter Ego, they have to play for that now. You have to play for 20-point games.
It's hard as well, because there's even a bit of me that almost feels disingenuous if I was saying, you know, oh, that's still plausible, it's still achievable, because it is statistically, right? There's always a chance, but it just feels like with how they're playing, sort of going from that like 10% power to giving it 120% out of nowhere blank, Doesn't seem like it's going to happen in a day, right? Doesn't feel like we're going to see that instant transition. And that's what's so hard. Obviously, the format itself so competitive for a reason, especially when we reach this point, that, like we were saying, from game one, you have to come out swinging. You can't pull any punches. We saw some of our teams do that, and we've seen the difference in the standings already. Influence Rage, our first game, they were roaming, they're scrapping, kind of going around looking barbaric with some of the ways that they would pull up on other teams. But that's exactly what you want. It made other teams scared of them, made other teams give them respect. Now getting into the last 2 games of the day, you're not going to test them as easily. They're handy with the steel. It's a shame, though, because I feel like maybe that was a story that I was hoping we could apply to Reject Tokyo, whereas at the minute for Rejects, it hasn't felt as clean, hasn't felt as sort of powerful as what we had seen individually from them, and almost like they are playing a bit timid the longer the game goes on as well. Normally towards sort of the mid portion of a battleground, that's where they start playing a bit more confidently, taking names and looking to actually instigate fights. Instead here, it's been a lot more just focus on survival, edge your way through games. Gladiators thrown back into another clash this time, though. Seems like a pretty good defense on it, and that's BTR they're up against. So that's no easy cakewalk. This is a hard fight to take, but Gladiators dealing with the blows pretty confidently. Superboy, though, nice flick for the re-engagement. Man's honed in, Blank.
Yeah, I mean, that was a nice peek there from Superboy, and it kind of just embodies the type of player he is hyper-aggressive. When you don't think he's going to peak, he will off the back of it. Right now, BTR do have a pretty good surround on Gladiators at the moment, where they're kind of trapped in, stuck in this box, and Superboy's going to continue to send these nades in. The smokes aren't down, covering off the windows. He does whiff it off to the side there, though, assuming someone might peek off the back of it. I think the biggest deal right now for BTR is there might be players around them spotting this one. Questar far away, though, nowhere near. Matic takes a heavy chunk there, and there's a nice molly as well. I think Tixie ran directly into it as well. Another player that most likely will be hitting the deck soon, luckily lives off the back of it. Dear me, this has gone wrong for Gladiators.
I don't think it's going to get any better anytime soon. BTR are in the building. Are they in the building with us right now? Yes, they are. BTR pulling up with a DBS. Oh, mate, Tixie. He just looked lost, Blank. Yeah, like a child in a supermarket who's lost his parents. He doesn't know where they are or where anyone is coming from, because it's just frag after frag with the DBS. It looked easy. It looked free on the compound clear with the shotty.
Lepar from BTR, this guy has really stepped up. Honestly, some great plays came in. Like you said, everyone just looked lost as sheep in that situation. Oh my days. And I mean, you know what? It really is BTR coming in like the shepherd dog, escorts them back to the lobby. Very unfortunate there for Gladiators, but again, this is sort of the playstyle we've seen from BTR. I love how aggressive it is now, because I think so many times on their pushes, we've seen this a few times where they'll get in, teams do what they usually do, which is try set up on grenades, but Lepar's already up in your face with a DBS. He is not afraid to take these fights, and this is kind of the confidence that is supported off the back of having a lot of those points I was talking about earlier. No, they're feeling like the fat man in the lobby. It's good to see. I love it from BTR right now.
The entire wine bottle in the glass.
Yeah, waddling through teams, just decimating them.
Absolutely giving it. Oh, the giving it might continue here, though. It's Alter Ego that are finally back to swinging into things. The vehicle attack there as they spam their way out on the drive-by, do a nice chunk of damage. But what can Alter Ego do for themselves longevity-wise? How much can they establish here? A couple of Lilims are a good start, but you've got to keep that rolling the whole way through. We'll see how that goes the longer this one goes down. Right now, off the back of the play, you've established at least a nice bit of high ground to set up a maneuver off. Zerich is on the move, the sole survivor of the Mad Bulls. Oh, watching him dart around will send shivers down you. He's just trying to find some cover, just trying to find somewhere to tuck into, as he knows he's so exposed to so many teams, and he's been taking bullets, made his presence known on the rotate as well. So he's kind of isolated at the minute, just looking to keep himself out of trouble until he can actually find a way to fight for points a bit later on.
Oh, now we got DX on our screens. Up towards Los Leones, a lot of teams will have to leave here, and I think some teams assume this might push down towards the south side, but they've all stayed relatively on the edge of Los Leones as well. But we'll have to fight one another to get out from this position. Influence Rage take themselves up a really nice position, in my opinion, up towards that center side of the circle. Little compound to play around with, a little bit of high ground. BTR off towards the western side of them. So we've seen the same faces time and time again. Now, you mentioned in Reject earlier on, well, it's the mid-stage of the tournament, mid-stage of the day, where they start to look a little bit more confident, start pumping up some points a little bit. And I think for them, the one thing I noticed, the one thing that we noticed together, was the fact that when they were playing center, that's when they started to do the most amount of damage in the lobby, right? And right now, they're in a fairly central spot. Before today, or before at least this game, we saw them, like you said, a little bit timid on the edges. Maybe this is where they start to get a little streak of that confidence back. But they need big games, and they need big games right now.
They do, because we haven't even seen them kind of, they were very emotive on camera. We were seeing them kind of, dancing, celebrating, throwing out the bicep curls as well. And we haven't seen that today. Not having enough to celebrate for. So maybe not getting that first kind of win under the belt, that first sort of gust of wind under the wings to propel them further, has held them back a bit. But you're right, if they're playing center, it looks more characteristic of the way that we like to see them play. And hopefully they'll have something to be said here. Bonneting, always reliable. So the vehicles will be able to bombard their way through some of the players that were lurking around the corners. That was DK that have now been turned into the road trash after getting run over. Alter Ego still alive and kicking then, so being able to roam around like a bunch of BMX bandits on this one and just set up from position to position. Quite a close grouping of big name players as well here, actually, with Influence Rage, IHC, and then the last of Madballs in Zerich, all on top of one another. Really just playing the angle. It's a bit of a lay here in terms of the spread you've got to look at. Reject Tokyo, still pretty good. Dead center actually off the back of the move. Still going to have compound control to work with for that one. And then BTR and Rook just ahead of them. Might be a bit of a clash there on the push down. Now going to have to start to hustle and bustle a bit further forward to get back in the zone.
Yeah, you could potentially, for a Reject, honestly go play over towards the silos. They're not the greatest of positions, but, there is an opportunity there. I think if I was Reject, though, I'd be more concerned about trying to hold out on that northern side, maybe, up towards BTR and Rook, who are attempting to push their way. You can see Influence Rage's spot right now, very strong, with the circle moving further down towards the south. Doesn't really force many of these teams out of position. Alter Ego, though, they know that they need that big points on the game. They've got one elimination apiece, which is always nice to see. That's a bit of a breath of fresh air for this team. Looks like they're getting back on the bike here, or at least the BMX, as you put it. We'll see what they can get done. Moving in towards DXavier now. IHC, sorry.
Oh, they eat the first nade. Follow up from Alex as well. Looked pretty well timed to create space.
Oh, that's nice.
They push in, clearing from either side of the angles. So they're able to roam through, kind of breach and clear on that one. That was pretty nice. Door kickers level action there from Alter Ego. And they clean out that compound relatively cleanly, actually. Maybe getting a bit more confidence back now, Blank.
Yeah, a nice breach comes through. BTR Lucitado as Rook moves in. Default finds one. Superboy now on the defense here. They just went for the offense a little bit earlier versus Gladiators, but it's not to be as Rook just sweeps them aside, sends them back to the lobby themselves, and that's decent. Again, consistency from Rook has been astounding today. Really nice to see this from this team, honestly, pushing themselves further and further towards the top side of the lobby alongside with Influence Rage as well as Madballs. Now, Reject come through. Like I said, maybe potentially looking to hold out some of these teams on the northern side, but it's not going well whatsoever. Two players take a tumble, take a fall. The rest of the team's not there to provide the assist.
Haji starting to push his way further up the hill, looking to see what he can get done from this position. What remains of Reject as well. Looking to try and make some kind of rotation. Have to get into a better position here if they want to save their teammates, save the setup, and potentially still have a 4 to play with. Won't be surviving for long though. Quest still aggressing onto them. Sarah, the man with the big biceps, not going to be able to put up much of a defense here. Not in position to throw out any punches and clap back. That's going to be Rook's territory as Pusher again deals damage from the side of the hill. Quest really taking the brunt of it now, Blank. Just getting bullets from all sides.
Yeah, just can't get much done at all. Quest at least takes down a couple of the players from Reject, but that's about it, mate. It's not really looking good. Reject tries to get a bit more aggressive with it, but immediately shut down, which is going to leave them feeling very sorry for themselves. They split off into two here. Al-Haji, a lot on this boy's shoulders here to keep them in the match with him and Easy feeling a little bit queasy as they try and push back the pusher from Rook, but I don't think this is happening, Jackie, at all. They're struggling so badly on the edge. The amount of plays that the guys from Rook have been making today, it's very, very difficult. One knock found at least. Rami jumps out.
Oh, it looked like it should have been a fair fight for him, but it's Al-Haji that is just surviving. Look at the mechanics as well. Man jumps over the top of the vehicle, finds another flick with the backup of Easy. Rook one by one have been torn to shreds. Al-Haji's days were numbered. Man had a crosshair on his back, but he survived and done it in style. And Rook, suddenly the script is flipped. You've got Default as the only surviving member up on the hill whilst he has to watch his teammates get gunned down.
I mean, this is why we talk about this guy on the side. I mean, Rook has been Al-Had in this situation. The guy is so good on the side of Quest. He really carried them through a lot of their games over in their group itself. Managed to get them through towards the survival stage itself. 5 eliminations. And Default is forced to leave. And Rook will have to lick their wounds because this is a painful defeat there. But you're right. Dude, just the mechanics alone coming through from Al-Haji, the swing, dude. Is this guy on a rotating chair or what? Playing with the gyro to the max sense? That was incredible.
He was like a human lazy Susan. It just went spinning in seconds, mate. Yeah, that's mad. The fact that he's pulled that off, Blank, in a situation where, yeah, the narrative, the story, the way it was going, it looked like Rook should have been able to steamroll him, you know, go from strength to strength, keep a good set of games going. Instead, that's Rook basically kind of, you know, destroyed. You've got one player left, right? What more can you get done? Good luck. That's kind of where they're left. And for Quest, the reset with a duo, yeah, it's not the best thing in the world in terms of points, but hey, it's going to be huge for the confidence. And at the very least, maybe they can squeeze out a couple more points now. That would be the dream for them, right? Make a good game out of this after those heroics.
Absolutely. I mean, to be honest with you, close range tracking like that at that speed is one of the hardest things to do in this game. So if anyone's watching and you kind of just pass up on that, that is some baller plays coming from Al-Haji. Coming back to the rest of the game, though, like you were saying, Team Case off in the distance. Big Milo hits the deck with a thud, and the rest of the team from DX looking to continue their onslaught over towards that side of things. Influence Rage have been chilling this game. They know they don't have to do too much. They just want to have a strong game off the back of this one on Miramar, really bringing things back, especially with the heat here on Miramar itself. They just want to cool it down. Alter Ego, some nasty knocks, but have at least been able to recuperate somewhat here, up to 3 players. Last player, and Al-Haji's not done with Rook yet.
Man's going straight back in, wants to finish what he had started here and leave them all lifeless. Al-Haji, the big dog from Quest, really.
Don't test us. That's mint. I love to see it. I love to see it, dude. That's incredible. Reject still going as well, but Rook will be finished there. Like you said, Jackie, I mean, this is a chance for Quest to actually pick up maybe a decent game.
You'd hope so, right? Because it's like, if you make a play like that, just being able to at least secure some point score off the back of it would do wonders for them. And we know they're a team that is pretty emotional as well, Blank. You know, they are sort of, you know, they're strangers to discussing that. Exactly. Like, they'll tell us how they're feeling, so...
Which is good.
You'd hope Al-Haji feels a lot better after that one, right? I'd imagine the interview would be more along the lines of, yeah, that was sick.
Yeah, I felt like a god in that moment.
I did pop off, actually.
I was spinning. I'm a bit dizzy now, but at least we got themselves some good points. But yeah, I think that for El Hadji, especially getting that at the end of the day, it's such a boon to that team because you did not want to finish the day without some kind of big movement, big play. A 2v4 will certainly do that for you. And next time we see Quest play in the future coming days, at least that they'll be feeling a little bit like we can rally around big man El Hadji.
The icon of the team for Quest, it feels like. Definitely a bit of a backbone for the squad. We'll move away from that, though, and touch on what's going on here. How has he hit the headshot on that one? Misery going to be punished on the love tap there from the AK behind the rock, decimating and destroying Luxy, realizing that his luck might have just run out. A 1 versus 3 to fight from. Good adjustments, honestly, like the crosshair was on point, but overwhelmed, does fall, and Evos go out. So again, Influence Rage building up the confidence here. Meanwhile, not a dull moment. IHC, they've been found and tagged and bagged. Out of the runnings now.
Two teams that desperately need the points on board. It's Reject and Quest. Quest took down 2 of the players from Reject earlier on. Now they're trying to get a little bit of vengeance over towards the squad. Sarah's got 2 nades in the back pocket, but the first couple weren't successful, allowing Quest to get some of their own sent over the top. Al Hadji, though, on a bit of a spree of his own, does try and move over the top side, but immediately gets shut down there. That's by Sarah. A big biceps crushes him in between like an egg.
OCO wanting to support. The right hook to the left hand that was Sarah assists him and shuts down Quest, ending their quest here with a bit of a foul finish. The nade from Sarah was huge, and OCO's final move secures that one. It won't stop there, though. Another battle going on as we see DX duking it out, trying to close the gap and flush out a tiny compound here. Not much room. Shoulder-to-shoulder action. A well-placed nade could end them all. They're trapped with low HP. Smoke out the front, nades on the back. That one tags. Now they're inside the compound looking to finish it with the raw rifles. Lamborghini, though, realizing you can't make many mistakes now. His teammates are going down. You've got trades on either side, Blank, and it's looking iffy. He's being pushed. Timing on the bat nade needs to be everything. Instead, switches to the UMP, but you know that it's Big Milo that's going to clean up against the X.
There it goes through, though. Will it hit? Doesn't do enough damage. Levi's got nothing left. Only got a flashbang remaining, so Big Milo will be able to pick up Reyes in this position. Great stuff for them. Alter Ego still pushing their way through on this map as well. So many teams heavily damaged. Only Influence Rage now with 4 players alive. They played the long game off the back of this one, map. They'll pick themselves up quite a few points, but they're off in the distance here, Jackie. We'll have to push over a lot of open ground. Some of these other teams, a bit of a better setting to start themselves off with here. A little bit of smoke here from Reyes to get Big Milo across because Levi's definitely watching. Jump shot comes through, will manage to make it, and Little Boy goes down to the blue. It's anyone's game now, Jackie.
It's wide. It is wide open for some of these teams to secure points. Influence Rage, they are going to be licking their lips at the prospect of not only accumulating so many points today, but also having another chicken dinner alongside all the points. So chances for them are in a good position. Can they grab that chicken dinner, or who else is going to be gunning for it? At the minute, Alter Ego start to set themselves up by this wall, using the nades to clear their way towards the top floor. Nade after nade in through the window. Levi is laying on top for the drop down. The zone encroaching in, going to be nipping at his heels soon. Big Milo and co, they are trapped and they are going down quickly. Levi's at least gets one onto Alter Ego, but now it's down to the real fight. What remains of Alter Ego versus Influence Rage, all on the line for the chicken dinner.
Oh, it's sketchy now, bro. I mean, with the circle moving in at their back, Fnatic almost impossible to bring back up again. Octa is going to go for it while the smoke is there, but Federal moving around the side, might be able to get an angle soon. Nade as well in hand. They've been able to hold on to a couple of them, 3 in the pocket. Octa taking quite a bit of damage, might have pushed him away from the nade. A little bit of parkour on the hand, though, will get him over the edge. But will they be able to clutch this in a 2v4? I just don't think it's possible. Law goes down. Octa starts things off pretty decently. These nades could be dastardly, though, versus Alter Ego.
You've just got to nade a well-placed placement on that. It could finish the whole thing, and it will. Alter Ego go up in a puff of smoke. Influence Rage with the chicken dinner in hand. Not only have they had high elimination games, not only have they been looking like the most aggressive squad in the lobby blank, but they've now got a chicken dinner to prove it as well.
Yeah, that's decent from this team. Lovely to see as well. I mean, for Influence Rage, today is just going from strength to strength for these guys. I do love the way that game ended. You just got my bar on the side, just not even watching the rest of his team, just old Boomer tapping his phone with a single finger. It's like, what's going on here? But overall, it's been great games today for Influence Rage so far. Some really, really strong, aggressive matches. And this is sort of scary for a lot of other teams in the lobby in the sense that they've picked up some big high elimination matches about the chicken dinner, but that set themselves up very nicely. But they slowed things down as well, right? You know, they slowed things down a lot towards the start of that game, picked themselves a strong position because they were close to it, held it off, and then took themselves a chicken dinner. So the fact that they can show teams they can play a very fast play style and then switch that up with a slow play style into a win, you know, this is not a team that I would want to come up against.
No, not at all, man. Like, they've been playing so well, Blank, and I think that's really what's impressive is just how they really are playing their style, right? They're coming out playing their game of PUBG Mobile. They're playing their rotations. They're instigating fights that they want. And even now in final circles, proving that, you know, they're able to play smart game as well in terms of not going overly aggressive, not sort of running into the unknown, playing with the utility alongside, having unbelievable rifle skill, which just makes the difference. And these have been some really interesting games. Like, if we get another Miramar like that to round out the day, Blank, I think all in all, they've been delivering.
Yeah, dude, this has been an incredible day so far overall. I've been enjoying every single moment of it. I mean, to be fair, it's just one of those days where, like, anything can happen at any time. I felt bad for Little Boy there, honestly, where he hangs his head in shame a little bit because given the MVP title, 5 eliminations, 300 damage. Stealer. But in the meantime, we won't steal any more time from you guys. We'll send this back over to the desk. So see you guys in a bit.
Thanks, dudes. As we are back from the desk, myself, Jason Cap, joined by Maxman and Kalaris, and obviously Influence Rage getting the chicken dinner. There's also another team we really have to focus on here, gentlemen. It's a team that was at the bottom of the tables. The team who couldn't outswim the blue on Erangel. Alter Ego putting up a match they honestly needed if they want to keep their chances alive to get into the last chance.
Yeah, I thought we were going to talk about Big Milo, but yeah, Alter Ego, also a very valid point to bring up. Alter Ego playing the eastern side of Los Leones, got that big high ground, so of course you're going to get massive amount of information. And Kalaris, more specifically for how they played this game, I was a big fan, an advocate of that 2-2 split, keeping 2 players on the high ground north, 2 players inside of Los Leones, so you can easily transition based on where the circle goes. Those 15 points were so needed for Alter Ego if they wanted to be relevant for race for top 16. So this now keeps them in the conversation. So this was a very important match for them.
Yeah, there was urgency about them taking the high ground northeast of Los Leones and using that as kind of a linchpin to be able to take a lot of the fights that they did. The first one that was really obviously impactful was D+ rotating past them and then blasting them upon entry to that fight. And then they used that vantage point to just shoot a lot at everything. Even that, as you say, the 2-2 split that they send down into Los Leones, keeping their options open. They're still able to get eliminations off the back of that. So yeah, they're back. I said, were they a 16th place team before this game? The answer to that is absolutely no. And here on Miramar, they had to do something to keep their campaign alive, and they were able to deliver.
Well, Kalaris, do you think Alter Ego are an 11th place team?
You know what? No, actually, I think they're a little bit better than this. We'll see how far we can go with this down the line, I suppose.
Well, I mean, Alter Ego, they were in last place with only 3 points. You can see they're now currently on 18, a massive game for them. Desperately needed, but again, they need to do more, right? Because they're obviously not done at the end of the day here. They'll still have 1 day of games to play. But the thing is, coming in from Group Green, I believe they play as well tomorrow, which means after tomorrow's done, they have to sit back and cross their fingers that they've done enough to be out of the bottom 8. So it's really tough for a lot of these teams. But again, towards the top of the table, nice to see Influence Rage close out the game, get themselves a win. But I think for a team like Influence Rage, Max, we're pretty confident they're going to get into the last chance almost no matter what.
To be honest, Jason, I thought they were going to qualify in top 3 of their group. I really like looking at some of the players, Kaoski, Fitterau more specifically. I thought they were going to be top 3. It was kind of an upset what happened there, but I expect them to go into the last chance. I expect them to make it top 5 to reach the Grand Finals in Turkey. So I have high hopes for the guys, and clearly from how they play this match, they can just have an absolute hold on these finishing circles if they have 4 players. They do minimal mistakes at that too. So chances are, Kalaris, if we see them reach the late game, similar to Loops, similar to Alpha 7 for Group Green, chances are they're going to win the game with double-digit eliminations. They rarely do mistakes when they are in those winning scenarios.
Yeah, you stole the words right out of my mouth. I was going to say, like, when you see Brazil get to the late game the way they do, they are so formidable. They know how to have a stranglehold on these games, and Influence Rage is no difference to what we saw from Loops in Group Green, of course, where you would see them as 4 alive into the late stages and they would dominate. So Brazil is scary right now. They are very scary.
Well, I'm getting worried for one team, though, if we're talking about a team that you two are very familiar with from the region, Mad Bulls. We mentioned at the back of their victory prior, their second chicken dinner on the day, that they've gotten 0 placement points outside of their 2 victories. Well, looking here, they came in 15 plays with 1 elimination. This team is very feast or famine at the moment, which for me, technically the way they're doing it is working for them to get into last chance, but to win last chance with only 2 days and to potentially do well in the Grand Finals, I'm not feeling the confidence for them personally.
Yeah, we don't have Nexus anymore. We don't have the Nexus roller coaster. It's the Mad Bulls roller coaster. Okay, it's all over the place right now. But yeah, for Mad Bulls, it's tough to find that consistency. Of course, it's a very unforgiving lobby. That means that if you rate it a little bit too late, you're going to be punished a lot of the time, which is what happened here. Influence was looking their way, Alter Ego too, but the moment they are in those game-winning scenarios, which is what we saw with their 2 wins right over on Sanhok and Erangel, they can wrap up the games, but it's just, as I said, this lobby is really rough. So the moment you're just not in a good spot and you're struggling to like get a decent spot under control, you are going to be getting taken down pretty quickly.
Yeah.
So they can make it. I mean, we saw what we expected from Major Pride, right, doing so well in their group. So Mad Bulls, sure, some games might not go their way, but I still expect them to at least go in last chance. Further than that might be rough.
Okay, well, you know what? It is time to head into our final match of the day. So let's send it back over to Jackie and Blaine to close things out here on Miramar once again.
A treat for us then, Blank. A last game of Miramar to decide what's been a pretty interesting day. We've seen some teams really rising to unfathomable heights and some squads we expected to see good things from struggling a bit, but it all has to go down here in our last game, Blank. Any expectations for this one, mate? Anything you're really hoping to see?
Oh, look, honestly, what I do want to see is probably Influence Rage take another chicken dinner. I actually do want to see this team do really well, because I think it's one of my favorite teams from Americas. I think that they blasted onto the scene. No one really expected them to do as well as they did. And kind of blew teams like Loops and Alpha 7 out the wall. Obviously, Loops and Alpha 7 have done incredibly well during this league stage and still live up to the hype. But I would like to see another Brazilian team go through. I mean, they absolutely deserve it. The amount of talent in that region is kind of crazy. I mean, so far though, things have not shaped up to my expectations at all though. I thought a lot of teams down towards the bottom would do a lot better. I'm happy that D plus Kia is up in 7th place with 31 points. That's decent. But again, it's just a case of like some strange happening within the lobby so far. Gladiators being in 13th place, Quest as well as Reject. I think these teams, I think 2 of the teams sort of expected to be down at the bottom, which is Gladiators as well as Quest, but Reject definitely not so. I think Reject can definitely do much, much better in this survival stage, but I just don't know if they've done enough at this point.
It's hard, isn't it? Because it feels like one of those where, with the format we've got and just how competitive it is, rather, if you make mistakes over the course of day one, like we've seen some of these teams do, you just don't have long enough to accumulate the points. And I'd agree, man, I'm a bit worried for Rejects, right? You know, I was kind of hoping that you would sort of have that Cinderella story, Blank, of they were the team that only missed out qualification by, 10 points in Group Green. They were, God, on a spree where at one point I think they had like 3 chicken dinners back to back or something silly, or it was like 2 chicken dinners back to back with 3 second places in a row. You know, you're thinking, wow, what could have been if Loops didn't steal all the limelight, if Alpha 7 didn't steal all the limelight, Stalwart as well even, so many big names that were in that group with them, but they've just not looked the same. They haven't been cutting the mustard today, Blank, and that's a shame. It is a shame.
Yeah, it's stressful as well because I think there was like 2 of those chicken dinners that got stolen away from them. Like you said, it was Loops that stole one on a angle where I felt like they could have won it. It was, I think, Ayala who came through when he was on fire, would have died with the Molotov if it wasn't for the fact that he was able to get the DBS shot through.
Hellraiser clutch.
The Hellraiser clutch, yeah. And then Gladiators, Matic and Meku clutching out in a 2v3, I think it was, versus Reject. And you take that into account and the amount of points that they had, I think if they had won both of those matches, it's been a very different story. And they might have been in towards the top 3 and got that direct qualification. So it is sort of the knife dealt by their own hand, really, at the end of the day for Reject. But I definitely expect them to be down where they are here. And if you're wondering why we're talking about them so much, if you went back and watched Group Green, you'd understand exactly why, because they were so close to that finish line, but just fell over right before they hit over the old black and white checkers. So a little bit sad for them. I'll see what they can get done here. Again, super happy with who we currently have in the top 3 at the moment. I think Mad Balls, BTR, and Influence Rage, all 3 teams that definitely deserve to be here. Mad Balls kind of riding off the back of some very strong chicken dinners. BTR, just some great compound play overall. Influence Rage, just, like I said, raging barbarians in the lobby.
That's how they've been playing it, and it's been working really well for them. Basically just being able to bully other squads and run out giving it. Man, didn't expect to see this, Blank. Butcher Pete has made an appearance, and he's chopping that meat with a blade to get to the opener on this one. So not ideal. More of a BG than a BF on this one, as they've started the game off in a pretty unlucky fashion. Mad Bulls just kind of chomping on them there.
Yeah, but nice stuff from Mad Balls, though. I mean, that's 3 eliminations, I think, after we will see mine go down very shortly. So for Mad Balls, that's happy days, up to 50 points now off the back of that. Really, really good stuff for them. They are all the way on the western edge of the map, though. So a bit difficult for them to make the rotations over towards the east. They can swing over on that north side, though. I think this is a fairly south playing path as well, with Gladiators currently on the south side of Los Leones. Hugely condensed population down towards that south side of Los Leones as well. It's not an easy amount of terrain to actually pass through. You know, you've got to hit up through the skyscrapers over in Los Leones itself, over some ridges, over some pretty open terrain as well. So I think for anyone down towards that south side of the map, you're looking at a fairly difficult rotation ahead of them. I think for anyone who has dropped over towards this western side, like BTR, like Mad Bulls, you know, that north rotate up towards Crater Fields, El Pozzo, over towards water treatment, that is a very, very happy rotate to make for these teams.
On the pathway here, it seems like Alter Ego have been able to run into Sem9. No strangers to having some clashes in the lobby today. They've had a few fights amongst one another. Ayala trying to drop back a little bit here, get himself into a spot to actually stay alive, narrowly making it in through the window as well. Tam suffers the same fate. Tons of damage back onto him, so he's in a bit of a sad spot. Gonna have to reset from that one and see just what he can get done from it then. Compound clash on this, not going to be easy. DBS is in play for either side. Didn't expect that though. Runs out straight through the double doors and just takes the peek into the wild outside, the great expanse. And this is going to be expensive, but Alter Ego basically just throwing people at the problem. Only thing is, now it becomes a problem for Sem9. Where did he even come from? Otka with the saving grace play, assisted by Rosemary on the AK. How on earth have they cleaned this one up?
Yeah, some really good plays here coming through from Alter Ego. I mean, a little bit shaky at the start, though, but the teamwork to bring things back into play there was very, very important. I would be worried about this nade if I was Alter Ego as well. Rosemary looking to try and take down Kenny on this top side. But I think this does come off the back of Rosemary in the beginning there with the Mini 14. He'd done so much damage over towards Tam and Kenny earlier on that they really couldn't assist with this engagement. Gladiators, though, flying as well, looking to pick up their remaining pieces of Alter Ego. These are some very much wanted points as well for this team, sending in the nades a little bit more accurate than Sem9. Now just Rosemary on the barest amount of HP, and that's just a free 4-pointer coming through for Gladiators. Alter Ego must have been so happy with the way they dealt with that engagement, yet the entirety of the south side just gets cleaned out in almost an instant.
Smiles turn to frowns in seconds there for Puerto Rico, thinking maybe that their bad luck could finally run out and they'd be in a position to get a couple more points, that Miramar was where things were going to change. No, absolutely not. Trounced by Gladiators. Gladiators, by the way, which need points, have to accumulate points pretty damn quickly here, Blank. You're all the way down in 11th place, so they've not only been able to take out Puerto Rico, but they've taken out the team directly above them in 10th place as well. So they're going to be a bit happy with that one, having a few elims in the back pocket and trying to give themselves a leg up. Need to see a big finish, though, from Gladiators, ideally, if they want to have a good day of things here. This last Miramar for them, they've got to be thinking about a chicken dinner, if not a high elimination game, Blank.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, honestly, for the Gladiators, it is essentially, right, a chicken dinner required here. They are the last minute men at the end of the day, so it's kind of apt that they would start to pop off towards the 6th game of the day. But again, this is only 4 eliminations. It's by no means the start of something great here. We've seen Gladiators go out almost instantaneously after getting 4 eliminations. I think that their biggest saving grace here on this south side is the fact that they cleaned out 2 of the big teams that they would be contending with on their rotates. So it does make their late game and their mid game much easier. So for the Gladiators, already 4 vehicles is better than Sandrock, we could put it that way. But there's still a lot that remains to be seen here, and there's a few more teams towards the center here that we should really be still talking about. I mean, D plus Kia, they're in a fairly strong spot at the moment, 31 points, tied up with the Xavier on 6th place. So there's a big chance for a lot of these teams to start crunching up some more points. And I think the difficulty with this initial lobby is just how well Mad Bulls, BTR, and Influence Rage have all done. 58, 52, 47, which has sucked away so many points away from that bottom side of the table.
The point Hoover. Ooh, Tixie as well. Getting off-road.
Replace that car.
Yeah, man. You know what I mean? You can buff it out. You can put some chassis filler in the holes. No, they're bullet holes. Just tell them it was a bit of a chip damage. You'd scratch the car on the way to work.
Decoration.
Yeah, exactly. A bit of a decal. You know, put some flame stripes and stickers over the top. No one will know. Ooh. How's this going to go, though? Timing on this could be a bit rough for Meku as well. Felt like he was about to be peeked from the doorway. This is such an awkward fight.
What is he doing?
I don't know. He just keeps exposing himself as well. So he's peeked back outside, taking a ton of damage for it. Top of the building's controlled. Rooker up there. Rami's just waiting. And Melissa coming in. Oh, God. It's only going to get worse. He did wait by the stairs and has been able to get it at least. I mean, fair enough. This feels like such a weird fight between Rook and Gladiators. They're kind of just having like solo 1v1 scraps.
Yeah, Kitsune's very low as well. Rami really did confuse me. I think he confused Meku as well because he was just dashing around the house and it's sort of like he just heard like the foot steps around the house in the middle of the night, just like bop, bop, bop, bop, bop, bop, bop. You're like, what is going on here? So Rami was up and down the stairs like a crazy cat at 3 a.m. Meku finally did take him out, but it really delayed them quite a bit. 5 eliminations though. They did lose Matic in the process, which isn't ideal, but there is a lot of eliminations to be had around this region, around this area of the map. Maybe not looking at a chicken dinner now, but for Gladiators, certainly a fair few more eliminations to be found.
Defo looking for the tag on the distance. Whew, substantial fight to take in terms of the spacing on that one. Fair few miles away, but bullets down range and a tag at least onto the player he was looking to inflict a little bit of damage towards. Back in the vehicles for some of our squads though, as they are on the move. Push up. Man thinks it's Monday as he's pulled up to the monster truck rally, Blank.
Yeah, looking to push on through for the derby. See what he can get done here. Pushes out the vehicle. Looks over towards Melee. Spots a bit of a rotate going on, but I think it would be highly ambitious to go for one of those shots in particular. Circle still moving over towards that eastern side. We're only in stage 2, so still a fair bit of the game left to go. Gladiators, in the meantime, take their push up towards the northern side. Get a little bit further into the circle. Want to keep themselves safe. They realize that, you know, after 4 eliminations, they've already done quite a bit, but they do spot the Xavier off in the distance. Having a peek towards them. Kitsune peeks maybe for a little bit too long.
Overpeaked. Ooh. Straight back into the fight though. Quest. Short-lived reign of terror. 1-for-1 trade, effectively, as there is a single knock onto IHC, but no real room for the rest of Quest to be grouped up and in a position to assist. IHC, though, do have cover. They can tuck in, get the res off, get back into the fight. Quest are going to be slightly more delayed on theirs in terms of the timing with it all, but they now sniff each other out. So they know about their locations, and Godless is going for a bit of a mass rotate round the back as well. Still not actually got the res off here yet because they were worried about the timing on it, so they're still only a 3-man squad with the full rotate from Alex and Godless in the backline now as well. Oh, this could be really bad for Quest.
Yeah, I think they're really struggling now on their rotate. Yeah, I mean, and they're almost likely to never not run into IHC going into the future with the massive spread that IHC's got going on and the entirety of the split coming through from Quest. I think this might be just game over for the Quest squad overall. I think that IHC just have their number on this side. Looking down towards the south side, though, where we do get the shift on the circle. La Bandita's still in. It's kind of this rich side that mates through the middle that a lot of teams are going to try and go for. Maybe some compounds down towards the southwest edge. Gladiator's forced to pick up the compound off towards the eastern side of this circle itself. Keep them safe for quite a while, and they can try and hold out some of these teams coming in from that eastern side, but rotations there onwards can be a little bit more difficult for them.
Ooh, Alex. He's been looking pretty good, man. Playing gun game today as well, with the way that he's been so confident in switching out different weapons and really just using whatever he finds across the land so effectively. Very, very proficient in his gun skill. Cleans up again with a backup of the squad here as they breach and clear onto Quest and finish that one for good. So don't mess with IHC because it will not go very well for you at the minute. That seems to be the story that they are telling us. Evos on screens as well, setting themselves up inside of the compound. Looks like you've got DX relatively close by as well. Ooh, rotate from Mad Balls here. Mad Balls do still have all 4 alive. And they've been all right in terms of what they've got done so far. We saw the early eliminations for them. So a couple of points already put into the wallet. Taking damage here, though, as Frozen is exposed. And as he tries to cover himself from one side, he exposes himself towards IHC's angle. So they're looking to try and line this one up. Waits for his teammates for the drive-by. Frozen assists as they go for the getaway. Godless had just closed the gap as well. And it seems like he can't quite get an angle on them. Few bullets blank, but no connection.
Yeah, I mean, Frozen's running a vehicle that is just about to explode as well, so they want to get towards this compound as soon as possible. Regroup, reassess the scenario, go from there. Again, only in stage 3, so stage 4 is really going to start to be the big issue. As soon as it starts centering up towards one of these compounds, one of these positions on the map, I think a lot of teams are going to start to struggle where they have to really crunch. Right now, with the variance in terms of like the high ground, the low ground across this map, and the sight lines that are available because of La Bandita and this ridge side that runs through the middle, a lot of teams just aren't having to fight at all. Next circle is going to force them into one another, and quite speedily at that. I mean, with this circle in particular, that south side is going to get heavily contested. Some of these teams like Root, Gladiators might even consider a hard south rotate, try and pick up some of these compounds on the southern edge.
Metal dinks as the bullets are barely whizzing by. The convoy arriving, getting closer and closer towards the new circle now. Melise basically being mirrored as they're chased down here. You're going to be forced into a fight even if you want to avoid it. You're all on top of one another. DK first to get knocked. Not by the squad you might have expected, though. DBS up close, not looking good for Raze, as he'll be able to at least get a bit of damage off, but nothing more, nothing gained from that one. The longer this goes on, the worse it's looking for them. I mean, Pappy basically has to just give up the goose on this one. You know, going for a gamble on it isn't worth it, so he really cuts his losses and bails out, meaning the rest of the squads remain to try and scrap their way through this and see who's still standing when the dust settles, as they are all on top of one another. Forest at least has a bit of time with the spacing he's got here to get a heal in and then go through his teammates, play off the back of that. Kisyu's pushed up for the supply crate as well, and we'll be focusing on looting this bad boy, seeing what he can gather through his troubles here.
MG3 in hand, that's kind of a 1v3 type of weapon as well, so could be good in the coming future. For DK, they are really horridly moving here when it comes to utility. Forest using the bandies as well, so realistically they need the clean fight going forward. Kisyu takes a heavy hit, would be sad if he went down, especially with the MG3 in play. In the meantime, some other teams at Lobby, Influence Rage doing a fantastic job at holding out these Eastern squads. Gladiators barely could move before they got absolutely slammed by bullets coming through from Influence Rage, holding over on the ridge side on the southern edge. They're difficult to assume where the best position in the circle is going to be. Zerich attempts to make a move on this compound, instantly shut down by Papi Potro. Last player alive as well, so super unfortunate he gets taken down like that. Looks to find some more, but immediately we'll say Fleek go upstairs and a nice little nade will take him out afterwards. So 3 players for Mad Bulls. It's not too bad, but it's not amazing either. What was that slowdown? Was that like the drive-by knock ourselves play?
I guess, yeah.
We're done.
We've had enough.
We're
Get us
sick of
out.
this. Yeah. We'll
Feels
come
like
back
that's the way it's
stronger.
going, man. Yeah, I guess just reset, fully reset for good. Go next. Go tomorrow for some of these squads. Some of them, though, still trying to give it the big un here on stage 4. See what they can find. See how far they can push it. IHC have been looking better the longer the days gone on as well, so I wouldn't be surprised, you know, if they can play edge pretty confidently, if they can find their way through potentially Mad Bulls being one of the stronger sides they've got to fight down through, and then Influence Rage below that as well. That maybe IHC could actually get a nice chicken dinner off the end of this one as well. And the Mongolian side have been looking pretty damn good today, so it would do wonders for them. Circle's going to start closing on in though. Make it a little bit harder as you'll get nipped at by the blue. Reject Tokyo playing heavy edge as well. This isn't their usual play style. They are more of a center team, and they've got to fight through BTR to get back into the center. So Bigatron, being aware of where the Japanese squad is, could come back to haunt them.
That was a nice regroup on the top of the road, but they're running directly in towards DX Xavier. So we'll have to deal with this team in the process. Just skirting around the side, DBS in hand, but the high ground up here. I mean, DX Xavier got a very, very strong position to hold this one out. Fortunately for Reject, they're not exactly fully grouped right now, so there's still a chance for Reject to slowly work their way through. They managed to make themselves down into a very, very central spot. So this is the very typical central send coming through from Reject. Could work out in the future. We'll wait and see. I think talking about AHC on our screen, though, Jackie, you're 100% right to bring them up. And again, talked about at the start of the day, this is a very, very much veteran squad. And I was surprised to see them do so badly in their group in particular. It's nice to see them realize that actually they are a decent team and start to hit some good shots. I'm extremely pleased it's Alex as well who's the ones popping off, because he was sort of the new addition to the team, and I think that he was doing very well to support strong players like Godless and Ziol, but now he's starting to become one of the heavy hitters on the squad, which is amazing.
It feels like he's really, playing quite confidently and displaying that, he's got a good mix of the bronze and the brain blank, which I think goes a long way in PUBG Mobile, knowing how to use your strength into some of these fights. I mean, maybe that wasn't the best use case. Definitely more brawn on that one from Alex as he tries to engage the fight. And then just eating bullets, bud. Like, that's rough, actually. It's not the way I expected IHC to play it at all. It's been a little bit more drilled, a bit more calculated from them. That was just all-out chaos. But they got banged. Melise, fair play. You hit your shots at that moment when it matters most. Kind of mop and bucket level action now. They've cleaned up the lobby. But this is a side that kind of makes their bread and butter off cleaning up lobbies. Blank, Influence, Rage have been the common denominator in all of these games. They're always the ones finding pickups when it matters. So here, they kind of vulture-ass third party, swoop in, finish off what remains, get the additional points, and now have a car graveyard to live the rest of their days out in.
Yeah, man. Influence Rage got the Zaflora-scented bullets because these guys are into cleaning, that's for sure. And they're doing really, really well off the back of it, honestly. They're very good at identifying where there's openings, and realistically, you hear the shots there, and they just think to themselves, look, we can claim a little bit of a portion of the northern side. It's been very difficult for Influence Rage to push down towards that south side, towards Rook and their compound, towards some of the central teams that are currently holding the high ground towards the middle. So I think for Influence Rage to hear that, there is alarm bells going off in their head. Like, this is an opportunity for us. We can take that top side and start to clear and confirm control from that northern edge of the map. So I love that from Influence Rage. You can see exactly why they have been so good today. It's been multiple moments of just really, really good and smart decisions, just off the back of how they play their games, which is just with a lot of confidence, with a lot of good team fighting involved, and they're not afraid to take fights with some of these teams. I think that they just embody that idea that they know they're the best.
And that's the way you want to play it. Honestly, that is the best way to play it, right? If you come into these fights truly believing in yourself, visualizing kind of the way you want to play it in terms of feeling confidence for the fights, playing with the confidence of 1,000 men, just like straight wide swinging into some of these encounters, it goes well for you. You play it timid, you're probably going to get burned from it. So that's why it's looked so damn good from them. They've been no strangers to setting the pace of the game. 3 elims under the belt for Influence Rage right now. BTR yet to actually start picking up their limbs, but still playing it smart in terms of the overall grand scheme of the game. How far will this take them, though? DK now being swung on as Mapples from behind the ridge start to put bullets down range and get a few tags off. Smoke wall up as well, adding a bit of extra defense. DK being picked up as Tulika will hit the first. Trade back from Reject, though, all the way up on the high ground, finding the opportunity to strike versus Mapples. Ooh, not working out too well on the clap back from DK, though. And you're in the worst possible position, really. Teams all around you consistently taking damage. Getting out of this is not a possibility. Survival at this point looking like it is really already chalked up to you just going down. Influence Rage just wanting to third party as best as possible off of this as well. They're already finding the odd pickup here and there.
Yeah, I mean, for Influence Rage, they're doing really, really good. And I think this is the case that a lot of teams don't really try and push in for, which is a case of just taking a couple of casualties here and there, picking up more and more control. You know, you're moving in towards weakened teams. Right now, though, it's Madballs, Tulika, and Fleeke. They're doing some mad work for the team at the moment, really holding on versus many different squads at the same time. BTR tried to move in, take a little bit of a piece of the pie for themselves. Fleeke just hopping back and forth, but he's so low. Finally, Little Boy takes him down. Tulika up against 2 players from DK. It will be a 1v2.5 if he's able to make it happen. Allsal down, moves up with the DPS. Will finish it off. 10 eliminations. Tulika at 5 elims total, and he's still giving it lead.
This is huge. So handy with a steal right now, earning his keep for Mad Balls. Tulika, he's had some slow games. I think that's fair to say today. Some of his damage numbers have been a bit low. It's been everyone else that's been pumping up the stock. But right now, he is rising through the ranks, at least being able to find some good moves. How far can he go, though? How much of an annoyance can he be? As Tulika's got to play that slow style from this point forward. Eke out longevity from this one to guarantee placement points, offer the heroism in those moments. For the rest of the squads, it will still be sticking to the basics. Tooth and now level gameplay here, as you cannot afford to make any real mistakes. So much of the map control has already been secured by Reject Tokyo as well. Dead center, prim and proper, as they've guaranteed themselves good high ground to work with. Other squads, it's not so easy. You've got to fight uphill and find your way into safety. Influence Rage, they're looking to gun down Tulika as well. They've got a good understanding of where he is. First peek, goes the way of the DBS. Follow-up shot goes into the body of the downed man. Little Boy trying to play around a vehicle, bombards him with bullets and stops Tulika.
tries to pick up the eliminations. Well, I think maybe if it was a case that Kowski didn't block that shot with the body, Little Boy might have gone down there. Overall, Tulik has played a mad game, but Influence Rage, once again, just really good control on this north side. And you think that from that southern edge, when they moved up, they took that third party, they started taking casualties over towards DK as well as Mad Bulls. Their game plan has been very clear. Right? Very consistent, which is to take control of this northern side, slowly push their way down, don't get too aggressive. But again, this is very much sticking to the plan. They're not deviating at all. They're adapting, not improvising. It's really, really, really well done. Rook once again towards the end game, but this is a big, big game for Reject. This is one that they have to perform in. They currently have center position. This would be such a shame if they don't get the chicken dinner off the back of it, because this is sort of gifted to them off the back of a really nice rotation in towards the central region.
Back in the vehicles, back on the move. Evos looking to close the gap here. Influence Rage, spot them, contact, connected, bullets going across. Zuxi with a nice throw, looking to see if that nade will connect. Oh, mate, they're all coming downhill. Eyes on him like a hawk. Looked like he actually got a fair amount of damage off before they burned their way through him. And that's going to mean a couple of trades here, bit of potential for Influence to be picked off by another squad now. Sure, they've dealt with Evos and taken those out of commission, but you're leaving yourself with a few players green around the gills. They've got to go for the res, they've got to move the vehicle for the cover and set themselves back up into this. So a lot of downtime here before they fully reset. Downtime that Rook and also Rejects aren't going to have. Rook are now aggressing onto Rejects. Rejects, bear in mind, had a good position in the zone. They were the best squad in terms of central setups with cover to play with. Now they are looking like they're in the worst position.
Yeah, I think for Reject, honestly, this has been a stressful game for them. Regiosio sort of exposes himself there on the side, gets hit a couple of times. I think for them, it's fairly difficult. DX have to move down towards them. They have a shack to play around. They just need to survive here. As soon as DX get towards their sightlines, they need to take shots. I felt bad for Luxy in that previous engagement between them and Influence Rage. Turns around as just 3 guys all stood on the ridge looking at you before they start opening fire. Terrifying moment, but it always is when you come up against Influence Rage. Currently back to 3 players, looking for another chicken dinner on this game with 9 eliminations, but Reject so far have got 0. I don't think they've done enough for this game. Even with the placement points, they're probably going to get off the back of it.
That's the scary part, man. It feels like Rejects, they're going through the motions, Blank. They're playing it right in terms of the setups, the aggressive positions they're taking, but it just feels like they're not hitting any shots. They're not being able to take that extra step of confidence to fight and see if they can earn some points that way. Lufa's going to go for the quick res on Sara. They're both grouped up inside of the smoke. They want to have at least all 3 players still alive and kicking here, as the numbers are already... That nade doesn't make it any easier. Spamming the smoke for Levi's as well. Bullets barely missing target, barely avoiding. Reject Tokyo being taken down for good, although Rook might have overstayed their welcome, exposed to DX that are now even higher up the hill with a better line of sight. They start putting bullets down, assist from another squad from the side as well. So a bit of a struggle now in being able to force Rejects out of their position. So Rook have to give up the control they were taking.
Levi's just keep sending shots down. We're in the last stage now, and this will force DX off their high ground. Reject, realistically, what they needed to do was just live as long as possible. Wait for this moment to come where DX would have to push in towards them, but it's a 4v3. I just don't know how much left Reject have to give. Losing another player's Influence Rage, start to move in towards his position, and Sara not even looking at him. Luckily, he makes the swing, and Sara is just swiveling right now. He's confused. He doesn't know what's happening. Sara goes low. Duello tries to step out to help him, but now it's just up to him.
Quick res going for the rapid adjustment to try and reset off of this one as the numbers are dropping quickly. We've only got 3 squads remaining. DX definitely in a position to try and decide that they are the squad that should stand tall here. They were able to ascend towards the top of the hill, play confidently from it for quite some time, and it's just them and Influence Rage that remains. You have one flashbang basically to make the difference, try and give you a bit of an extra edge into this fight. They spread thin as well, Blank, playing separate angles. The buddy system not being utilized here. You've got the high ground covered. Chow looking for the challenge as he'll be pushing further in. Spots the first man in the bush. Sprays his way through him. Chicken dinner on the tips of their fingertips now as they will grab it. Shut down Influence Rage at the end of the day and deny that one. DX pick up the last chicken dinner on offer.
I mean, for DX, it's a nice, strong position they started off with. They allowed Reject to get in, provide them a little bit of safety for themselves, and then finally took them down. For the Influence Rage, though, they did not have a strong position from that eastern side for a long, long time, but they made some good wraps. They took down a lot of players. DX were able to pick up themselves a lot of eliminations off the back of that one, but I do still think that Influence Rage is the real winner in this match. 1 elimination for Reject, 6 points on the game for their placement, 7 points total. It's not amazing, but it is at least something to go into with their next days, but they're going to have to do some serious catching up, Jackie.
It's better, but it's definitely not living up to what we know they can do, what we've seen them distributing on a battleground previously. Crazy day of it, though, in terms of how many squads we saw show up here. And Blank, honestly, with what we've seen, the precedents that have been set from some of our teams here, I think we've already started to kind of separate some of the big names that are looking to actually, kind of set their eyes on making it out of the survival stage versus some of the teams that felt like limping into the survival stage. They might have another second wind, but are still just kind of limping their way through the games. It already feels like we're really separating the big names here.
Yeah, we need a resurgence. We need teams to just slap the cold water on those cheeks and just get back into the groove of it. Because there's teams here that we know that can do extremely well, but just not living up to the task. At the end of the day, Jackie, there are 8 slots and teams have to go home. Only 16 teams can move through to that last chance, and only 5 teams from the last chance can move through to the direct final invite. So for some of these squads, it's time to absolutely buck up or shut up at this point in time, because it is getting painful.
Yeah, room for error is at an all-time low, even if we've tried to get across just how important getting points is at a time like this. It gets only worse from here on out. Crazy day of it, but of course it's not over yet. We have the glorious analyst desk waiting to break this one down. So let's get back over and see what they thought about our final Miramar of the day.
Well, Kalaris, while watching a lot of these games here, has been talking to us about how Xavier's definitely could be one of the strongest teams in the lobby. And I think we're seeing it here. Kalaris, they get themselves a chicken dinner finally, and able to get themselves even further up in the leaderboard.
Spectacular stuff coming in from that high ground there from them. I mean, like, look at the past results. A 5th place, a 2nd place, a 3rd place, into a 1st as well here. Xavier showing why this spot is strong, being able to blast all of these teams at the very end, and they played it flawlessly. Honestly, they were able to completely suffocate the last members of the roster there on Influence Rage. Very well done, really not giving them any room.
I kind of want to say there was a low buff circle lock, but I feel like you're going to get angry at me, Kalaris, if I say that. So no, it was a flawless game from start to finish. Yeah, really good. But we have to really talk about Influence Rage right here.
Amazing.
Just so consistent throughout today. A 2nd place, a 3rd place, a chicken dinner, followed up now with the 2nd place here. They are just so consistent, bringing so many eliminations on board to at that another 19-point double-digit match. Telling you again, we said it so many times, right, Jason, but Brazil with Alpha 7, with the likes of Loops, and now Influence Rage, I think that we have a very high chance of maybe the entire PMGC kind of trophy going to a Brazilian team. That is how good this region has been this tournament. Yeah.
I think maybe, I don't think I'm stretching too far in saying this, that Brazil might be now one of the strongest, if not the strongest regions in the world when it comes to PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, I think that there was a very big standard in the past for mobile games and PUBG Mobile specifically, which is the eastern regions are so much good, but now the west has risen up so significantly, Jason, and now Influence Rage in 1st place with a significant margin at that, 77 points. What the hell is going on with these guys? 48 eliminations. They are blasting every single time.
77 points across 6 games with only 1 first place.
Yeah.
That shows that it's just unbelievable consistency in their second places, in their third places. Even when they're getting kind of knocked out before that, they're still getting a lot of limbs on the board as well here. Influence Rage is looking fantastic.
I'm going to go on a limb here, and I think I'm pretty confident in saying this, that they don't even need to play their second round of matches.
Yeah,
they can
yeah.
just
Yeah.
stop now, and they're
Agreed.
not going to be a bottom 8. They're going to make it through into our last chance. And obviously, another team to mention here, Mad Bulls. They finally get their first placement point on the board outside of a chicken dinner, but they also get 10 eliminations on that as well. This is obviously showing the power of Mad Bulls, but I'm still, even with them performing this well, I'm still not satisfied with them just yet until they can really figure out that placement point game, because if you look to lift that trophy in Turkey, you have to be able to put up placements. You have to be able to shut out teams of even higher caliber than the lobby you're currently playing in.
I think the Mad Bulls have already kind of exceeded my expectations. Same for Major Pride. I think that both of them, I was looking at what we're looking from this team and expecting. I did not expect them to perform this well. They've improved significantly day after day in the group stage, now also in this tournament. So sure, like they'll all been consistent, right? But I feel like just giving them more time, they might be able to find that consistency, and it's just one day. Hopefully they can try and get more of those consistent points on board. But as I said, I'm really happy with their performance so far, and I would love to see them go in Turkey. I think that with these kind of results, top 5 after the last chance, there's a high chance that could be happening, in my opinion.
You know, Colars, 6 out of the top 8 teams are all from Group Yellow. Now, obviously, the question can be, is Group Yellow just stronger when it comes to teams? Or is the fact that they just played 2 days ago, they're already warmed up and ready to go and didn't have those 2 weeks off from playing in Group Green, does that give them sort of advantage? Do you have any opinion on that?
Now that you kind of draw that correlation, maybe there is, you know, a slight advantage in terms of being warm coming into these games. That definitely will help them. But also, we can't discount the fact that Group Yellow was a great set of teams. And when you look at the teams that were just on the cusp of trying to get that top 3, we're seeing a lot of those familiar names here trying to strike out once again at those top spots. Mad Bulls, of course, kind of the outlier almost with, you know, how they've been playing. And again, I think to echo the sentiments of Max, they've slightly surpassed my expectations of them as well here, even though it's been a bit of a roller coaster, but seemingly points wise, that's enough to be able to keep you in these upper echelons. So yeah, Group Yellow looked great. Group Green definitely got to step it up for their next day.
Well, not to mention, Max, you also have the difference of, yes, you are probably more warmed up because you played more recently, but you've also had less time to prep and fix the problems that you might have had within the team, considering 2 days after you just played, you just have to go back into another part of this event. But looking at, you know, the whole day today, Max, was there any teams in particular that really kind of stood out to you, good or bad?
Actually, I have one team, and I mentioned them at the start of the pre-show about the African teams, right? Brute Force been a bit silent, but man, Rook Esport, they have been just reaching the late game, not as dominant as you would like them to see. I feel like they just need to be a bit more confident, maybe learn from a Mad Bulls or learn from an Influence Rage. That when you are in those game-winning positions, you need to, quote-unquote, suffocate those teams, right? Take those game-winning spots, those splits, and try and win off the back of that. So good from Rook to get, what was that, a 4th place, a 4th place, and a 3rd place. But I tell you, if they can just keep on going like this, they're going to the last chance, and who knows, with the amount of games played, might be able to make it to the Grand Finals for Africa.
Okay, well, we're obviously talked a lot about Mad Bulls as well, but luckily for us, we do have an interview with Shoot Show on the stage with Zarek. the Infinix GT10 Pro, official smartphone here at PMGC 2023. Born for professional esports players, you can pick one up and potentially be as good as Influence Rage. And if you are, make sure you post clips over on TikTok with your new brand delicious phone. I don't know why it's delicious. Your great new phone with the tag PMGC 2023. You can also find some great interviews and stuff from behind the scenes over there, so make sure you guys check that out. But Max and Clars, it's been an honor having you two back once again, but I have to wait another 24 hours until we get to see you guys. And you guys, of course, at home who are watching the event, while we come back tomorrow with Group Green up against Group Red. This is the PMGC 2023 survival stage, and we'll find out which teams will continue to advance through tomorrow.